This week we're searching Canal Side in Birmingham.
Rumour has it you've got a bit of argy-bargy this week.
I really do like it.
I hate it.
No, I like it.
When house hunting, two heads can be better than one.
Okay. Especially when you're ahead of the game.
Beautiful.
I'm in clover, yes. Spring-scented clover.
You should try and keep your head,
but you can't always come up smelling of roses.
Phil. This week we're multitasking in Birmingham, Britain's second biggest city.
we're house hunting, hand-holding and hard-talking, hoping to buy homes in Brum. Once dubbed the workshop of the world, this former industrial city is now an international business and media hub. Home to some of the finest arts and cultural venues, more miles of canal than Venice, and the most fantastic mix of quality properties to choose from.
The average price for a house in the city is £159,000, under the UK national average. But with house prices in the city increasing 4.5% in the last year, we're going to have our work cut out.
I'm searching with business analyst John Owen and town planner Mo Nasser, who, along with their two cats, are currently renting in Harborne, one of Birmingham's prime locations.
With its villagey feel, it's clear to see why this couple adore the area's cafe culture.
But they don't have the budget to buy their first home here. And after more than 20 viewings, they've discovered they disagree on absolutely everything.
There's a couple of things, I think, fundamentally that are stumbling blocks for us. How many bedrooms we need?
2.
So I'm quite happy with one bedroom.
I'm looking for more of a suburban feel to where we live, not in the thick of things in the city centre.
And I'm probably looking for completely opposite.
Oh dear. It sounds like you're going to have a tricky week, Phil.
Ideal property for myself and the cats. Oh, and you.
Thanks for that.
It would be a house on the ground floor, a little garden. It doesn't have to be massive because I'm not very good at gardening.
I'm quite happy to accept that actually I need to start on the ladder and then work up.
Whereas I want it all now, basically.
With all these disagreements, it's no wonder their house hunt has stalled.
This is going to be one tough search.
In this search, neither of us are willing to compromise.
I honestly don't know how Phil and Kirsty are going to help.
John's perfect pad is in the centre of town in the jewellery quarter, while Mo would prefer to live a couple of miles out in Edgbaston or Moseley. Sounds like a spot of couple counselling along with the house hunting for me this week.
It strikes me that the only thing you agree on is that you want to be together and you want to buy a property together.
I think your expertise is going to be the guiding light for us.
Expertise in knocking your heads together, I think, might come into it. You've been out, you've seen a lot, so therefore you should have learnt a lot. And you haven't been able to kind of work that through amongst yourselves. Are you going to be able to do that now?
It's almost a reality check for us as well, so it's a crunch point for us, I think.
Yeah, it has to work.
Come on, we'll make a start. Yep. Best foot forward.
John and Mo have £120,000 to spend on their first home. Mo's dreaming of a 2-bedroom house in the suburbs so he can accommodate his family from Wales. Ideally, he'd like outside space for the cats and a parking space for his car. While in stark contrast, all John wants is a 1-bed flat in the city so he can enjoy an urban lifestyle.
My house hunter is 29-year-old Nami Slater, a neurosurgeon at one of the best hospitals in Britain, Birmingham's Queen Elizabeth. With daily dramas in the operating theatre, this hard-working medic has to keep a cool head.
Neurosurgery is a very responsible job. You have to make quick, snap decisions, and sometimes it can be a life and death decision. I do try and leave that responsibility very much at work.
Once Naomi's shut the door on her high-pressure job, her home life is a little more carefree. This high flyer is currently living in a student house share with up to 18 other people.
I have to throw you a leaving party.
You will.
Give you a big farewell.
But with her career on the up, Nami has grown tired of waking to find strangers on the sofa and her food missing from the fridge.
I can't keep living in a house where you've got so many people around. There's too many other distractions, especially if I've got exams coming up next few years. I actually have to buckle down and get my head down to some work. It's time to grow up, and I can't live like a student forever.
The one big advantage of living like a student is that Nami has saved up a sizable deposit. This means we can kick off her search in her favourite area of Moseley.
Nami, what would be the top things you'd want from the property itself?
I'd want a kitchen that you can sit in.
Could you do a bit of decoration yourself? What would you want it to look like?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Certainly decor I'm happy to do.
Yeah.
If it needs a new kind of kitchen or a new bathroom, I'm happy to do that. I definitely want the spare room because my brother lives abroad. So when he comes back, he's got a little girl. I want to be able to put them up somewhere.
Right. Okie dokie.
Nami has a generous first-time buyer budget of £250,000, with a little leeway to go up to 275 for the perfect property. She's after a 3-bed house with a feature kitchen and a sociable living space. Her dream home would be in or near Moseley, where we'll have the pick of beautiful Victorian character properties.
Do you want to swap? Come on.
I've never seen the colour of your money before.
A bit more where that came from if you'd swap. I need a relationship therapist, not a house finder.
I've got a really sweet brain surgeon.
And what's the budget?
Oh, it's 250,000.
Oh, you say that with such glee. I've got 120, but I don't know whether I'm looking for a 1-bed, a 2-bed, in town or out of town yet. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit.
See you later, alligator.
With Kirsty refusing my cash, I'd better get a move on and help my desperate duo spend theirs. For my first property, I'm taking the boys a mile north of the city centre to John's favourite part of town, the Jewellery Quarter.
In the 18th century, it was the centre of a thriving artisan scene. And today, over 1/3 of all the bling produced in Britain is made here. It's become a cool urban village with lots of attractions.
It's a good sense of community, there's lots of local amenities.
Really vibrant, it's really up and coming, it's a really easy commute into town with the trams and the train, and it's walking distance as well, so it's absolutely perfect.
Because the boys have such different opinions, I need to test their limits. So I'm starting with a flat that should suit John, which means a compromise for Mo on not just location, but also the second bedroom. At 691 square feet, this stylish 1-bed flat is the biggest property I'll be showing the boys. It has a spacious living area, a decent-sized master bedroom, and although this flat comes with its own allocated car parking space, which should please Mo, there's no private outside space for the cats. It's on the market at 120,000. But with some good old-fashioned negotiation, I'm sure I could bring it in under budget. But will Mo be able to see any of the flat's good points?
Right, we'll see what you think. First little offering I have for you.
Yeah, it's nice. I really like it. I like the high ceilings.
It is a 1-bed, but I wondered, I know you want to have guests and things. Could there be a sofa bed over that?
It wouldn't be too much of an issue if it was just friends coming to stay, but if my parents were coming to stay,
yeah,
ideally I'd want them to have a proper bed.
Well, I think you'd be on the sofa bed then.
Yes.
They'd be in the room. Let's have a look at the bedroom.
So, John's happy, but it's going to take a bit more to get Mo on board.
Mo, you've got to tell me what's going through your brain.
It's nice, and I'm not sure why I don't like it as much as John.
Well, because you're looking for something different.
Yeah.
Are you worried about the cats?
It didn't even cross my mind, actually.
OK, so I'm going to tick the cats off the list. Let's make things easy. We don't care about the cat.
Strike the cats. That's 99 things left for you to consider now.
Why don't you guys go and have a look at the kitchen? This is going to be impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I like it. I guess you're not quite so keen, are you?
I like the space, but I'm not sure I like the flat.
Unsurprisingly, John likes it. It's a cool flat. But Mo, he doesn't even like any of it. Not even close. It's going to be a fun week. Yippee-doo. How'd you get on?
If this had the second bedroom, I think it would feature quite highly. I'm not sure why, but it just doesn't have...
The second bedroom?
Well, second bedroom, but it doesn't have the feeling for me.
Well, I've definitely got the feeling that finding one home to please both these guys isn't going to be easy. Oh, I do love a challenge. This week, we're scouring the streets of Birmingham.
Finding first homes for a trio of young professionals.
I'm with city workers John and Mo. My first property in the jewellery quarter was a hit with John, but too bijou for Mo. So I need to make sure my next house has something to get him smiling.
And I'm searching with Nami, a neurosurgeon who's grown out of her student flat share and is hankering after some headspace of her own.
She'd like to live 2 miles south of the city centre, near her mates in the cosmopolitan suburb of Moseley. Its handsome Victorian terrace properties and great selection of bars and eateries are right up her street.
My first property is a short drive to Nami's work at the hospital and close to all her favourite haunts.
What do you think?
Location is perfect.
Oh, I love hearing that.
Looks nice from the outside.
Yeah? Yeah, great.
That's how it's done, Phil. Watch and learn.
Hopefully the period features inside this character property will impress.
This house is a bit of a TARDIS, with 2 reception rooms and a separate stylish kitchen. There's 2 decent-sized bedrooms upstairs, and I'm confident the price will appeal. It's on at £210,000, which is a whopping 40 grand under Nami's budget.
So you've got this essentially dining area stroke sitting room. And then into this...
This kitchen's lovely.
I know.
I like the sink.
So how are you feeling now?
I really like the kitchen. I like the middle wooden floor and the fact that you've got that separate room.
It's on at offers in the region of 210.
That's very cheap.
My doc has such a healthy budget that she doesn't have to spend all of it to get what she wants. But is this house enough for her?
Although upstairs isn't quite as plush as the kitchen, with plenty of cash in the pot, Naomi could easily tart it up.
Do you think this is a maybe or a it's nice but no?
Obviously, I did want to do a bit of work before moving in to make it kind of me.
Yeah.
But the basics are all there. It's definitely a maybe.
Well, I'd be over the moon if I could get a definitely maybe.
I thought this property was streets ahead of Naomi's student flat share, but if it's even swankier interiors she's after, then I'd better raise my game.
2 miles down the road, I'm helping John and Mo, who want completely different things for their first home together. My next house on the Edgbaston border is a Mo property. I just hope this suburban location doesn't send John running back to town.
John, you're having heart palpitations, I presume, being this far out of the city centre?
No, I don't know where I am, actually, so it's really difficult to navigate. I think it's awful.
Oh, you are being negative today. Come on, moving on.
This recently refurbished house has 2 reception rooms and 2 double bedrooms, so there's a spare bed should friends and family stay over.
There's a decent-sized back garden, which the cats and their owners could enjoy. Priced at £120,000, this place is bang on budget.
So that's your front room, and then second reception room here. You can see it's been spruced up.
The layout works for me. I really do like it. High ceilings, some nice coving and picture rails.
All this extra space in the suburbs is exactly what Mo's after. But what's John thinking?
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice room.
Could you see yourself living somewhere like this, honestly?
Honestly, I prefer not to. My preference to be living much closer.
He's gonna blow.
You can't both have your own way. You can't do it.
It's which one's going to give way, I think.
Let's keep going and see the rest of the house.
So the location isn't doing it for John, but I really thought Mo would be a bit more enthusiastic.
This whole process must have got quite frustrating, not agreeing with one another the whole time.
Yeah, it's draining. It's no fun for either of us. We just kind of want to get it done, move on and start planning other things in our life, so...
But I suspect there's something else niggling Mo.
I really like the house. Pick it up and move it somewhere else.
OK.
It needs to be a better location. It'll be worth it in the end.
Oh, it will?
Yeah.
Just hope it's not too far away.
Yes.
Come on.
So Mo thought he wanted suburbia, but now he's out here, it seems it's too quiet for his liking.
I hate it. So
It's not for me either.
No, it's not in the city centre.
Something tells me they won't be sparking up the Barbie in this garden.
So I suppose I to be grateful for small mercies. At least they're now agreeing on one thing, which is they're not going to be buying this house.
Back in Moseley, Nami loved the location and the price of my first house, but I suspect it was a bit too small. Now I want to show her something with more space. King's Heath is only a 20-minute stroll from Moseley. It hasn't got the same buzz yet, which is probably why it's not Nami's #1 location. But there are signs that this area is on the up.
If you're prepared to stretch your house hunt to the fringes of your favourite area, you can get a lot more property for your pound.
As Phil is in the area, I've invited him along to meet my super-focused house hunter. Not to gloat, I promise.
Could a house in this location work for you?
Depends on the house. I wasn't hugely keen on King's Heath High Street because it's just too busy.
Let's get in.
It only looks nice on the outside. I give it that.
I wouldn't count your chickens just yet. She's not sold on the area.
But if Nami is willing to compromise on location, I think this charming property could be just the ticket. The house has 3 bedrooms and reception rooms that are all in excellent nick. This kitchen backs onto a pretty garden and is a fantastic space for socialising.
Priced at just under £220,000, this house is 30 grand under budget.
Front room, which they use as a dining room.
OK.
Dining room, which they use as a sitting room. Similar to the last house, but bigger.
Yeah.
Wooden floors, fireplace, bit of character.
Yes, it's a lovely room. I really like that fireplace.
So all the character features are a hit. Hopefully her enthusiasm will continue when Nami sees upstairs.
3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. Again, good proportions, lovely fireplace.
Massive master bedroom.
Lovely room. It's done how I would probably do something. And the windows is really sweet.
Nice treatment they've put up there with the blinds and everything.
What's it called? A treatment?
Yes, a window treatment.
Okay. Learn something new every day.
This house is in mint condition. Our busy neurosurgeon wouldn't need to worry about doing any work here. She could move in and unpack immediately.
That's lovely. Perfect. Wouldn't change anything.
I think we got a bit of a Goldilocks situation. First one too cold, this one too hot, next one might be perfect.
That's a good sized room. I could have it as a study.
I think decor-wise, this is exactly what she's looking for.
She seemed very positive, and it's a lovely house.
But let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We need to see where Nami's head is at with this location.
How'd you get on in there?
It's the perfect house.
Perfect.
I'm not sure I could compromise as much on location.
Well, Phil, I'm going to take Goldilocks to see another house.
She's been trying to tell me this is like a Goldilocks
It's a
story.
Goldilocks story.
You should explain why.
You will? Yeah, we know.
Oh, she's a brain surgeon, she already knows.
She already knows. She already knows.
The third house is always the perfect one.
See, she does know.
And here's hoping it's third time lucky for my boys too. I'm midway through my search for John and Mo, and as I've failed to get anywhere near a compromise, I've stolen Kirstie away from her mid-morning nap. I mean search, to help me find some middle ground.
Morning, gents.
Nice to see you. All well?
Morning, 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 morning.
For my next property, I'm taking the lads to Moseley.
Happy about being in Moseley?
A lot better than yesterday, yes.
Oh, did you get it wrong yesterday?
Did something right today.
So is Moseley on both of your lists?
It is, yeah.
It is.
It is.
OK.
I've shown them a John flat and a Mo house, so I'm really hoping my next property has something to appeal to both.
Here we've got a ground floor flat, but I hope there's a bit in it for you both.
OK.
Should we go
Brilliant. OK, fantastic.
This large one-bed flat is not as smart as the previous one, but it does have a garden and off-street parking.
And it's bang on location, with a vibrant social scene and great transport links on the doorstep, which should appeal to John.
Priced at just under 120 grand, it is within the boys' budget.
You know, the great thing about this flat is it's a one bed which can very easily masquerade as a two bed. You could move the kitchen in here and then have a study in the existing kitchen, which would feel much more like a second bedroom.
Can always count on you for home improvements, Kirsty.
I reckon Mo has got designs on this place, but is there any hope that John's on the same page?
I'm not sure John is on board with doing work.
Just between me and you, do you think Phil's been any help?
Yes, actually.
Oh.
I think he's made me realise that I think my expectations were quite up there.
So Mo is finally realising where this search is going wrong. But what about John?
Was yesterday helpful?
No, yesterday was helpful. It was helpful because, if anything, actually kind of reaffirmed, I love that first flat. And it reaffirmed that that's really where I want to be.
Finding your first home with your partner is a massive decision, and this house hunt seems to have thrown up more questions than answers.
Needs a bit of work, though.
Look at the stat of that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're 3 houses down and something's going to have to give. At the moment, it feels like my patience.
Phil. It sounds harsh, but I think they're wasting your time.
At this point, I've got the same feeling, because they're not moving things forward.
So basically, John wants to be in town, Mo wants space. They can't afford space in town. If he could afford a two-bed in town, Mo would go with that,
Yeah, he
wouldn't
would,
he?
yeah.
This isn't about different needs, it's about money.
Time to sum up.
I think we both like it, but I don't think either of us are excited by it.
Yeah.
And we were kind of hoping at least one of us would be to kind of push the other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you're both very mindful of what the other one... You're both trying to satisfy the other one at the same time as satisfy yourself, and it's tough. But anyway.
Right.
Onwards.
Onwards and upwards.
I don't know about upwards, but definitely onwards.
I am showing the boys the best for their budget, but the sooner they realise there's no single property that'll grab both of them, the better.
Because Birmingham house prices are on the up, and in a few months' time, they won't be able to afford anything we've seen.
This week, we're in Birmingham, and I'm hoping to find some headspace for a neurosurgeon who's still living like a student.
And I'm struggling to find a property to suit my couple who, between them, have 2 very different sets of demands. I thought I'd found the perfect property to suit John and Mo, but in fact, they both ruled it out. So with only one property to go, the pressure's really on.
So far, I've shown Nami 2 properties comfortably under budget, one bang on location and another a little further out. But she's been underwhelmed by both. So we're back in Moseley, and this time I'm pushing the boat out. If Nami is prepared to blow all her budget, I think my next house could be the one.
There is Moseley High Street. As you walk down here, you get to the very end when, frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if Emily Bronte popped up.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Location?
Perfect. Very nice house.
Very nice house.
Every inch of space in this handsome house has been cleverly designed and offers Nami everything she wants.
3 bedrooms, stylish kitchen diner, home office, and every trainee consultant's dream, a reading room.
It's on the market at £290,000, but I've heard the vendor would consider an offer of £270,000, which would bring it in on budget. High on Nami's list was a feature kitchen that she can socialise in, and I'm hoping this one won't disappoint.
Beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't it?
You can really see the step up from... I love the kind of different layers.
Just wait till she sees what's downstairs. It is a pricier property, but with that comes a lot more square footage.
Oh, this is a fab little sitting room. I'd have this as a little den. where does this house go?
Hello, hello. What do you think?
Like a little rabbit warren. Beautiful.
I've got to hand it to you, Kirsty. This house is an absolute belter. But is it all a bit too grown up for your girl?
I don't think I could find a better house for this area. It's just got to think if I can stretch that extra money, then yeah.
You could buy this house and live in this house for the rest of your life. It's very rare I get to say that.
It's the step up, because obviously I was looking like for a starter home.
Yeah.
And still not, I don't need a family home.
Yeah.
But it's just so beautiful.
But
it's really
the
beautiful.
house yesterday was lovely. 220.
It doesn't even compare to this one, though. Not even close.
I was just playing devil's advocate. This is one of the most charming houses I've ever seen. Yes, it is right at the top of Nami's budget. But it's exactly what she wanted. I've shown her some really good value houses, and I've shown her one that's more pricey and has a lot more to offer. And at the end of the day, she's going to be the one making the decision.
And what will that decision be?
So, what do you think?
I think it's beautiful.
And the money?
If I could get it for 265, 270, I think it'd be well worth it.
Your mind is set.
There is one property I want to have a look at just before I say that it's set. There's a development around the corner.
So not quite the Goldilocks perfect third house ending you'd imagined after all, Kirsty.
Phil, my house hunter is a grown-up. I was never expecting her to just spend £270,000 without exploring every avenue and possibility. Anyway, haven't you got quite enough on your own plate?
Have I ever? John and Mo weren't tempted to take on my property number 3 in Moseley, so I'm taking them back into town, where John's heart lies. My final offering in the city centre is a bit of a curveball, but I'm hoping it'll appeal to them both. Fingers crossed they've got the imagination to see past the scaffolding.
I don't know if you've ever considered this.
No, I don't think we've ever approached...
I have, actually.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've not told you.
You two don't communicate very much, do you? You're supposed to discuss these things.
This 61-acre development in the city centre will be completed in 6 months' time, and I think it could be the compromise the boys desperately need. This ground floor, one-bed flat comes with a huge outdoor terrace and an option for parking.
Buying a property off-plan can give you the chance to design the interior without any headache of the work. But a new build may not be the best option if you're on a rush to move, as building completion dates can run over. Not a problem for these boys, but not ideal if you're in a chain.
But before we start the tour, some amateur neurosurgery Spencer style.
You know what I've been dying to do with you two? OK. Right, you're with me? Come on.
Currently marketed at £117,000, this flat is £3,000 under budget.
That is, or will be, the front door of the flat. There's a loo in there, some storage, a bathroom, and then this is the kitchen and living area. And it's got a really big and generous terrace all the way around. So the terrace actually wraps around both sides.
No, and it's really nice. I'm impressed.
Properly impressed?
Genuinely impressed, which is always good.
No pressure, Mo, but what do you think?
Really like it. Yeah, we're in agreement.
This is a first.
Well done, Phil. Finally, you've got a positive reaction from both of them.
This is a really unexpected bonus.
Yeah.
This is really good.
I wanted you to see the space that you could buy to start with and see just kind of how it could work. But there's a show home that will enable you to see the fittings and the different options and how it might look.
Oh.
I think this could be the answer to all their house hunting dilemmas. And hopefully the show home will help them visualise what this one-bed flat could be.
No, I like it.
Good, nice square room.
Yeah, easy to fit furniture in. Plenty big enough for us.
Fab.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. I really like it. It's really nice.
I like it. No, I really like it a lot.
Especially this, because it shows you what you can do.
Sterling work, Mr. Spencer. It seems our lads are now singing from the same song sheet.
don't want to speak too soon or jinx it or anything, but I'm sure they just agreed on something. I'm sure they just said they both liked it. Wonders never cease. Finally, they might just be finding some common ground between them.
Hello.
How'd you get on in the show flat?
Very nice. Very swish.
Finished to a nice standard.
Yeah.
Zero work here for
Yeah.
us, which actually probably makes me feel a lot more comfortable.
Finally, I'm feeling a little more comfortable too.
This place does seem to be perfecto, Pip. But let's wait and see whether your cautious couple have the courage to do anything about it. Nami fell hard for my period property number 3. But before she makes any decisions, she wants me to come and see a house that's been at the back of her mind for a while.
So here we are, very different from anything else we've seen.
Yes.
Do you like this?
I like the courtyard. I like the fact that it's got parking outside, and that's a big plus in Moseley.
Great, if you don't.
And I like the outside.
This 3-storey house in the heart of Moseley has 3 bedrooms, a decent-sized kitchen living area and its own parking space. It's priced at £250,000, which is within Nami's budget.
Front room, communal kitchen, which is something you originally said you wanted.
It's a very nice room.
Obviously, that's it for the living space. There's 3 bedrooms on 2 different floors, which is nice. The 3rd room is a box room. So you'd have to, I think you'd probably be in the attic. What do you feel about the modern
I
look?
like it.
You like it?
I like the look. I like the space. I can imagine sitting down on the sofa here, watching TV. It's nice.
Do you want to have a look upstairs?
Yes, please.
Go and have a scoot.
Okay.
Just when I reckoned I had it all sewn up, Nami throws me a curveball. I thought the other 3 properties offered Nami more generous living space, but perhaps she's decided that's not so important to her after all.
It's a beautiful room. Lovely. This would be my den.
All that student living's definitely rubbed off on Naomi. She's still fixated with creating her own little den.
Nami needs to realise that owning her own property means she can use all the space in it, not just the attic.
So how do you feel about this in comparison to this morning's house?
I really like the upstairs. I think the thing on this morning's house is the living space was beautiful.
Yeah.
But the upstairs wasn't quite the same, didn't match it.
When you're living in shared accommodation, your bedroom is like a bed sitting room.
Yeah.
So you're spending much more time in your bedroom because that's your only private space. Yeah. What you have to bear in mind is that once you own the whole of something, it's your kitchen, it's your sitting room. That is the transition, essentially, from child, student to adult.
Nami adored the charm of my period property, but now it seems she's smitten with the simplicity of this modern townhouse. This has turned into a tale of 2 homes, and I have no idea which one she'll go for.
The boys have had a lot to think about overnight, and so they've asked to meet me in town. Yesterday, they were both completely bowled over by my new build in the city centre, but today they've asked to meet me outside property number 1 in the jewellery quarter, and I haven't a clue whether it's to rule it in or rule it out.
Tell me about discussions last night.
Quite fraught.
Fraud?
Yeah. There was a lot to consider last night, so we went through an awful lot of options.
We had a lot of information to digest. We'd seen a lot in quite a short space of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as we've gone through, probably location actually ended up being the most important thing.
So it's straight back into John's favourite property in the jewellery quarter, and I've got an idea which I hope will help Mo decide if this 1-bed flat could work for him. It's priced at $120,000, which is at the top of their budget, but I'm confident the vendor could be persuaded to accept a lower offer. I want to show the lads how they could invest a little of the spare cash to maximise the space.
Easy enough to take that wall out and open it up into the living room. It would cost you about £1,000. If you didn't mind things being really open plan, then take this wall out as well. So you open the door and you are confronted by the most enormous space. And that would give it its proper wow factor.
Yeah, lots of natural light. See those big windows.
Yeah.
Do you think it would add value or make it more sellable?
I do, actually. Because that is the weak part of the property. And who wants an internal kitchen?
Bringing these walls down would make this flat feel massive.
Hopefully all that extra space would be enough of an incentive for Mo to decide whether he could compromise on a second bedroom.
It's certainly cheaper because a 2-bedroomed pad in this patch would cost him at least another 20 grand.
I'd really like it though. Take that down, part of that down. It'd just be all open plan.
Could you live with it as it is?
Oh yeah.
For now?
I'd probably give it a paint for now and maybe change the worktops.
Thought-provoking?
Yep, lots to think about, lots to take in.
Definitely. Really glad we came to see this one. So.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we go and have a drink and a think, decide what you want to do.
Well, I don't need to be a brain surgeon to work out that John loves this flat. But living here would mean such a big compromise for Mo on location and space. This could go either way.
We're in Birmingham, helping a trio of first-time buyers.
It's been a tough search for the lads, and for me. They took a second look at the 1-bed flat in the Jewellery Quarter, which is on at 120 grand. John absolutely loved it. But what about Mo?
I'm dying to hear how you found that viewing this morning.
I think we got on pretty well.
I think we started with 2 complete polar opposites, and we've ended up almost entirely coming round to where I started.
Because I've done so much in terms of compromise, I want to make sure that we at least get it for a good price.
OK, well, let's talk maths. It's on the market at 120,000, as you know. Do you have a figure in mind?
I would want to get the flats as close to 100,000 as possible. But I'd be interested in your views on that.
It's not going to happen.
Coming to an agreement on a location and a property is a major achievement for John and Mo. But if they're to stand a chance of getting this flat, I need them to be realistic about its price.
We've got to make an offer that is serious. I'm thinking of a figure about 113. John, what were you thinking?
I think we.
This is getting tense. It's John that likes this flat the most. What will he decide?
I don't know at this point.
What would be the maximum you'd pay for the flat?
Well, top 110,000.
OK. If you bought it for 110, you'd be stealing it. But that's my role here, is to try and buy you that flat for as cheap as possible.
Now it's down to me to see if we can do a deal.
With house prices in Birmingham on the rise, there's no telling how a bid of almost 10% below the asking price will be received.
For their sake, I really hope I can pull this off.
Stacey, hi, it's Phil Spencer here. I just wanted to come back to you after our second viewing this morning. John and Mo do very much like it. They have come up with a figure. The 110 is the figure that they would pay, and it is also the figure beyond which they would walk away. Thanks, Stacey. Cheers. Bye. She's going to ring him straight away and let me know.
Across town, Nami, the neurosurgeon, is torn between 2 houses. One large period property and one modern townhouse.
Where is your mind at?
The third property that we saw is beautiful, but it doesn't exactly suit what I need now. And I think the fourth one does fit everything that I need from a house at the moment, and it's the logical choice.
So although Nami thought she wanted a period property, she's discovered the low-maintenance appeal of the modern house best suits her hard-working and sociable lifestyle. The townhouse has an asking price of 250 grand, which is at the top of Nami's budget. So it's time to play the numbers game.
How do you want to proceed with house number 4?
I'd want to take your advice on what offer I should make.
My feeling is that there is an asking price, it's a reasonable asking price. If I were you, I'd think blow the saving, let's just secure it.
It's not worth losing that house over that.
OK.
So I'd say go asking price.
I'm glad she's taken my advice, but it's not always easy to pay what's being asked.
Ashley, As you know, my client saw the house this afternoon. What has been the level of interest since it came on the market? Right, so you've got 2 interested parties, both of whom have properties to sell. Right.
This is clearly a popular house, but Nami is in a good position with a healthy deposit. She should have the winning ticket.
Would 245 shut everyone else out and sort it out? OK. Thanks, Ashley. Sorry about that. It was just that I saw a window. There's no point in paying 250 if you don't have to pay 250.
No, of course.
He just talked a bit, you know, and I just thought, you know what? I think we can save a couple of grand here.
Nice work, Kirsty.
Hold on, it's not a done deal yet.
Back in town, the boys are on tenterhooks as we wait to hear if their offer of 110 has been accepted.
Hi there. What turned out at your end? OK. I appreciate you being straight with me, thank you. And I'll let you know. Thanks. Cheers, bye.
But it isn't good news.
He had been wanting 115. She said she thought he would go with 112. What do you think?
I think we should stick to our original thought and stick with the offer.
This is tough. I know John loves the flat, but Mo is less enamoured. Kirsty was right. When the chips are down, it's all about the money.
Yeah, I agree. I think we settled on a figure of 110. That's what we were comfortable with.
Fine. So don't worry about it. It's Phil again. Hello, hi. I'm afraid it was a rather brief conversation at this end. I'm sorry about that. But they're absolutely happy to stick at 110. That is what they'll pay. OK, I will wait here. Thanks a lot. Bye. Never know your luck with these things. We've said 110, we said we weren't mucking about. 110 is where it's at. Hi there. Hi, yeah, all well. How did you get on? Can't do it. OK, that's a great shame. Not any good, I'm afraid, not at 110.
Give it some thought, but the offer's on the table, and see if he comes back to us.
And that's a good offer, and I think we're in a good spot for now. We'll leave it.
OK.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
Well, I'm gutted about this. The one good thing to come out of it is that they're starting to understand one another's needs. And I hope it won't be long before they find their perfect home.
Meanwhile, over in Moseley, we're waiting to hear back from the agent.
Ashley? Yes. We've made an offer. He's accepted it at 245. That's great. We're gonna, you know, celebrate that fact.
In the end, we saved £5,000. Deal done at 245.
OK, bye. Your offer's been accepted. Yay! Which is fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
That was what we needed. Nami, how do you feel?
Fabulous.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
So it's goodbye student flat share and hello smart new home. I do love a fairy tale with a happy ending. And 8 weeks later, after 11 years of living in house shares, neurosurgeon Nami's finally swapped her days of living like a student for a grown-up place of her own.
It was a pretty amazing feeling to come into your own house and put my goodies out that I've collected over the years.
But going from renting just one room to owning a 3-bed house means there's a lot of space to fill.
I've got to furnish a whole house now, so I'm going to be good friends with the furniture shops. My plans over the next few days is to try and at least get some type of living arrangements sorted.
Leaving behind up to 18 housemates will give Nami the peace and quiet to concentrate on her studies.
I'm hoping life is going to be a lot easier now. Over the next few years, I'm going to have exams coming up, and having my own space without being disturbed all the time is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's a really good feeling. It's very exciting. I'm very happy.
We're back.
It's hello from me.
And it's hello from her.
Hello.
This summer, we're on the property hunt once again, doing our best to match hopeful house hunters with their dream homes.
I'm gonna lead the way.
But with the market more unpredictable than ever, ta-da!
I really do like it.
I hate it.
And the wish lists more extraordinary.
Pressure's on, Phil.
We're going to need to be at the top of our game.
Beautiful.
This is something else.
This series will see us contemplate.
Mediate. Hello, Phil Spencer. Would you like PPI insurance?
And negotiate. All in our quest to find a property match made in heaven.
I think it's your dream house.
This week, we're in West London, continuing our long-term love affair.
With property.
Get a room.
Following some simple steps will always ensure a happy ending.
Communication is key.
Do you want to live in a small tree house or a big mole hole?
She spoke, but it was in riddles.
Always follow your instincts.
But I think Keon might have got a feeling.
And remember, beauty is only skin deep.
It's just not Twickenham.
But, you know, you're not Tom Cruise. I get on with it. This week, we're on home turf, perusing properties in West London with two very different couples.
But the going is hard. Our capital's one of the most expensive places to live in the world, and there's often a race to the finish.
The London property market is a law unto itself and seems to be virtually recession-proof. In the last 12 months, prices have risen by around 10%.
The average house price in London is around £445,000, nearly double the national average. And there just aren't enough properties on the market. This makes it extremely difficult for buyers.
Our first set of buyers are loved-up newlyweds, Keon West and Zoe Norwich.
Social psychologist Keon has lived in a variety of places, but London has only been his home for 7 months. Whereas Zoe, a lecturer in comparative literature, is an old hand when it comes to the capital.
I love the crowds, I love the dirt, I love the variety of people. I love that I can walk down the street and I can hear 10 different languages within 100 metres, and that makes me really happy.
I don't know London at all, so for me, being in England is still kind of an anthropological experiment.
They're currently renting a one-bed flat in Shepherd's Bush, and their only dependent is Otis the cat. But the idea is that buying their first home together will mark a new phase in their lives.
This is where our children will be raised. This is where we'll spend most of our adult lives.
Their passion for each other can only be equalled by their love of dancing. Even though it's a 2-bed flat they're looking for, such is the level of their obsession, they insist the layout of the property must allow for spontaneous outbreaks of salsa.
We'd like this big, light, wooden space where we can dance, cook, live, share our lives, build things.
For Keon and Zoe, Shepherd's Bush is their #1 location, but they'll also consider areas slightly further west like Acton, as well as south of the river in Brixton and Clapham.
Buying this property is an important step for them, so I'm keen to make sure we're all dancing to the same beat.
I'm Phil.
I'm Keon.
What are we looking for and where are we looking for it?
We're looking for something with a big central space. So I call it the turtle house because you have a big space where everyone has to spend time together, where you cook and you eat and everyone hangs out. And then there's smaller spaces off to the side.
You're both academics. Does that involve lots of research and things at home?
Yes, it does. So we both would spend at least 1 day a week working at home.
If there's a compromise to be made in its location or space, it might be location.
I would have to see each individual property to decide.
Yeah, fair enough.
And you've been out and seen a few properties?
Yes.
How aware are you of market conditions right now?
A little bit, having done some looking. So we're aware of the fact that the areas we'd like are quickly the areas that we're being priced out of.
With a maximum budget of 450 grand, Zoe and Keon want a 2 or 3 bedroom property. It must have an open-plan central space where they can dance, cook and hang out.
As well as room for a home office and a garden for Otis the cat and any future children to play in. Our second set of house hunters are Paul and Carolyn Mason. Paul works in eco-packaging and Carolyn is an events manager who spends her working life looking after celebrities. Wax ones at Madame Tussauds.
They too rent in Shepherd's Bush, but are keen to buy their first property out west in Twickenham.
They need space for Paul's daughter when she comes back from university, and Carolyn has a specific requirement.
I absolutely want some outside space. I'm sick of putting my knickers on the radiator. They need to be hanging in the sunshine.
I so know what she means. They've got £330,000 to spend. Carolyn is a first-time buyer, but Paul has owned property before in his hometown of Sheffield. So London prices have come as a bit of a shock.
It's a lot of money to spend on 2-bedroom flats. In Sheffield, you'd be looking at 4-bedroom detached houses.
It's not just the money, it's the speed at which properties are sold here that's taken them both by surprise.
We're finding it really difficult because the properties in the area, they literally sell within days of coming on the market. So on a Tuesday it'll go on, we haven't even had a chance to see it by the weekend.
Paul is totally right. The difference in what you can get for your money between north and south of the country is absurd. So my challenge is to find something special enough to cheer up this sceptical Yorkshireman. And we'll be looking in the large borough of Richmond. Their favourite is Twickenham, but we'll also be searching in the upmarket and tranquil riverside pockets of St Margaret's and Teddington.
Do you think there's any differences between you in the way you look for a home?
I will go into a house, have a look round, really give it some time and thought, and Paul will stand outside and say, no, it's not right.
Do you think you'd be able to do anything yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not averse to decorating and
Paul,
changing
the shock
things
on your face, you look like I've just questioned your manhood.
Really?
I can knock down walls.
I can wallpaper and yes.
And what have you seen so far?
We've seen several sort of 2-bedroom places.
Well, we actually put an offer in on one place, but we lost it to a sealed bid. That was in Twickenham.
In Twickenham, okay.
Yeah, and that had the garden and the 2 bedrooms and everything we
God.
wanted. No.
Not only are you being tortured by London, contradicted by Sheffield, but you are also loved and lost.
With a budget of 330 grand, they want a spacious 2-bedroom flat. For Paul, it must have curb appeal and plenty of storage. As for Carolyn, private outside space to air her delicates.
They both want to be close to public transport and green spaces, and they'd rather not be on a main road.
So, Carolyn and Paul, now for the money they're spending, they could get a 3-bed house with a lovely garden in Sheffield, and I think they're going to go into square footage toxic shock.
You'll help them through that little process.
Do you think I will?
I, of course, I'm going to have lots in common with Zoe and Kean. I mean, they're both academics.
Yep.
They're both doctors. We can communicate on all these high levels. I'm really looking forward to it.
You live in your own fantasy world, don't you, Phil? Your own little fantasy world.
Keon and Zoe want to buy in Shepherd's Bush, but with absolutely nothing suitable on the market within their £450,000 budget, we've got no choice but to start elsewhere. We're heading to the Acton-Chiswick border, within striking distance of their favourite areas.
I think it's a lovely, quiet
street. It's a very
so
pretty
ridiculously
street.
pretty street.
It's prettier than we thought
Yeah.
we'd end up with.
It's not my favourite place in the world, Chiswick, but open mind.
How about the property itself? First thoughts?
Yep.
It's a lovely period
Space
house,
in the
isn't it?
front. We could put a bike rack.
At 624 square feet, this flat has a large open-plan dancing kitchen living space, 2 double bedrooms, a bathroom and a courtyard garden for Otis.
It's on the market at £425,000, 25 grand under their budget, so a bit of cash left over for any renovations.
This is the main room, open plan, as you can see. I don't know how much space you need for dancing.
We were imagining more something that just ran straight through with everything it had, and with the sink being right there, it cuts the space a bit in half. Yeah,
But
so we get
we need a
some
moving space and space for the sofa and the dining room table. So this is a little bit on the small side.
Sorry, meaning a moving space where you can dance.
Yeah.
But can you push the table out of the way?
We can a bit, but I like to be able to. I'd like there to be a feeling that we can dance even when the table is where it would be.
I'm not entirely on board with how the furniture interacts with the dancing. However, the bottom line is they don't feel there's enough space. But I've got an answer for that.
Some properties here have extended to the side, fill in the side return. That would give
us quite a bit of extra space.
Because what I've seen people doing is building out here and then putting a wall of glass here, so you've got light coming from both skylights and from garden doors, and that's
Probably
our
not
ideal scenario.
but you've got the bathroom at the back. So,
So that's why the floor plan, I think I would have discounted it on the basis of the floor plan.
This is a good property in a good location, but not being one of life's private dancers, I think I might have underestimated how much space Zoe needs for this sort of hobby.
I think we'd have to make changes. Do you feel like you could live here? Does it feel...
No.
No.
That is an illustration of what the market offers you for your money around here. Whether or not it's the right place for you, I don't know.
I mean, there were some things that were perfect. So the storage in the bedroom was perfect. Huge bathroom.
I'd go for a grittier street, more of a chance to incorporate the garden into that main living area space.
I get the message. Gritty London, here we come.
You'll dance through it, Phil. This week we're in West London, where stock is low and prices are high. It's a mean market for Paul and Carolyn.
Sheffield to London.
Tough move.
Tough move. I've got to find something which makes them feel good about wanting to live in London.
Keon and Zoe, they want somewhere to dance, as well as a family home. That's going to be tough in budget.
What do you mean somewhere to dance?
They're into salsa. They do it every day.
I thought salsa was for crisps.
Talking of hot dips, the first property I showed Keon and Zoe wasn't as spacey as I'd thought. I'm determined to step up my game.
Hopefully we'll have more luck with Carolyn and Paul. They want to buy further west around Twickenham and have a budget of £330,000. With over 100 parks, 21 miles of river frontage and fast train links into central London, it's no surprise that it's a popular destination for house hunters.
We're just like a village. It's a small village, but yet we have so much around us. It's just a great place to live.
You've got the rugby really close by, you've got lots of pubs, great shopping, everything you want really.
I think it's a little hidden treasure.
But prices in this beautiful borough are high. The average flat here costs £376,000, nearly 50 grand more than Carolyn and Paul have got. So finding those plum properties has been tricky. Having said that, I'm pretty chuffed with our first flat. It's in Teddington. Not top of their list, but that's the compromise. They get most of what they want in a smart location, and their money goes a little bit further.
I like an honest flat.
Right.
If a flat's going to break a rule that's been set by a house hunter, I want to know immediately which rule is broken. And we know which rule has been broken.
Yeah, the main road.
But it is set back from a main road with a lovely community feel. First impressions of the building?
It's cute.
Cute as a button. And slightly scruffy. It's a deceased estate.
Yeah.
You're doing a lovely job of selling this.
I
almost bought it myself.
My job, Phil, is not to sell property. My job is to find property. You know that, you naughty monkey. When I see a straightforward goodbye, it makes me happy.
And let's face it, when Kirsty's happy, we're all happy. Internally, this ground floor flat is exactly what they've asked for. 2 double bedrooms, large living room, kitchen and conservatory on the side.
The garden is shared, so Carolyn might be a bit bashful about her briefs on the washing line.
But the garage could be perfect for Paul. He wants a separate area to house ski equipment, bikes and all sorts of man clutter. And the positives just keep on coming. This place is £315,000, which is 15 grand under their budget.
First impressions?
I like the fireplace.
Fireplace,
Yeah,
you could do
good.
anything you want with a fireplace.
Yeah.
Decent amount of space.
This flat is very big.
Yeah.
But at the moment, its layout does not make the best use of that space.
Okay.
Right.
People are being confused by the layout.
Yeah.
And you've got the space
Yeah.
to do with what you need to do.
Yeah.
It's just how you would arrange it.
We think it's all about this room and how best to use it in relation to the garden. The shared garden, that is.
And then out the back, we have all this.
Brilliant. Yeah. It's a
Um,
garden.
It is shared with
Yeah, I
the
saw that,
upper
yeah.
floor flat.
I want it private, definitely private, because if they're sharing my garden, they will see my knickers on the line. Would they?
But they'd get quite used to them, wouldn't they?
Well, they would. Would they be exposed to them quite a lot? Yeah.
I don't know whether you're making me blush.
So it seems if the neighbours don't mind, then Carolyn definitely doesn't.
Hard at work, are you? Tweeting away?
No, I'm not
like a
tweeting
little
away.
cherub?
I'm not tweeting away. I think this should be the bathroom.
What?
It's already got the boiler in it. Wouldn't it be a lovely bathroom?
Well, it would, but it's the one that has the view of the garden.
I know, but...
I think it should have glass doors right across the back.
And be the kitchen.
Yeah, open plan kitchen.
It's basically a template, so it's going through all the different options and work out what the best would be for us.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
They would rather not be in Teddington, but they also, I think, appreciate that being in Teddington, you can show them places like this.
What's wrong with Teddington?
Nothing's wrong with Teddington, it's just not Twickenham.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, you're not Tom Cruise. I get on with it.
Well, there you have it, the first one.
Yeah.
How does it strike you?
Much bigger than I thought we could get, so that's a big tick.
Nice, bright and airy flat. It's got a lot of potential.
Can I just get your sort of thoughts on Teddington?
I'd like to compare it to something Twickenham. Yeah.
Damn that location! Why are people so obsessed with it?
Just here.
Back with Keon and Zoe, I haven't had a great start. My first property on the Acton-Chiswick border got low marks for layout and location. So I'm hoping this next place, just over a mile away in the heart of Acton, is more their style. It's a multicultural area with shops and restaurants from all corners of the world. One person's gritty is another person's groovy, and I'm sure they'll both find this location more interesting.
Tucked away neatly and quietly down here is a little gated mews. Okay. Very close to the centre of Acton.
Yes.
I don't know if it would be wrong to say we are dead centre of Acton.
This place is considerably bigger than the last, 25% bigger as it turns out, and minus all the clutter, they'd have a great communal space for cooking and dancing. Downstairs there are 2 double bedrooms and a bathroom, and on the balcony there's just enough room to swing a cat. Hopefully not their beloved Otis.
God forbid. At just under £400,000, this one is 50 grand under budget.
Now we've got a kind of upside down house.
Okay.
Bedrooms on the ground floor.
Yeah, I was expecting to walk into the main sitting room.
No, this is good because then you've got the view from upstairs, right? Yeah.
Ah, yes, you have indeed. This is a great sized room.
And you've got 2 nice windows there, and the ceiling's a nice height, and it's got a good feel to it.
It's not quite as prestigious as where we've come from.
I like it more.
It's on the market at just under 400.
Wow.
If downstairs has got Zoe this excited, then upstairs might just blow her mind.
Oh, look. This is a good space.
It is the space that we wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got enough space for one nice sofa, a dining room table, and we could still move around here. And I would probably get rid of that, because then we'd just have a sweep of it, you know?
Yeah, then
You've still got to have a kitchen.
Yeah, but that's enough surface space there.
Because one of the 2 bedrooms here would be used as their study, space could become a problem if and when they have children. However, first indications are there's potential to extend up onto the roof. Obviously, we'd need to check things out with the local planning department first.
And this judge scores you a 10 for the dance space, Phil.
Right, this is me in the bath, looking at you in the shower, gorgeous man. I could get used to this.
And if you want, you could grow gooseberries on the balcony.
Hello.
Still smiling?
Yeah, still smiling.
Good.
Good. I like it a lot.
It really does feel like a dance studio.
And that's what we want. We want to live in a dance studio.
And if we put in huge mirrors and make a little bit more space, then it would be perfect.
Whilst the memorial garden here is highly protected, there is a proposal for quite a large development.
That would be noisy.
I could see why it would annoy you a lot, the building and the building works.
It wouldn't be nice watching it being built. However, having been built with shops, offices, car parking, cinemas, the works,
it would add value to the property.
It would massively add value to the properties around it.
But if you work from home, building work nearby is your
For years.
big fear.
So a setback, but not necessarily a no.
Back with Carolyn and Paul, I've lined up a second, very different property. This time in St Margarets. It's not Twickenham, but it's as close as their current budget will allow, and they like the area. It sits near to the River Thames, with independent shops and fast transport links into the city. Paul's got a reputation for walking away from ugly buildings without even looking inside, so I have to say I'm a tad apprehensive.
Here's a question. How often do you stand on the street looking at your home?
Not very often.
Not very often, which is why we are going to see a flat in this building. Does the look of the house fill you with horror?
It doesn't fill me with horror. I mean, it's not the most appealing property that I've seen.
Well, at least Paul hasn't done a runner, which is a huge relief, because I think once you're inside, this is a cracking property.
Arranged over 2 levels, the living room and kitchen are on the ground floor, and on the first floor, 2 double bedrooms and the bathroom.
Marketed at just under £330,000, it's bang on budget. The vendor has already had an offer for £319,000, but is waiting to see if anything higher comes in.
I like this open bit. I mean, I know it's a bit sad on a rainy day,
Oh,
but...
I see washing lines.
Yes. Oh, yes, there are. There's public washing lines, which you could use, but you don't have to because you have a space for your own washing line. Right, in you come. So, we've got kitchen, all mod cons, straight into your sitting room. Little balcony, room to very privately hang knickers there.
Yeah.
I know Paul was interested in proving himself with a bit of DIY.
No walls knocking down.
Is this a bit done for you, Paul?
No, it's fine. I mean, if the location's right, and it's in good condition, then that's fine. If it's cosmetic work.
So, Carolyn, Kitchione. What's your feeling on this flat?
I think it feels quite grown up because obviously it has stairs, so it's it feels like a house.
It does feel like a house.
Yeah, and I like it. It has got. It's really airy. I didn't think it was going to be this light and airy outside, and it's proved me wrong.
As I always say, you can't view a flat on a flat screen.
Is this the master?
Yeah.
This is a turn up for the books. They genuinely wouldn't have come to see this flat before now. So I think they feel that there's new possibilities opening up.
Big enough for the king-size bed?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, hello.
Wake up.
Who's the gooseberry now, Kirsty?
Hello, boys and girls.
Hello.
What are we thinking?
We've got smiley faces.
Yeah, I'm very pleasantly surprised. Apart from the initial sort of visual perception of it,
It's ticked all
sort of
boxes.
ticks everything.
Wow.
Surprised.
No, not surprised. Not surprised because I think it's very strong.
I think there's a good chance they might go for this place, but not before we've exhausted the possibility of finding a flat in their beloved Twickenham.
We're pounding the pavements of West London, where I'm on the hunt for intrepid intellectuals looking for a long-term home.
And I'm with Carolyn and Paul, who want a 2-bed flat close to the river in London. And so far, our search is going well. They loved the property in St Margaret's.
And Keon and Zoe have got warm feelings for the Acton flat, but at the moment it's uncertain whether it'll give them the room they need long-term. But I think our third property south of the river in Brixton could be a match made in heaven. It's out of their comfort zone of West London, but you do get so much more house for your money here.
In an equally diverse area to where we certainly ended yesterday.
Yes, we think so.
You get the top 2 floors of what is a very handsome property.
Is there access to outside space for
First question. There is outside space. You actually have to come out of the flat and round the corner.
And round the corner to get to it?
Yeah.
OK.
They have no objection to you putting a cat flap in the front door.
This is a great property. Spread across 2 floors, it's the biggest we've seen so far.
There are 3 good-sized bedrooms, so space to work from home and for any new additions. A proper long-term family home. But at £450,000, it is top of their budget, so it needs to sweep them off their feet.
Come on in, up the first flight of stairs, into what is a very big flat. 915 square feet.
And what is the one thing that strikes you about this flat as you come in? Light. Yeah.
This is a really big and a really nice space.
Which way are we facing when we're going out there?
Let's just work this. Compass interference. It's probably you. Move away from any interference. That'll be... If I step away, it'll work, you see.
When he steps away, I work. This place does have options of rearranging the space, but it's not something they'd want to embark on lightly. Oh, and for the record, the sitting room is north-facing.
Would it be possible to knock down this wall?
Totally.
Yeah, going all the way through with the light on both sides.
And with 2 windows, you get one light there, one light there.
All well and good to have lots of ideas changing the kitchen around. We wouldn't want to do too much because this is at 450. Ooh. Much of the reason for showing you this was to demonstrate the family space and the genuine long-term home south of the river that you can afford.
3 bedrooms means we don't have to build anything or add anything. Even if we could still cram the children into one room.
Yeah, we can have 2 kids sharing a room, that's the idea.
Yeah.
Those kids share a room with a bunk bed.
Children need to learn that life is
share.
balance.
Yes. Share, they often like to share.
Yeah,
they do.
I think so.
Yeah.
So, potentially, if Kian's up for it, we could get 4 children in here. How sweet.
So, 3 bedrooms. Take your pick.
Lovely floors.
Bedroom 1.
These are lovely sizes.
They're lovely sizes,
and
aren't
it's
they?
beautifully light.
Obviously, there's now a flat in your mind which is quite fixed. How does this compare when you walk in?
I think the 3 bedrooms here is fantastic. The living space in the other one, I think, would work better for us because we would have a bit more flow, we'd all be able to be in the same space. That would just feel like us.
There's nothing wrong with Zoe sticking to her guns with the whole dance studio feel, but I hope it's not at the expense of other brilliant stuff we're showing them.
So it's coming around the side here to what is a very charming garden.
It's a lot of space. I think this house has made me realise that we could get quite a lot more for almost the same money. But at the same time, that doesn't make me feel more at ease. It somehow makes me feel less at ease. It's a good house that clever grown-ups pay for and raise children in.
That was unsettling you?
That I may have to then be a clever, sensible grown-up who raises 2 children.
You're a doctor. You're halfway there.
Yeah.
He never did answer that question. One for later, methinks.
I guess the previous flat felt a bit more quirky and unusual than us, and this feels like a more normal house, where more normal versions of us would live.
We don't need to be more normal.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm finding them slightly difficult to read. What's certain, though, is there's a bit of conflict between how they see themselves now and how they see themselves in the future, and that will affect what they buy.
So, what's the feeling?
Mixed feelings. I guess it's our vision of who we want to be in the next 10 years that's going to govern where we go.
Oh, that's a heavy responsibility.
How do you feel about it?
There are things that I love, there are things I like less. I can't quite see the whole picture at the moment.
Right, come on, don't dawdle, everyone. Phil's been doing a lot of dawdling today.
Dawdling.
Wafting,
Coming
dawdling.
from you.
Intelligent couple, intelligent attitude to house buying.
It doesn't actually make it any easier, despite both being doctors.
A new day and Carolyn and Paul have been looking at their finances. They're happy to stump up another £5,000 if it means living in Twickenham. And we've found the only available property within their price range.
This is a basement flat, but could we be in a better location?
You absolutely couldn't. It's beautiful, it's perfect.
OK, will you hold on to that?
I will.
In its current state, it's not the cosiest flat in the world, but it is spacious, the 2 bedrooms are doubles, the kitchen has room for a table, and the living room is a decent size.
At £345,000, it is 10 grand over their new raised budget. But we've heard that 330 would secure it. Buying this flat would use up all of their money, leaving them without a renovation fund.
So what you have here is a huge front room. I might be inclined to get rid of that glass wall.
Yeah, it's quite
fun
random.
to smash a glass wall. The difference between this flat and the first flat is that this flat is a similar size. It's also a big flat.
Yeah.
It's in a better location, but you really can't change the layout of this flat.
For that amount of money, I want every box ticked.
I mean, this is the first time I've actually ever been in a basement flat.
Is it?
It does kind of feel a bit oppressive.
We wouldn't have the money to be able to update
Yeah, I think
anything.
that would be the biggest concern.
That's right.
Is the fact that it's already over budget. Number 2 property was I was very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
How good it was.
My feeling is that this is a really, really nice street. It's absolutely beautiful. But do you want to live in a small tree house or a big mole hole? I would always pick a small tree house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or in plain English, that's a no to Twickenham.
Back with Keon and Zoe, and there's some news about the Acton flat. After a bit of careful digging, we found a covenant in the property deeds that rules out any extension. Clauses like this can restrict the height and size of buildings. A good solicitor will pick up these things, but for a small fee, you can check them out in advance with the land registry.
Keon and Zoe are undecided about whether they can match the maturity of the grown-up flat in Brixton. So while they're mulling that one over, I've found them an amazing place in their preferred West London area of Acton. I think this is the best one so far.
Now, it's a very old adage for house hunters that you should try and buy the worst house on the best street.
Yes. It's true that it's not the prettiest house on the street.
It's fine. It's completely fine.
You don't really think.
Stop it, you two. Come on, get in. Get a room. You need a flat, that's what you need, isn't it?
This flat's selling point is the huge open-plan kitchen, which has always been top of their priority list. The living room is also a good size, as are the bedrooms. There are 2 of them. The garden is on the small side, but it's charming. It's also £5,000 under budget at £445,000.
What do you think of that?
That's bigger than I thought it'd be. That is nice.
I was really pleased with this because it's so big and so open.
Something's bothering me about it, and I'm not quite sure what it is.
It's not bothering me. This is actually the big space that we wanted.
The light doesn't work for me here. Maybe it's because the blinds are down, but...
But this is a bigger space. And that is something that I find a bit confusing about your reaction to this versus a Brixton flat. But that's okay. Let's look around.
Okay.
You've only seen half of it. Go on.
Okay.
Help yourself. I don't know what to say about that. I'm absolutely flummoxed. I thought this flat would blow them away. But if you don't get the feeling, you don't get the feeling. But I think Keon might have got the feeling.
I want to see what our bedroom looks like.
That's cool.
I feel a bit sorry for Keon because I think he really likes this place, but it's just not clear why Zoe doesn't.
It doesn't have the kind of centre focus that I think we were looking for. I think dancing is not just dancing. Dancing holds within it all other things. So dancing holds within it high ceilings, wooden floor, space, light.
Fine. We better find out what he thinks.
Yeah, let's find Keon.
Off to you.
Thank you.
I really am quite confused.
How are you getting on?
It's all right. I think this is a prettier house. I think that kitchen was what I was looking for. I liked the look of it. It was the space, it had the window.
But it was the kitchen that didn't do it for Zoe.
Yeah. She does have a more emotionally intuitive sense. So she can pick up very quickly if there's going to be something that would make us unhappy. And it might take me a few weeks to figure out that this layout doesn't work for this reason or that reason. So I do trust her judgment on that.
But I can't figure out what it is yet.
I can't figure it out yet.
Think I need an interpreter.
So what, two men, both reasonably intelligent, perhaps one more intelligent than the other, staring at an intelligent woman, all of whom have English as their mother tongue, and none of you are able to understand what she's saying?
She spoke, but it was in riddles.
Well, OK. Well, if you desperately need a second translator, I will come.
Thank you. I might be in touch.
OK,
Speak
brilliant.
later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
But enough of all this. With 4 properties viewed, we need to establish where to go from here.
Well, I really like this one.
Yeah.
And we both really like the Brixton one. So we should probably go back and see that one.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Of course it's okay. Delighted.
Great, let's do that.
Come on.
Let's go for it.
No time like the present.
Okay.
I'm in second viewing mode too with Paul and Carolyn. And not surprisingly, we're back at the St Margaret's flat. Not a looker, but lovely. And on at just below £330,000.
So, Paul.
Yep.
We spent a lot of time focused on Carolyn's desire to get her knickers dried privately.
Yep.
But your storage, I feel, has been ignored.
It has.
In here, each flat has their own individual storage unit.
Right, OK.
And the one for your flat is here at the end. So you've got the light from the window.
Right, wow.
Now, you could fit a lot in there. OK, guys, it's all yours. Have an explore. We're back in.
Second viewings are all about the details. A lot of it's checking out the boring functional stuff.
I think that's quite good, I have to say.
Finding out what works and what doesn't.
Start to think about where your furniture is going so you can plan ahead.
Because this is a nice space for a really
You'd
big
fit
sofa.
a really good sofa bed on there.
Yeah.
And something people often don't think of, have a natter with the neighbours.
This is especially important in a big block like this. Have a look around. Do you see any neglected flats? And is the garden well maintained?
If you had a little table and like bistro table and chairs out here.
They want it, but then so does someone else. Question is, can I get it for them? Search-wise, it's all good on the Western Front. Carolyn and Paul have decided they do want to buy the St Margaret's flat.
As for Keon and Zoe, they want to revisit the Brixton property. With the Acton flat fresh in their minds, they're keen to weigh up the options.
Leave the emotions at the door. Let's be objective.
I'll try.
Come on. Do you think you would knock that wall down?
We couldn't afford it to begin with, but we would want to.
And how much would it cost?
1,000. But
Yeah.
it's not just removing of the wall. It's how would you then resort the kitchen and the floor and the mess that you would make.
There are things here that we could do to add a little bit of value, aren't there? In terms of the bathroom.
I don't think you'd be adding value.
Okay,
you'd be
fine.
making it nicer. This property won't outperform the market in Brixton, but there is a chance that Brixton as an area will outperform the wider market.
But enough of all that money stuff. The time is approaching for them to decide whether they are psychologically ready to take on the proper family home and everything that comes with it.
This is the long-term option.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think? Is this for you more long-term than Acton?
Oh, definitely. This is a...
Well, for
it's
us,
another...
it's the step towards the 10 years rather than the 5 years.
Mm.
You look really scared.
No, I'm excited.
They are in the process of trying to forecast what their life is going to be like in many years to come, and that's a very difficult thing to do.
You could have, this is one room, that's another children's room, and in the garden, You've got space for 2 work office space sheds. So it could be a 20-year house.
Could be a forever house.
I think we're finally there.
For me, this is when I really start helping Carolyn and Paul. The St Margaret's flat is on at £330,000, but with an offer of £319 already on the table, we're going to have to better that. They've already loved and lost in the past, and this time I want to make sure they don't miss out. But what price do we start at?
323 will be our sort of maximum if we think that 322 is.
I think let's 322 it and absolutely cross our fingers and stick to our guns. Hello, Jay, it's Kirsty. What do you think your client would feel about putting an extra £3,000 between 319 and 322? Right, because he's very keen on the circumstances of the other people. Okie doke, I'm going to discuss that with my clients and I'm going to get back to you. Okay, thanks, Jay. Okay, bye. The people who are interested in buying the property, their advantage over you is there's no mortgage involved. The dreaded scenario is 319 coming back.
With a counter offer,
yes, that is the dreaded scenario.
Yeah.
It's all about the right offer at the right time.
As for Keon and Zoe, I think I know what they're going to say next.
I think
we'd like to put in an offer.
Yeah, I think we
on
would.
Brixton.
On Brixton.
Okay. When they bought it about 2 years ago, they paid £334,000. The market in the area, as far as I can establish, it's definitely climbed by 15%. Has it climbed by 25% or 30%? No, it hasn't.
And that's what they're asking.
And they're asking that and probably a little bit more.
It wouldn't be the first time that agents and sellers have got ambitious in a bullish market, but I'm onto them.
We could go in at 390 then.
That sounds...
And aim at 400 rather than going in at 400, aiming at 425.
You must not think you're being cheeky with an offer.
Okay.
We're talking about what is fair and right in the market at the time. Thomas, good afternoon. Phil Spencer here. Yeah, very well, thank you. Very well. I'm pleased to say Keon and Zoe do very much like the flat, which is terrific. We are somewhat struggling at this end to justify the price. So the figure that we've come up with at this end is 395. Thanks, Thomas. Cheers.
Although low, it is a fair offer, and I just hope we can pull it off at this price.
After chatting everything through with Carolyn and Paul, I know that we would all prefer not to get into a bidding war that they may lose. The preferred scenario would be best and final offers. But it's not just about the winning bid. The agent needs to believe that the winning bid has the money to follow through.
One thing I've got to reassure you of is that we check out our clients very carefully before we take them on. You know, it's not a fantasy scenario here at all.
Early indications are that they are going to go with this.
Look at each other and say, what is the maximum amount of money that we want to pay for that flat?
I think we'd sort of go up to probably 325.
325. Oh, that's Jay. Yes. Yeah. Great. That's fantastic. Jay, you have been amazing. Bye. Very straight. He said, my client wants to be completely fair, absolutely best and final offers by midday tomorrow.
We must get all our ducks in a row.
Back with Keon and Zoe, and sadly we've had our offer of $395,000 rejected and been informed that a similar property has recently gone for $411,000. Now it's our turn to figure out what our very best offer should be.
My suggestion at this point is we go back at 402.
Yeah.
402.
The offer goes in, and from this point on, it's a waiting game.
The following day, and stress levels have reached the maximum in the Mason household as we receive news on their sealed bid.
Hello, Kirsty.
Hello. Hi.
Hiya.
I have been dreading this call since yesterday.
So have we.
I am very pleased to tell you that you did win.
Yay! Brilliant.
Oh my God,
news.
that's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Kirsty. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Keon and Zoe's maximum offer of $402,000 for the Brixton flat was rejected. They decided not to raise it and to carry on hunting in West London.
It turns out fate may have lent a hand, as Kean was offered a new job in southeast London.
We changed our search all around, took a day off work, went down, saw 10 houses in a day and fell in love with one of them here in Hither Green.
They made an offer which was accepted and now can't wait to pick up the keys and put their new floor space to good use.
There is room to dance in the house. There are actually 2 separate rooms in which you can dance. So we could actually have a setup where we're dancing, where other people, strangers, are dancing in our sitting room and you wouldn't even know about it.
Yeah, it's a good, sociable, lovely house. It's going to be a home. Yeah.
And things have really progressed for Carolyn and Paul. Just 6 weeks after having their offer accepted, they're already settling into their new home.
The first thing that we focused on was actually the balcony, the outside space. My dad came round with some trellis. We put a little folding table.
Been sort of buying pieces of furniture and we've been putting pictures up. We've just wallpapered a wall.
And I've put lots of washing on the line. A slightly obsessive washer.
Yes, Carolyn's finally found outdoor space for drying her delicates.
Myself and my underwear are very happy here.
And although they didn't know the area that well, I had a feeling they'd fall for it, and they have.
St Margaret's is just beautiful.
We've got Marble Hill Park, we're 5 minutes away from the river, 4.5 minutes away from some really good pubs.
We couldn't have asked for a better location, really, could we?
Absolutely not.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
This week we'll need the magic touch to please our demanding duos.
Not completely pulled to the house.
At the moment, we're kind of on the fence.
I'm not stunned by the living room.
But even Phil's magic tricks can't turn pokey into palatial.
It's very small.
It's just a bit small.
We might need a miracle to get them to compromise.
I don't think it's that big an ask.
There's nowhere I could do my makeup.
Or we could conjure up the dark side.
I beat them to a pulp.
Back of the snooker table.
But here's hoping the right house will leave them spellbound.
You're rather pleased with yourself, aren't you? This week we're facing an uphill struggle in the home counties, helping 2 very different couples with only one thing in common.
They want everything. But round here, homes come at a price. So we'll have to acquaint our couple with compromise if they want accommodation.
Buckinghamshire and Berkshire are prime commuter counties, home to some of the nation's most expensive areas, including 3 of the UK's top 10 highest value towns.
And some of the UK's most wealthy residents live here, where the average property value is a whopping £800,000. So it's going to be lots of fun trying to find our house hunters their dream homes here.
Newlyweds Hassan and Hannah have outgrown Hassan's bachelor pad and are looking for a 4-bed forever family home over a wide patch of Buckinghamshire.
The areas we're looking to move to between junction 2 and 4 of the M40, so around Flackwell Heath, Bourne End, Marlow, Beaconsfield, Gerrards Cross, knowing full well that we can't move to all of those areas because they're far too expensive.
But that doesn't mean they're ready to compromise.
We don't want to be in High Wycombe centre. No. It's just too busy.
It's too far away from the motorway.
Our honeymooners have £455,000 to spend, including any renovation work.
But they want a lot for their money in an expensive area. And even after seeing almost 40 properties with no success, they've got no burning desire to budge on any of their criteria.
No, maybe we're not prepared to compromise as much as we think we are. I want to be proud of that house, so location and the house are very important.
And if their search wasn't tough enough, Hassan's main priority is many a man's dream, his very own man cave.
I don't understand why we keep calling this request. It's a prerequisite of the search that we need a garden big enough for me to be able to build a snooker room at the back of it. It's not a massive space.
I beg to differ. It's a room bigger than 3 parking spaces. Cue Phil to talk some sense into Hassan.
I understand there's a requirement for a man cave of some description.
It's a snooker room, really. I want a snooker table, somewhere to just go and chill, and it'll be good for us.
No, I'm just happy that I get the house, he gets the snooker room. That's
I see where we're going with this. What are the priorities?
We are looking for a big garden, not only for Hass's snooker room, but just so along the line, children, place for them to play, etc. Also a big kitchen, a dining room would be lovely.
How many bedrooms?
4.
You are searching in a very big area.
Yes.
And a very popular and expensive area. In order to achieve that, within budget, would you consider a project?
I'd be happy to take on quite a lot, as long as we could afford to do it.
I do want to put my stamp on a house, but I wouldn't want to be in a building site for a long period of time.
And how are you both with vision and being able to see what you can do to a property?
We have a lack of.
Yes, definitely.
We need your help.
It might be me who needs the help with this one. Hannah and Hassan's sites are set between junctions 2 and 4 of the M40 and the pricey postcodes of Flackwell Heath, Beaconsfield, Gerrards Cross and Marlow, avoiding High Wycombe at all costs.
For their £455,000, they want 4 bedrooms, a separate dining room and a big kitchen.
And of course, space for the precious snooker table. But Hannah and Hassan aren't our only pair with a problematic wish list.
My search is taking me to the neighbouring county of Berkshire and the popular town of Reading.
Sisters, 22-year-old market researcher Lucy and 24-year-old retail account manager Gemma have been living at home since they finished uni. But now it's time for them to fly the nest.
I think the thing I'm probably most excited about getting our own place is doing it up so it's our own and just being a bit more grown up.
The girls have been saving for 2 years, and along with money put aside by their family, they've got a deposit. But with it comes pressure.
Because our mum and dad and obviously our grandparents have been putting money away since we were so young, now that we've come to buy, I think that you do feel a bit of responsibility to make sure you make the right decision.
Even though they've got a budget of up to £215,000 from savings and a mortgage, their search hasn't progressed much further than the sofa.
As of yet, we have not viewed any houses. We haven't seen anything that we really, really thought, oh
That was
yeah,
perfect.
but we've looked at so many online.
Not good enough, girls.
With just 21 months between them, the girls are close, but they have very different opinions on what kind of property they want.
I was determined. I wanted a new build, I wanted a flat, and it wanted to be all lovely. Lucy's like, no flats, not sure about a new build.
I particularly didn't want a flat. It just is not for me.
But this pair are sure on one thing. Just like Noah's Ark, their new home must have 2 of everything. 2 equal bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 parking spaces.
So whether it's a flat or a house, it's double trouble for Kirstie.
The girls want to buy in Reading, but they will consider places further east that are convenient for Lucy's work in Bracknell. With money from their parents and grandparents, the pressure's on to buy well, and that means a dose of reality.
Rather them than me.
My concerns are most traditional properties will have 2 bedrooms of different size and 1 bathroom.
Yeah.
If you're going for the new builds, which do have 2 bedrooms of the same size and often 2 bathrooms, you need parking spaces and you get 1 per flat. But of those 3 issues, so bathroom, car, bedroom, what would you say was the most important?
If there was like a big master and a box room, that might be still a bit more tricky to deal with.
The concern with the car, I guess, is for me, I hate parking so much.
Oh, do you? So what we're saying is bathroom, not particularly an issue.
No.
Parking, there are elements to it.
Yeah. It depends, I guess.
Yeah,
it depends, yeah.
And the bedroom thing, we're going to try and inject some reality into the situation. OK, cool. Then the only thing we're left with is your desire for a house rather than a flat.
Yeah.
There are sacrifices and compromises with both of your needs. You just have to absolutely be completely straight when you walk into the first property.
As the girls haven't seen any properties so far, they'll have to realise, just like Mum, I know best. With a maximum of £215,000, Gemma and Lucy are after 2 of everything. Double bedrooms, bathrooms and parking spaces.
But when it comes to property type, they want different things. Gemma would like a modern flat and Lucy would prefer a house.
Oh, thanks, hon.
Well, I've got first this week, I tell you.
What?
Hassan wants a full-size snooker table. Full size.
No. It's not just the snooker table, it's all the space around the snooker table.
Like a 24-foot.
That's more than a garage. It's bigger than a garage.
Absolutely. And it's non-negotiable. It's absolutely a must.
Well, I've got a really sweet pair of girls who have had a deposit for 9 months and they haven't found the time to go and see a property yet. What were they thinking? The only problem is they want 2 parking spaces. I've just said toss a coin for the bedrooms and who needs 2 bathrooms?
I love the way you always seem to manage to influence your house hunters as to what they should want. Inspired. I should try that.
The voice of common sense. Just tell him
Back at the snooker table.
It's not cheap to buy in Bucks. There are more National Trust properties here than anywhere else in the country, and the average property value across 4 of Hannah and Hassan's top locations is over £650,000, 1.5 times more than our couple's budget.
It's been tough to find big enough properties within their price range, but I'm starting them in Flackwell Heath, a location they like. And my first property is just 5 minutes from the motorway. But to be in this prime location, there is a compromise. This 3-bed bungalow is a proper project. It isn't their dream property as it stands, but with a double-storey extension, Hannah and Hassan could create their dream home in their dream spot, if they have the vision to see it.
Aside from the location, that bungalow there provides somebody with a big opportunity.
Okay.
It's not going to hang around long because that house and the one next to it used to look like this one. But it is a question of whether you're prepared to tackle the work or not in order to be in this location.
Okay. It is a lovely road.
Quiet spot. Just want to sit?
Yeah.
Come on then.
The current owners built this detached chalet-style bungalow with separate dining room and conservatory after paying £200 for the land in the 50s.
It's currently on the market for £430,000, leaving Hannah and Hassan 25 grand to start the work.
It's a good-sized plot, so there's plenty of potential for a big family house, including a snooker room.
What's going through your mind, Hass? You were the one that was after something of an opportunity?
It's very small in here. I guess it's just a case of where you'd extend and how quickly you could extend on the money we do have at the moment and how long it will take us to do the rest of the work.
Yeah.
To give you some idea, the 2 houses down the road, the estate agents thought to me they'd be worth between 6 and 7.
OK.
Hannah and Hassan say they lack vision and struggle to see the potential in a project property. I just hope it won't hold them back on this one.
So it is a good-sized room, but that I would get rid of. Because it takes a big chunk.
You can knock that out, though, can't you? But the thing is, you'd be knocking everything out. It wouldn't just be that wardrobe.
What do you mean?
To change it, you know, the rooms won't stay the same.
No, that's true.
They're a bit like rabbits caught in headlights at the moment, but it could be the most amazing house and put ticks in all of their boxes. It's just a little bit difficult for them to imagine it right now.
They've seen almost 40 properties in the past, but have never closed a deal. They're going to need to compromise on something if I'm to stand a chance of finding them a home in such an expensive area.
How'd you get on in there?
It's a lot of work, but the location is amazing.
It's a question of the forever home and how long you will be prepared to wait in order to create it where you really wanted it to be.
It could be stunning. It's quite a mean one. This is what you could have had.
If location is the priority, this is what you could have.
But it seems they don't yet have the vision to take on this level of work, even for the right area. So, are they more willing to compromise on area for the right property? This week, I'm in Buckinghamshire, searching for a family home that's got me snookered.
And I'm in Berkshire, with two sisters who are leaving the nest. Will they fly or will they flop?
My search for Hannah and Hassan's forever home with space for a snooker room in one of the country's priciest areas is a big ask. The first place I took them could have given them the space they wanted, but they didn't feel up to taking on the work the bungalow needed, so I'm going to have to rethink my approach to pop them a property.
Sisters Gemma and Lucy are after two of everything in Reading for £215,000. Lucy's looking for a house, whereas Gemma favours a flat. I don't fancy my chances.
If it was easy, we'd be out of a job. Fast train links to London, plus the shops, restaurants and bars mean it's not hard to see why Reading's such a popular place to live.
What I love most about Reading is the atmosphere, the shops, the clubs, the pubs, everything really.
There's quite a big sort of fashion mall growing here, like it's quite up and coming.
It just has everything you need really. You don't really need to go anywhere else because it's all in one place.
Despite the fast-moving market here, we found a brand new flat in the heart of town, which I'm sure will please Gemma. But with Lucy set on a house, it's time to see which sister is top dog.
This is a new development of 10 flats.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
It's sort of a bit more homey feeling because it's got that kind of look. It's not like some big block of flats. It's got that kind of modern, you know,
Fantastic. Oh, we're doing well here. OK.
This perfectly positioned two-bedroom property has the two bathrooms they want and a bright modern living space. It's on the market for £220,000, which is £5,000 over their budget. But I've been told we can get this within their price range.
Now, obviously, this has got the show furniture in.
I do like it because
it is lovely.
The kitchen's really nice. I like how it's big and it's all open to the living room.
Because obviously it's all in one room. It is kind of bigger because you're not getting the walls taking up the space, which I think is kind of nice.
What would you say so far out of 10?
About sort of 7 because it's so sort of pretty but it sort of seems practical as well. It's all laid out really nicely.
I would actually say 7 as well because I do really, really like it because it's so cute.
And it's convenient for work,
and it is,
town.
The location is amazing.
Lucy seems to be coming round to the idea of a flat.
But there is always a compromise, and this flat has just one parking space. I'm really hoping it won't be a deal breaker.
What would take points off?
This is kind of a bit far off any of the other roads, so I'm not sure where there would be to park.
So it would be a case of the parking space and then finding somewhere else to park.
Yeah,
and it is a bit of a walk. Put the parking to one side in your mind and go and look and see if you like the rest of the flat.
The girls want equal-sized bedrooms. Not always easy, but I've done pretty well with this one, and there's just centimetres in it. Hopefully this will soften the blow of the solo parking space.
This is pretty decent size, I think. I think you could definitely fit some of our belongings in it.
Lucy's not so sure.
There's nowhere I could do my makeup.
And if they want town centre living, one of the girls may need to ditch their car in favour of the bus.
I'm kind of 50-50 on the car thing, because Gemma could actually get to work easily by bus. But at the same time, I can see their dilemma.
It's really cute, and the storage is good.
Yeah.
But it's just a bit small.
But the big squeeze is a common problem across the country. New properties are shrinking, giving us the smallest homes in Western Europe, with the average room size a measly 15.8 square metres.
Right. What are your thoughts now?
At the moment, we're kind of on the fence about the fact that obviously it is quite towards the top end of our budget, but then obviously also that we are a little bit pushed for space.
I'd be happy to compromise on other things if I knew that the parking was not a compromise.
Yeah. Right. We know what we've got to focus on.
So that's more space and parking for two that I need to find. Well, at least I'm not searching for Buckinghamshire's answer to the crucible.
My first property for Hannah and Hassan is out of the frame because of the amount of work required despite its prime location. With my next, I'm sticking to their motorway boundaries, but this place is on the edge of their no-go zone of High Wycombe.
I know High Wycombe isn't on your list of desired places, but we are genuinely on the edge.
Yeah, just the other side of that hill is not great. No.
Well, it's a good job we're not looking at a house over the other side of that hill, then,
That
isn't
is
it?
true, that is true. Maybe I've learned that location is more important to me than I first thought.
Remember the budget. It's under budget, this one.
OK, let's have a look.
Hannah's already struggling with the location, but I really hope this property's merits will bring her round.
This 4-bedroomed house could make a fabulous family home, with a separate dining room, a utility room, and at 138 feet, a huge garden.
Which I'm pretty confident will give Hassan the space to build the snooker room. And at 55 grand under budget, they'd have cash left to carry out any work.
Just before we go into the house, I think it's worth stepping out the back here.
That's a big garden.
And kind of enjoying the size of the garden and the vista.
That is nice. That's
a good view.
Yeah, that is a big garden.
I don't know about you, it doesn't feel like we're anywhere near High Wycombe.
No, I agree.
Nice try, Phil. Tactics aside, this house does give them the space and money to create everything they want, if only they could see past its location.
Utility room.
Okay.
And separate dining room.
Oh, perfect.
Thinking of you, Hannah.
Great.
Big family space here. All of these key rooms are addressing the view.
Leading onto the view, yeah.
It's OK. I'm not stunned by the living room.
Not completely sort of pulled to the house.
I've lost count of the times people tell me they're after the feeling, but it makes a successful search almost impossible when combined with a lack of vision.
It might not be in your desired area, but it's detached. It's got the big garden. It's got opportunity for the snooker room. It's got opportunity to add value.
Yes.
But it's in High Wycombe.
You've seen 30 or 40 properties, which, on the face of it, I think, great. They've learnt lots. They've reached lots of decisions, but I'm not convinced that you have.
I agree.
Getting their perfect home in their perfect area either means a lot more money or a lot of work. If these guys could try and compromise somewhere in their search, it could make all the difference.
It's got to be the snooker room, surely.
You've both mentioned having children in years to come. Have you got a timescale of that kind of thing in mind?
I think we'd like to move and enjoy the house for a bit and then maybe look in a couple of years.
Are you really conscious of how restrictive the requirement for the snooker room is?
I don't think it's that big an ask, because it's just asking for a big garden. Right at the back there would be absolutely perfect, so it's just fine.
As far away as possible from your wife and future children.
So, Hassan's not ready to give up his bachelor days just yet, but Phil is clearly wondering how much snooker time he'll get when their little bundles of joy do arrive.
Another good sized room. And again, you've got the view.
That's a lovely view.
It is a lovely view.
Hassan doesn't think he's asking for much with his snooker room. But if that's really the case, then why haven't they found their home already?
Maybe it's also because of the huge amount they want in a premium location without being able to see a property's potential.
Enough cupboard space for you?
I think I could cope.
Has it given you a different perspective coming up here on this level?
It kind of grows on you as you go through it, and it's just whether we can get past the location.
You've made it pretty clear that the snooker room is an absolute must. The size of the house is an absolute must. The budget's pretty fixed, which only really leaves us thinking about a bit of flexibility on the location, hence why we're here on the edge of High Wycombe. So if the location is the one thing that might be movable, can I just get you to think about that overnight?
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm also worried they're focused on finding a puller to a house. Viewing properties that need work won't give you the same feel as finished ones if you can't see past what's there.
Over in Berkshire, sisters Gemma and Lucy are after two of everything. I think my next property answers all their needs, and I've invited Pip along to help them see it that way.
Wokingham is 15 minutes east of the girls' #1 spot, Reading, but it's closer to Lucy's work and offers them all they want.
This is a property I'm confident Lucy will like, as she wants a house. A semi-detached house.
I know. It does look really nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Wokingham?
It's so convenient for work, and you've got the benefit of being in a little town, so you've got all your amenities there, whilst being not far from Reading at all.
And better parking.
Yeah, definitely. I've got all up the street as well.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So, location, tick. Parking, tick. House, let's see.
2 for 2 so far.
Thank you.
I've got a good feeling about this one.
I can see why. They're getting over double the floor space of the flat, with 2 beds, a kitchen diner, separate sitting room and conservatory, plus a lovely garden.
And it's on the market at just under £210,000, £5,000 under budget.
Nobody likes a show-off.
So, ladies, in you come. Hall, staircase, lovely kitchen.
Oh yeah, it's such a nice size.
Such a nice size. So,
Wow.
This is really nice.
I love it a lot. It's big, but it's cosy, and it's like homely. But
Yeah.
It's quite modern.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a very good result.
It's a good start, isn't it?
I'm a bit jealous. Always nice to get a good reaction. With top marks for parking, location and living space, I'm sure the 2 similar-sized bedrooms can only add to their enthusiasm.
Now, have a look in that one. That's actually the second bedroom.
Oh, wow. This is pretty good space for the second bedroom.
Saying all the right things.
There's less than 2 square metres between the 2 room sizes.
Oh, wow.
So they're pretty equal sizes.
So there should be no arguing over who gets the best one.
Do you think the 2 of you will find it easy to make a decision together?
I think so, because we could just be really honest without having to worry about hurting the other one's feelings.
Well,
That's
you've both
the
been
idea.
very positive with this.
The bedroom parity may have pleased Lucy, but as Gemma originally wanted a flat, I wonder if she's as sold on the house as her sister.
You seem to be wildly enthusiastic about this house when you came in.
I feel that we've just come in and instantly when I'm looking around I just think this is ticking so many of the boxes that we had. I'd be surprised if we went to the next one and I felt better about it than this.
Wow. I don't know what to say. That is fantastic. Go, go, go. Go see bedrooms and the rest of it and send that Phil Spencer down here.
I will.
I must admit, things are looking good. I imagine Kirsty will be doing her little jig already.
You're rather pleased with yourself, aren't you?
I beat them to a pulp when I met them. I reduced their expectations to a speck of dirt.
And then showed them this.
And then showed them.
It is absolutely it's perfect. Good for you if you pull this one off as well.
Yeah, I will, don't worry.
Oh yeah, this one's really good size as well, isn't it? Is this the big one or the small one?
This is the smaller one, but it's just a really good size. You can see you could get easily a double bed in here.
The compromise here is that there's just 1 bathroom.
You wouldn't have to be doing anything
You
with
wouldn't really
those.
have to do anything in here. And it's even got a bit of storage.
Yeah.
But as even that doesn't seem to have fazed them, you may have cracked it with this one.
Hello, hello,
All
hello.
smiles?
No, yes.
All smiles.
Yeah.
I think it's the sort of place you could actually move into. There's a few minor bits that you'd want to change, but you wouldn't need to do it before you even moved in.
No,
You could,
and the fact that we're so close to the centre here as well.
yeah, the location is great.
So you could stroll in.
Happy days, as Phil often says. Happy days. Yes, no.
Jackpot. I didn't even have to cash in the Spencer charm.
You might be in clover, but it's 2 properties down for me, and I'm going to need to give it everything I've got to please my pair. This week, I need to bring honeymooners Hannah and Hassan back down to earth in the search for their first marital home.
And I'm on a search of biblical proportions with 2 sisters who want 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 parking spaces. Call me Noah.
But I got it spot on with my last property as Gemma and Lucy took to the house in Wokingham like ducks to water.
Despite my best efforts, I've racked up 2 no's for Hannah and Hassan, who want lots of space for not a lot of money in very costly areas. I could do with a lucky break. As they're so location sensitive, I'm taking them to the pretty village of Hughenden Valley, just 15 minutes from junction 4 of the M40.
Good schools, local amenities and its community feel make this area perfect for families.
Why did you choose to live here?
We've got beautiful countryside surrounding us. We're close to a town centre, High Wycombe.
It's so easy to get to all the other amenities like the train station and the motorway, and there's so much going on in Buckinghamshire.
You've got nice local pub, local shop. It's a lovely village community.
Sounds like the ideal area for my couple. And if they're on board with it, I hope Hannah and Hassan will be able to see how my next option could suit them as their family grows.
You've talked about wanting or hoping for children at some point, which is why I thought we'd start with this house here today.
Okay.
There is a school within walking distance.
I think it's lovely. It's green, it's quiet. Hear the birds singing. I think it's really nice.
Promising. And this house would give them everything they've asked for. 4 bedrooms, a dining area, large garden, even a double garage, ideal for the snooker room.
It's being marketed at £435,000, 20 grand under budget. And the vendors are keen for a quick sale, so Hannah and Hassan could have plenty left for modernisation.
Come on in. Now, it's been lived in by an old lady, so it does need cosmetic tidying up.
Okay. Perfect. You can use the space better than some of the houses we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
A much more positive first reaction. Maybe they're starting to see what this place could offer them long term.
It's quite small.
I thought you might say that. Because you wanted a dining room, the trade-off is you're going to get a smaller kitchen.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. It's a compromise that I'm learning you have to make.
We said straight away we don't need to go in somewhere that's perfectly finished now. We can do that over time.
It's the forever home.
Are they seeing the bigger picture?
Why don't you have a look outside, Hass? There's a big double garage that might have your name on it.
OK.
The house seems to work for you guys. But I am very conscious that because you wanted somewhere that you could put your own stamp on, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for you to get the feeling that you're looking for from a house that isn't yet...
It doesn't have that yet.
It doesn't have it yet.
Yeah.
You're going to put it in.
Until you've said that then, it hadn't come into sort of my equation that, yeah, we need to make it our home.
Who is, do you think, harder to please out of you and Hass?
I'd like to say Hass. He's got a big thing about the garden.
So you're more location sensitive and he is more house and garden snooker sensitive, which is why it doesn't quite add up.
We need to compromise together.
Because, of course, where you're living now is under offer. It will be sold. You will be moving out.
Yeah, and we need to think about how long we can live with the in-laws for before going mad.
It sounds like Hannah finally realises the compromises she'll have to make to be in this location. But have the house and garden won over Hassan?
It's on the slope. You can't kick a ball around. You couldn't have your trampoline if you ever wanted a trampoline
No,
up
that's
here.
very true. So we're prepared to compromise on the garden.
Well, there's a lot of thinking going on. There's a lot of talking about we've got thinking to do, but there's no doing. There's no decisions being made. I don't really feel like I'm getting anywhere.
This house offers everything Hassan and Hannah want, even catering to Hassan's demanding desire for snooker room space.
But he doesn't seem completely convinced. I'm concerned his lack of vision's holding him back.
What do you think of the double garage, Hass?
Yeah, it's good, and you can extend it as well,
Yeah.
which is nice.
And the garden?
It's quite small. You change the layout.
Small.
I think if you cleared all of that out, everything would
Yeah.
look a lot bigger.
I'd agree with you, Hannah. You flatten it out from here.
Could you do that?
Oh, absolutely.
Just flatten
You
the
look
garden,
too
maybe.
easily for the negatives.
No.
How about the house as a package?
That's perfect for us in terms of what we wanted, in terms of updating and decorating and putting our own stamp on.
The rooms are all good sizes. I think it's a possibility.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm relieved, because I was getting
Yeah.
slightly worried.
But still no mention of the feeling. So I'm not convinced you've cracked it yet, Phil. I hope your next property is a blinder. For Gemma and Lucy, it's going to be hard to beat the last property. But my next one is back in their #1 area of Reading, just over a mile from the centre and all that has to offer. It's also 17 grand cheaper than the Wycombe house.
How would this location work for you two?
I think this location would be really good.
Yeah. Good location. Okie doke. What, do you like the look of the building?
Yeah, it's quite sweet, isn't it?
This first floor flat is immaculately decorated. The bedrooms are as equal as we can get them, and it has the homely feel that they're after.
There's the option of a parking space with the flat, plus visitor and on-street parking. But again, there's just one bathroom. As it's on for 22 grand under budget, I hope they can forgive that to be in their preferred area.
What I like about this flat is that it's got a lot of charm. I mean, this is a much bigger floor space than the first flat.
It all looks nice, it's got the nice floors and everything. It is difficult to take yesterday's house totally out of your head.
But there is ample parking.
Yeah.
It's very central.
Yeah.
It's well within budget and it has good reception space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The location is really good.
Yeah, when you think about that, how close it would be to town is amazing.
Yeah.
This place is the compromise between the modern flat Gemma wanted and the homely house Lucy was looking for. It offers them an ideal location, 2 fairly equal bedrooms, option to park 2 cars, and leaves them money to play with.
I didn't actually notice that. That's quite a big wardrobe in there as well.
That's in the wardrobe before you even started.
That's actually really good. You could definitely fit everything in here.
It's a lovely flat, this. It's exactly what I was hoping I'd get for the girls. It's in the centre of town, it's in a really peaceful area, it's easily rentable, the hospital is nearby, it's in the university part of town. But a lot of that practical stuff is going above their heads.
This property would not only provide the girls with a home close to their friends, family and Reading's busy centre, but as buy-to-let investments are in demand here, it could also offer security for the future with its letting potential.
So you've seen it all now, what are your feelings?
It kind of does tick a lot of the boxes that we want. The location is really, really good.
It's space versus location. I mean, this is a great flat
in
a more central area, but Woking was a house, it's big enough that you could both live there with partners.
Yeah, that's really true. I thought of that. Yeah.
Now you need to go away, talk to your mum and dad, and work out what works best for you for now and for the future.
While the girls get some parental assistance, I have a 4th and final property in my back pocket for Hannah and Hassan.
The historic West Wycombe village is 3 miles west of High Wycombe, hence the name, and boasts beautiful countryside, charming architecture and good schools.
I'm confident this last property, a mile outside the village, grants their many wishes without testing their vision too much. But in such a desired area, to get everything, it's going to cost them.
I'm going to be really upfront with you because it's on at in excess of your budget.
Okay.
It is on the market at the moment at $485,000. I'm led to believe that there is a deal to be done at less than your budget at $450,000. The house is huge. It does need cosmetic work throughout.
I think it's pretty.
I think it's a pretty house.
Good. Right, come on in.
That's a relief. The spacious lounge takes over the ground floor, with 4 good-sized double bedrooms above. There's a large garden, plus plenty of room in the basement for not only a snooker room, but a study and storage area too.
It's priced at 30 grand over budget at £485,000, but in its current state, the agent expects the vendor will accept an offer within their price range.
Right, well, let's head in here first.
Huge.
As you can see, built in the 70s, hasn't changed much since then.
Perfect. We want somewhere we could put our stamp on, and you could here.
Definitely, because it does need updating, but it's not scary.
And it's livable.
Yeah, completely.
So.
Great. All very positive.
It is.
Right,
Yeah,
well,
it
on
is.
that note, we'll move on. I thought this kind of level of project had you guys written all over it, because I know you struggle with visualising how things will look, but because there isn't walls to move, it's quite simple to imagine how it would look in its finished state.
Yeah.
Something about this house is sort of pulling me to it at the moment, so I'm intrigued to see more of it.
Thankfully, Hannah's got the feeling already, and I'm sure all the space downstairs will get Hassan on side as well.
Oh, it's a study. Oh, my God.
Study and games room. It gets better.
Oh, my God.
There's another big games room in there.
So much space.
It is the ultimate man cave down here because of... It's not just the snooker room.
Yeah. I know you hate the word, the feeling, but there was a feeling when we were stood outside and as we walked in, so... It's a very, very strong contender.
Even Hassan's getting in touch with his feelings. You might be onto a winner here, Phil.
Dare I say it, this is going extraordinarily well. They're being incredibly positive, and it's just fantastic to see them energised and positive and talkative.
And Hassan can't wait to show Hannah the ready-made man cave.
It's massive.
Should be big enough without having to do any structural work.
Great.
We've got all the
More
other
money
ones.
for me.
And that's the question. There'll be limited cash left to do any updating because it's currently over budget. So it'll be a long-term project, but I'm hoping they'll see this is the perfect combination of space, location and work.
It's lovely, it is lovely. The space in the house is just massive.
Genuinely, this is a forever home. But of course, it needs some work, and it's top end of budget plus some.
If you're here forever, it doesn't really matter, does it? I think I'm not worried about the financial side of it personally, as long as we can get a good deal, Phil.
No pressure then. You'll need to dust off your best negotiating skills if you want to get more than 30 grand off the asking price.
All in a day's work, Kirsty, all in a day's work.
Sisters Gemma and Lucy wanted 2 of everything, and they finally reached a compromise on bathrooms. They now just have a space versus location dilemma.
The second flat in Reading has everything they need in their favourite area, but the house in Wokingham gives them around 1.5 times more room.
As the girls' parents have played a big part in funding their deposit, it's only right they should help them make their decision.
It's just like the second one on the right.
Looks like it's got new windows in it as well.
This is kind of key.
Yes, parking space.
It's always worth getting a second opinion, and as Dad Steve is a quantity surveyor, he's the perfect person to check the girls are making the right decision.
This is the master bedroom, this is the main bedroom.
Nice. There's quite a lot of storage space in here.
Yeah, loads,
It's a quite good sized room, actually.
Yeah, because
Double
there's
bed
plenty
fits
of
in
room on
there
either
okay.
side of the bed.
There is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mum and Dad know all too well that when it comes to siblings, everything needs to be equal, including bedroom sizes.
So this is
This is the smaller
this
room.
is small. Mind you,
It's not bad.
you can see that.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, you can get a double bed in there without a problem.
Looks like it's got parental approval. Now it's up to the girls to decide if they're happy to take the next step.
I really like it. I like how it looks and how it feels.
So we've got to decide whether we want to be in Wokingham or we want to
be in Reading.
be in Reading.
Or do you want a house or a flat? Is the
exactly.
other,
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
Yeah. I think we've actually got like quite a hard decision to make.
You certainly have.
Yeah.
After viewing almost 40 properties, Hannah and Hassan have already made their decision, setting their sights on the huge 4-bed in West Wycombe. They love the house, but as they don't know the local area, a trip to the heart of the village is in order.
It's a very beautiful village.
It is.
It's a National Trust village.
Oh, okay.
So it'll never change, it'll always look like this.
A lovely little town. Really, really nice. It's just got all the local amenities you need as well, really.
Yeah.
And any excuse to sample a local delicacy.
See, this is my plan, fill you up with sugar, get you excited. What do you think of that village, then?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And to have little shops like this where you just don't get them where we live at all.
And your journey to work?
M40 is close.
Yeah.
You've got High Wycombe to get into London if you need to get into London. But I think it works.
Looks like Hannah and Hassan are sold on the area. And who wouldn't like a lovely sweet shop on their doorstep?
After a lot of deliberation, the girls have decided to go for the house in Wokingham. Sadly, Kirstie's had to rush off to a family emergency, leaving me in charge of bringing in both deals.
I've got every faith in you.
When I left you yesterday, that viewing was a very, very happy experience.
I think it's going to be difficult for us to go out there and not feel that everything suffers by comparison. And it seems a bit stupid to kind of pass up on that opportunity.
I think that house is an excellent house. And they've had quite a lot of people look at it and no offers. So I think it's worth just chancing
Yeah.
a low offer
Yeah.
and just gauging their reaction.
I think if we kind of went for about 200 with maybe a little bit of a buffer to wiggle up if we need to.
Yeah. So you're happy at 200?
Yes.
Oh, Tom, hello, Tom, hi. It's Phil Spencer. The girls do very much like the house, and they've come up with a figure of 200,000. Good luck. Thank you, Tom. Cheers. Bye. Well, he didn't seem that disappointed. He's pleased to get an offer, basically.
Yeah.
He's got somebody to work with now, see if he can do his job.
Yeah.
Great.
I know. Oh, my God.
So far, so good. Everything crossed.
But I've also got my couple chomping at the bit to make an offer on the West Wycombe house. It's on the market at £485,000, 30 grand over budget. And with other buyers interested, I'm going to have to pull out an old trick if I'm to get them a decent deal.
Tactically, I think we need to be quite clever here, simply because there is a third viewing that's happening in 2 days' time at the house. So with that in mind, what I'd be inclined to do is say that if you don't buy the one that we're talking to them about, you'll buy Hewland and Valley, and there is some time pressure involved there.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Let's go in at 427.
Yeah, OK.
Using another property to show you have options can help put extra pressure on the vendor. So I'm using the property in Hewland and Valley as my bargaining chip.
I've got instructions to put to you an offer of 427. A slight delicacy, if you like, is their other option over at Hewland and Valley. There was a time issue on that deal. Thanks, James. Look forward to speaking. Cheers. Bye.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said the vendors are hoping for more than 450, but...
Oh, OK.
We'll wait and see. It's all part of the fun and games.
But Gemma and Lucy are also on tenterhooks after putting in their first offer on their very first home.
What do you think he'll do?
I don't know.
Say yes, he's going to definitely say yes.
The power of positive thinking.
Hi there, what news? OK. Yeah, I understand. So we'll wait to hear. Good luck, thank you. Cheers, bye. The vendors are talking to one another, and they'd like this evening, tonight, to kind of review their position. So I'll ring you as soon as I hear.
Yeah. Great. Oh, perfect. OK. And thank you very much.
Let's hope it all comes together.
Yeah.
An anxious night ahead for the girls, but your job's not over yet, Phil.
As we suspected, Hannah and Hassan's cheeky offer at 58 grand under the asking price has been rejected. Sadly, so was a second bid at 440,000. So I now need to find out what figure the vendors have in mind.
If the buyers were to offer 450 today, would he accept it and take it off the market today? Thanks so much. Cheers. Bye.
What did he say?
He wants 460.
OK.
I think he'll do a deal at 450. There is this third viewing that's happening on Saturday, and I think he's probably a bit reluctant to do business with you at this point because he doesn't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Hannah and Hassan confirm they're happy to offer 450, and it's not long before the agent sends me a text saying one of the vendors is keen to accept, but until the other one's happy, all we can do is wait.
As soon as I hear, you will. But I'm so pleased to have actually found you something that he wanted to go for under some fairly tough circumstances, I think. But it's
Yeah,
great.
Hannah, a separate dining room.
And Hannah and Hassan don't have to wait long, as their £450,000 offer was accepted the very next day. While they wait for the vendors to find a place of their own, they're taking time to plan their renovations. But as Hannah's priority is the kitchen, Hassan might have to wait a little longer for his beloved snooker room.
Unfortunately for Gemma and Lucy, they were outbid on the Wokingham house after another buyer offered the full asking price. But the girls didn't let that hold them back. They've since had an offer accepted on a 2-bedroom house in Reading, and they're hoping to move in very soon. This week, the race is on in the lightning-quick London market.
Let's keep the momentum going.
It's fast.
We've just gone too fast, too soon.
Drink up.
It's furious.
Oh, sorry, Cat.
And with people playing to win, we see something we've never seen before.
This week, one pair of house hunters strike in record speed.
They've been really brave, but it's also quite nerve-wracking. We're taking on the London market, and it's a bit of a minefield out there.
We're south of the river, where properties are selling in the blink of an eye and there's a need for speed.
Got your running shoes with you?
Have we met?
I think we've got to know each other pretty well over the years, Kirsty, and while I'm joking about the shoes, I'm serious about the speed of the market.
Houses here sell twice as fast as the rest of the country. The average going under offer in less than 5 weeks. The good ones going in a couple of days.
Together with the capital's inflated prices, means that this is the most difficult market in the UK for one group in particular. First-time buyers like both this week's couples.
I'm with Georgie Allen and Louis Beaver, two London trendies who long to swap their colossal commutes for an inner-city love nest.
And I'm helping IT specialist Rob Hitchcocks and events manager Nikki Lemon, a perfectly matched dynamic duo, saddling up to search for their first home together.
We're quite well matched, I think. Nikki's ran the channel last year, so epic swimmer. She can absolutely destroy me in a swimming pool.
He likes everything that's exciting and potentially dangerous. Decided to climb Mont Blanc last year.
Well, that's nothing. Their next challenge is their biggest to date, buying a home in London.
It's as exciting as it's daunting, I guess. I'm really looking forward to it. I'd love to have a house. It'd be nice to pour money into something that's not your landlord's.
Yeah, that's yours. It's our future. It's going to be our little nest.
They're tired of renting in North London and want to move south of the river, which is convenient for work and close to their friends.
This super organised pair know getting on the London ladder is no walk in the park.
They've been mapping out their house-buying mission, researching properties and pulling together every penny from 10 years of savings for their deposit.
We had a very super geeky spreadsheet as well, so each time we saved a little bit, we'd put it in, and you'd see little graphs tick up and everything. So, you know,
like a pie chart.
IT, so it had to be some form of geekiness.
But even these two switched-on go-getters have found that it's just as easy to sink as swim.
The hardest thing was just being overwhelmed with different types of information.
Time to throw them a lifeline, Phil.
I think it'd be good to understand what the game plan is behind this. Are you looking to make money? Are you looking to invest for the future? Are you looking to think about a family in years to come? Or are you having fun and going wild and crazy in London and being young and
I think
doing
it's a
all
bit
that?
of the last two. So
Yeah.
family, 4 to 5 years, but we still want to have a lot of fun. You know, we're not ready to give up on that whole going out London lifestyle just yet.
OK, let's talk about the specifics of the property itself.
Well, I'm quite keen, well, I think we both are, on having a decent kitchen. Really want the kitchen to be like a core part, if you like, so we can entertain.
And I understand you don't particularly like ground floor flats.
I don't like the idea of someone living above you, which I know sounds strange, possibly because of noise.
And yet you do want some outside space, whether that's a roof terrace or a garden.
Just a bit of sun, just a bit of when it comes out.
Yeah.
The few times it does.
This all sounds like quite a substantial property.
Do your work.
You heard her, Phil. If anyone can find these lovebirds their perfect match, it's you.
For their dream home, Nikki and Rob ideally don't want to spend more than £480,000, but can, at a push, go to the £500,000 mark.
And if it's to truly tug their heartstrings, it needs to have 2 bedrooms and be first floor with a dining kitchen and a garden.
They're keen on southwest London, my neck of the woods. So with Home Advantage, I'll be taking them to a select few neighbourhoods that offer the local lifestyle and green spaces for exercise that they're after.
I'm in South London too, with my couple, Louis Beaver and Georgie Allen. These cool kids met in London, shop here and work here. They're completely in love with this city. Georgie is in PR and Louis is a men's fashion buyer for an online retailer. They also love the city nightlife, but their parties are constantly pooped by their mammoth commutes.
Between them, they're travelling a whopping 8 hours every day, with work in London and their homes in Surrey.
If we're ever out in London seeing friends, we're constantly having to clock watch to make sure we get back to the station so we can get our last train home. It's horrible being the people who have to leave early because we've got to get home.
But there is light at the end of those train tunnels.
By living separately with their parents, they've saved enough to secure a £220,000 mortgage for a one-bed flat.
The aim is to get our own place now, just me and George now.
But with the average price of a one-bed in the capital at 330 grand, these two are fighting an uphill battle.
We've probably seen about 20, almost 30 properties, but some of them have been awful. And then other ones that we like are just that bit out of our budget.
It just makes me cry a little bit inside, just thinking we've got actually a decent amount of money, but it's pretty much nothing really when you get into London.
What's making things harder is that they're not just searching for the two of them.
Louis is a dedicated follower of fashion, a rather obsessive one, and his trainer collection is getting out of hand.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've got a few pairs.
A few pairs is definitely an understatement.
About 100 or so. It's not that bad.
Between the two of us, as we've lived separate lives, we've accumulated a lot of stuff. So somewhere to put it would be nice.
So, tight budget and storage requirements in one of the most competitive markets in the world. Good luck, Kirstie.
I'll need it. Georgie and Louis want to be a short hop from London and within easy access of Surrey, so I'm looking at East Dulwich and Forest Hill. Finding something in these areas on their budget won't be easy, but at least I think I know exactly what to look for. What you need is your own little love nest.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
It's 220.
Yes.
And what do you want from that money?
We kind of want our lives back a bit, to have time to ourselves, to have time to spend with our friends, have them over for dinner, which at the moment just isn't even a possibility.
We know what you want and we know what you've got to spend.
Yeah.
So what we've got to do is bring those two things as close together as possible. Drink up.
I'm good to go.
So for their hard-earned £220,000, Georgie and Louis are after a one-bedroom flat convenient to the city.
It has to be in good condition or priced low if work required, and needs to have plenty of storage for Louis's trainers.
I wonder if Phil's got an easier task at hand.
You would be so proud of Rob and Nikki. You know, you always talk about people don't make sacrifices and save up. They have made endless sacrifices and saved up 75 grand. Randomly, they want a garden, but they don't want a ground floor flat.
It's a saving up week, because Louis and Georgie, for 5 years, they had lived with their respective parents.
Have they?
But like a fashionable couple.
Look at you in your bright red coat.
I could stop traffic, couldn't I?
Stunning. We will know where you are all week.
I know.
There will be no sliding off. Come on, let's get started.
Both our starter house hunting couples this week are far from alone.
The first 2 months of 2013 saw the number of first-time buyers in the UK hit its highest in 5 years. But that doesn't mean things are getting easier.
First-timers still have to find an average deposit of 20%.
And while mum and dad were buying in their early 20s, today's newbies are averaging 29.
That means Nikki and Rob fit the average buyer profile perfectly, though I don't suppose they'll settle for an average property in London's popular southwest, where we're searching.
I'm helping a couple who are 30 years old. They're looking to settle somewhere in southwest London. Good idea, bad idea, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's cheaper than North London. I think you probably get more value for money.
It's just a very good place to live.
The Northern Line is such a magnet for house hunters. It's just becoming so difficult to get a place.
Making my search all the more challenging. My first property for Rob and Nikki is in the prime location of Wimbledon, less than an hour's commute from their city jobs.
It's also only a short walk to the charms of Wimbledon Village and to the greenery of Wimbledon Common, which makes this flat about as well situated as you can get.
We are on the borders of Wimbledon Village. First floor flat with private garden. I thought I'd done quite well.
Great start.
Yeah, very unique.
Come on in.
Nice bright start, Phil.
This property offers a sociable dining kitchen, cosy living room and private garden.
It's also in move-in condition, and with an asking price just below £415,000, it would leave 85 grand of their budget spare for any improvements.
Kitchen diner. So you've got your entertaining space. The kitchen itself down that end, a little bit compromised by the fact that the fridge is kind of enclosing the space.
Yeah.
It's whether you think that that is made up for by having such a big dining space.
I think so, because even if you were cooking, you could just be sat here eating and you could just have a chat and it's a bit more social. I think that's what we
It's not
wanted.
as open plan as I kind of hoped for, because we have seen some pretty big kitchens.
Yeah.
So Nikki's seeing the charm.
After you.
But Rob's not quite giving off the same vibes.
That's nice.
You're not convincing me, Rob.
It is just on the smaller side of what I had in mind.
Can I just ask how you both imagine that you will view properties?
I'll be the heart and Rob will think
Does that make
more
me
about the
robot?
structural side of the house.
I tend to get the feeling after I've viewed a property.
So you will concentrate on the practicalities. Is it big enough? Can I get to work? Can I afford it?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Practical just isn't feeling this one.
Plenty more to see here yet, Kirsty.
Why don't you have a look round your bedrooms? Your bedrooms. They're your bedrooms already.
Could be.
Nice try, Mr. Spencer.
Lovely windows.
Yeah, definitely. Could just about get a double in there or
Just,
there, perhaps.
yeah.
Well, they've been rather underwhelmed by the size of the property. I've got bigger and better things to show them. This is a good start. It'll be a very safe first-time buyer for them.
Safe, yes, but is it the dream?
Maybe a little bit too small.
It seems not.
But credit to Rob, he's putting everything to the test in here.
Got some knee space. Emergencies.
Sorry, Phil, it looks like we can flush this property down the drain.
It's just slightly smaller than I had in mind.
We'd rather spend more of the money and get more space.
Let's move on. I'm going to show you bigger things. I'm going to show you more expensive things.
OK.
They won't be in Wimbledon Village, but
Right.
come on.
No, good to know. Thanks.
So that's one property out of the running for Rob and Nikki. Clearly, space is going to trump location for these two.
Looks like I'll need to dig deeper to find their gold medal home.
This week we're in South London, helping two sets of first-time buyers tackle the supersonic speed of the capital's property market.
Decent, affordable property shifts like greased lightning down here, so there's not going to be a moment's rest if we're to keep up this week.
It's not going to be easy.
Never is, Phil. Never is.
If it was easy, we wouldn't have a job, so maybe it's better it's
No,
like
I think
this.
by now someone would have employed us to do something else.
I was quick off the blocks finding a tempting first flat in Wimbledon for triathlon-loving Nikki and Rob.
But the property didn't quite make the podium.
It is just on the smaller side of what I had in mind.
To get their hearts racing, I have to produce something that can compete in the space stakes.
Well, size does matter, Phil, but then speed does too. There are over 8 million people living in London. If you want to buy a home in this city, you have to plan your strategy.
First, funky Forest Hill, where the average selling price of a flat is £220,000, bang on Georgie and Louis' budget. It's an area I know they like. It's in London's southeast, and just a 14-minute commute to the city is making the area increasingly popular.
There's a big change in young professionals moving into the area.
There's some nice bars, some like little galleries and some really nice independent shops that are opening up.
I think Forest Hill is a great place to live, really nice community feel, very friendly.
So the area gets the thumbs up, but will this flat?
It's got private parking, good-sized rooms including a separate kitchen, and just decorated, it's ready to move straight into.
It's on the market at £220,000, the very top end of Georgie and Louis' budget. Phil has long been a fan of Forest Hill. It's not the first time we've searched here, so he's come along to have a look at the flat.
It's just come on the market. Don't think I'm saving the best for last.
No, we understand, definitely.
Because you've got to bear in mind that you only need the one flat. Yes.
If it's love at first sight, fingers crossed, they'll need to act quick. There's a second viewing already booked this afternoon.
Let's start in this room. As you can see, it's not occupied.
Great space, yeah.
For a living
Great
room in
size.
that, so.
No, hold on, stay there, actually. I've suddenly had a thought. Don't move.
Okay.
Don't move, don't move, don't move.
She's very strict, isn't she? She's knocking down walls.
You could just literally cut a hole in that and put a little...
And put a breakfast bar.
Absolutely.
So you could have 2 people sat at this side, 2 at the other side.
Yeah.
There's things to do as and when we wanted to.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be doing too much, certainly not to start with, because it is at 220,000. So
Okay, so it's...
top of budget.
Okay.
So, first impressions?
Big, bright, airy, nice.
Good.
You know what? I feel it might be one of those days when we just get it done.
Yeah, early lunch, I reckon. Early lunch.
Get it done.
Calm down, Kirsty. They've only seen one room.
In one-bed London flats, you don't get much more than one room. This is a very good start.
Quietly situated down the back is the bedroom.
Lovely space, lovely French windows. Is that communal, that garden? It's ours.
Is it ours? Is it ours?
It's already, I'm already in.
You're already moving in. That's a good sign.
No, it's gorgeous.
Given that you guys have already seen quite a lot, how easy do you think it will be to make a decision?
I think at the moment this is one of the best we've ever seen.
I'm sure you're aware of the pace of the market.
Yeah, it moves so quickly.
You've got Kirsty on side now,
Yes, yes.
All will be
Ready
well.
to go.
All will be well.
All will be well once I've tackled Louis' trainer addiction.
Sometimes people come to me and they say, right, I'm not going to buy a house unless I can park my car off street or I can have a garage for this and that. And I'm like, get rid of the car. And you have got something even worse than a car. How many?
About 100
pairs of trainers.
Yes.
Now, I have 100 pairs of shoes, but I'm a girl. Okay?
I know, I get this from Georgie all the time. I know.
Anyway, just to tell you, there and there, they've lowered the ceiling and there's fantastic storage.
So you're saying I can bring...
No. Did you hear me say that?
I think you found the way to Louis' heart, and that's through his trainers.
I'm not going to condone the trainers, but if the shoes are part of the deal, I'll do my best to provide.
Good sized kitchen,
Yeah,
nice
like it.
space,
Again, high ceilings.
ready to move in.
There's nothing but good vibes coming off these two.
They've seen their fair share of London property already. They know good from bad.
Can you fault it?
It's more than we've kind of asked for to have in one sort of place.
This is the first flat you've seen with us. It came on the market at the weekend. Other people have seen it now. There's a second viewing here today. And I would be misleading you if I didn't say this is a cracking flat at the right price, in the right location, with the right circumstances. Doesn't happen every day. You could see 100 flats and not see one as good as this.
It does seem to tick all the boxes we've asked for sure.
Time's of the essence as well.
Yeah, and if they've got
quickly.
another viewing coming in this afternoon, they could like it and be gone. And why wouldn't they?
In 16 years and over 200 house hunts, I've only seen this once before. They clearly intend to make an offer here and now.
These are two house hunters determined to beat the turbocharged London market at its own game.
It's a difficult one because at the same time, curiosity wants us to see what else.
We've got other things
doesn't
to
mean
show
I
you.
can't show you
Yeah.
something.
I mean, from what we have seen already,
For me, this is the best
one
we've
of the
ever,
best, yeah.
if not the
Sure.
best for me. I love it, to be honest.
It's at the top of our budget, which, you know, is fine.
But we won't need to do much.
No,
that's
we
the
won't
thing.
have to do anything at all.
It sounds like you need to find out just what it would take to cancel the viewings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could, yeah.
Okie doke.
OK, these guys are serious.
Nerve-wracking.
Outmanoeuvring competition in this market is tricky.
Mo, it's Kirsty. What do you think it would take for your vendor to just say, right, that's it, the door's closed to other punters? Okie doke. OK.
Georgina
and Louis have been really brave because it's not an easy thing to do. First flat, first morning with Kirsty and I, to stump up and go, I like it, let's try and buy it. They've been really brave, but it's also quite nerve-wracking. Kirsty's doing a wonderful job.
OK, thanks, Mo. OK, bye.
What news?
He said he thought 217, 218 would sort it out.
OK.
But he also said if you made an offer, we put it forward to our client and they'd have 24 hours to think about it. Now, those two things don't correlate.
If you offer 218 now, it's probably acceptable, but you won't stop the viewings. If you offered 220 now, I think you'd have a very strong argument to shut the door, nobody else sees it.
I'm just worried if we do let someone else see it, they're going to make an offer and then we'll be priced out. We haven't got much to sort of...
220 is our top and that's it. We can't start bidding and going up and up and up.
This is a super high-stakes game they're playing.
Matching the asking price would take every penny they have. Are these guys really going to put it all on the table right here and now?
I feel like I want to offer 220 and tell them
to get it off the market.
Get it off the market.
That's what I call beating the fast London market at its own game.
This is our situation. We want this flat. I would like to make an offer of the full asking price on condition that no one else sees the flat as of now. It's not made under any other circumstances. So if you think that she can't do that or doesn't want to do that, then disregard our offer. Brilliant, bye. He said, I see no reason why she shouldn't take it off the books and say sold. That's a full asking price offer. Obviously, it's the vendor's choice.
Of course.
There's nothing we can do about that.
All we can do is wait. But with a full asking price offer in, news shouldn't be long in coming.
Whatever the outcome, Georgie and Louis have done the right thing. See it, like it, buy it.
While one-hit wonder Kirsty has an offer in the bag, I need to continue my search for Rob and Nikki in the city's southwest.
After being unimpressed by the space available in Wimbledon, we know they want more square footage for their money.
And I have a good idea where to find it. I've been looking at Colliers Wood, an area sandwiched between Wimbledon and Tooting.
It offers a quick commute on the Northern Line and a new cycle superhighway to the city. Something Rob and Nikki would love.
In my opinion, it is very up and coming, and that's because the market and the popularity has drifted down the Northern Line. Clapham was popular, then Balham was popular, Tooting, and now Colliers Wood. It's 1930s built, so I'm not pretending it's stuff full of character and interest. It's not, but it is full of space.
And it's a whole house.
It is a whole house, yes. Well spotted. Yes. Should we go in?
Yeah, sounds good.
With a large dining kitchen, huge garden and 3 bedrooms, this house has all the space they need for now and any family plans for the future.
And at just below £490,000, it's under their £500,000 maximum budget.
This is about kind of safeguarding your future.
Right.
This is a very much a long-term place that you could grow into. Yeah.
It's right on that cusp of modern young couple and family, which is actually, if we're realistic, is more where we're at. And if we did go for something that was smaller and didn't give us the space to grow, it might frustrate us in a number of years.
It's the kind of house your parents would probably like to see you buy, because it's sensible.
Yes, that's exactly the word I was looking for. Looks very sensible.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too family-ish.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Nikki's managing to see the long-term potential, but surrounded by kiddie clutter, it's not making sense to Rob.
You look scared.
A little bit. It's the whole, you kind of gain one and you lose another. So I think gained size, obviously, but lost a bit of character. It's not quite as, wow, this is really interesting.
But this is only room 1. Surely when Rob sees the rest of this house, the facts and figures will add up to a winner on his spreadsheets.
Pretty much what I expected. It's just very predictable.
So what else do we want from a room if it's not good size, complete blank canvas?
I'm guessing there's another one like it on that side.
There is, and that's where I want to chat with Nikki.
Now, I don't want you to be too put off.
It's OK, you're talking to me, not Rob.
I'm kind of conscious that you've just got engaged, you're not yet married, and here I am showing you houses with cots in. Have I gone a step too far as Rob's concerned, do you think?
I think Rob will take time with any property to feel either way about it. It's sort of the nervousness of...
It's a big decision.
Making a big jump.
Rob likes things to be efficient, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
And he likes his spreadsheets.
Yeah, and I think what we'll do tonight is we'll almost list some criteria and we'll rank them 1 to 10 and we'll score them each and we'll come up with a score which tells us what we should do.
Something tells me it won't make a jot of difference, though. I've shown this couple 2 options, and Rob really doesn't like either. This is turning out to be more tricky than I'd first expected.
Hey, how'd you get on? It's good. I like it. I like what you said earlier. It's definitely a sensible option, definitely future-proofed, and I love the space. I think it's just a little bit too early. For me, personally, anyway, it's like you found the perfect house if we were 4 or 5 years older or so.
We should move on.
Good effort, Mr. Spencer, but it's Phil 0, Kirsty 1.
We'll see. You've not sealed that deal yet.
This week we're on the London property roller coaster, the fastest moving market in the country at the moment. Places are going in the blink of an eye.
If you're a first-time buyer on a limited budget, this is the hardest place in the UK to find a home. And it definitely keeps Phil and I on our toes.
Fitness fanatics Rob and Nikki are treating their house hunt with the planning and preparation they would one of their triathlons. But with 2 properties down, they're still nowhere near the finishing line.
Whereas my pair of cool commuters, Georgie and Louis, got off to a cracking start. And they've done something I haven't witnessed in a while. They put in an offer having seen just 1 property.
I want to offer 220.
It's a bold move, but I'm convinced it's the right one.
The Forest Hill property is at the absolute limit of their budget. And have they seen enough to compare it to?
Fear not, Spencer. While we wait for the agent to respond, I'm going to show them somewhere cheaper and closer to the city centre. I want to make sure they're still confident in their decision when they've seen what else their money can get.
It's in one of their favourite areas, East Dulwich, which offers the delis, wine bars and bistros these cool kids crave.
But on the way to our meet-up, I've had a call from the agent in Forest Hill, which means I've got news.
Before we go into this flat, I should fill you in on what happened this morning.
Yes.
We rang Mo together. Then I got a call from Bobby in Mo's office. And he said that when I'd been on the telephone to Mo, on his mobile, someone else had been on the telephone to Bobby. And that person had made an offer on the flat.
Okay.
The good news is that yours is the higher offer. She is not going back to the other people. She has accepted your asking price offer.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
That's fantastic news.
So that is fantastic news.
Yes.
Horrified you did it so quickly?
Not really.
Well,
I'm
we've
quite,
had time to
like,
think about it a little bit, and I'm still really sort
I was
of...
still expecting you to come back and say that she was like, no, she wants more
No.
or something.
No, she was very honourable about
Good.
it. Are you pleased?
Yes.
Yeah.
Relieved.
What we're doing now is we're going to continue having a conversation about size, price, location and value.
Yeah.
Because I want you to feel confident about what you've just done.
1/3 of offers accepted never reach completion. So there's still a chance the Forest Hill flat will fall through. I won't feel I've done my job if I don't show Georgie and Louis an alternative. And this 1-bed flat with a generous open-plan living area and large shared garden is on at £205,000. 15 grand less than Forest Hill.
Will it reassure Georgie and Louis that they're doing the right thing, or will it make them think twice about their hasty decision?
Now this is a contrast, obviously.
Yes.
But it's a lovely big room with fantastic high ceilings and original features. And the fact that it looks like this is because the tenant really isn't particularly interested in making it as nice as possible. But good street, good location.
Great location.
Yeah, great location.
Love the corner thing, very pretty.
Seems like first impressions are good, and they're still to hear the price.
It's on at 205.
Oh, okay.
So, price, yes, so. Does that change your mind?
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Food for thought. Yeah.
Now that seems to have put the cat among the pigeons. Are those second thoughts I see flashing across those young minds?
I love the front room.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's nice.
The location's
Yeah.
really nice, but...
Big garden, actually, very big garden.
A lovely living room and cheaper and better located than the Forest Hill flat. What's not to like?
Well, the bedroom is not quite so spacious, and remember, Louis has got a footwear collection to think about.
There's a reason why it's 205.
5.
Just can't put anything in here.
With all your stuff as well, where would we... It's not even
That's
room
it.
for a wardrobe. Yeah.
No, not
We've
really
done
feeling
the right
it.
thing, I think.
Looks like they were right to go with their gut on the first house.
Thank goodness. It would have been sad to withdraw that offer.
Phew. Were you stressed about?
Yeah, slightly. I love the road, I love the location. I was like, have we made the biggest mistake and just gone too fast, too soon, you know?
Do you feel more confident now?
Yes, definitely. Definitely feel calm. We've made the right decision, for sure, for us.
That's fantastic.
So, the first decision is still the right decision, and tomorrow we'll go back to Forest Hill and have a look at the flat that will be theirs.
Usually at this point I'm saying, well, think about it. Don't lose sleep over it. Or, what I'm just saying to you tomorrow is please turn up sober.
Yeah. We won't celebrate until tomorrow.
And I thought you'd be popping corks at such brilliant success, Kirstie.
At times like these, Phil, I'm drunk on life enough as it is, thank you very much. I've got my pair of first-time buyers all but across the line in record time. How are you getting on with yours?
Well, progress is proving slower with Rob and Nikki, I must admit.
The first house in Wimbledon was too small. Colliers Wood, too grown up.
So to get ahead in London's lightning property merry-go-round, I've used my contacts and got wind of a gem that won't actually hit the market for another month. It's in Streatham Hill, very close to the couple's target areas of Balham and Tooting Bec. At over 1,000 square feet, this is the biggest property Rob and Nikki have seen yet.
But there are a couple of catches. It's a ground floor flat, which they're keen to avoid, and perhaps more worryingly, the house won't actually be available to move into for another 8 months.
So I've called in Kirstie. Maybe her coat will distract them.
Come on, keep up.
Oh, sorry.
You girls in your bright outfits.
These are my favourite thing in the world. Purpose-built period flats.
And we're talking top floor again?
No, we're not talking top floor. But we're going to wait and see. We're not going to judge it.
That's told them, Kirstie.
Let's get in, let's get in, let's get in. Skibbity.
Let's hope they're as open-minded as you are excited. This home has a massive contemporary dining kitchen, period features in the spacious living room and bedrooms, as well as a good-sized private garden.
And it comes with an extra feature that is more common than you'd think. A live-in cat the owners want to leave behind.
It is at the very top of their budget, at just under £500,000.
This doesn't go on the market for another month. The owners here, they're expecting twins, and if they could do a deal without having floods of people round, they'd like to do that.
It's good news for us.
Is it getting ticks on the old spreadsheet?
So far, I was pleased to see the park at the end of the road, and it looks really nicely decorated. I love the features.
You both look really, like, slightly eye-shiny, ping, ping, ping.
So far, so good, yeah. Looking forward to seeing the rest of it.
It's been valued at just under 500,000.
Right.
It is, of course, at the top of budget.
It's a really big flat.
It is, but we always said if we were in the right environment, we both know that we could be brave.
Let's see how they take the news of the live-in lodger.
The cat actually comes free with the house.
Shut up.
No, I'm not joking. Serious.
Well, that didn't seem to get anyone's backs up, thankfully. Time to crack on.
Let's skip on. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the momentum going.
Good size.
I couldn't probably redesign this any better than what we want.
There is a catch.
It's a tiny cat.
It's immaterial.
Look how these two hold it back.
The catch is that whilst we've got in early, these people don't move until December.
It's not that long. It's not that long.
So yours absolutely sorted, but you couldn't actually move in until December. I know it seems like a long way away, but actually you can have a summer of that knowledge that you'll be in before Christmas.
Meanwhile, we haven't seen round the whole of the flat yet.
Yeah, OK.
Why don't we split up? Rob, let's go out to the garden and leave you girls looking at bedrooms.
No, one day that stereotypical stuff will get you into trouble.
See you.
Hopefully outside, Rob will find enough to love to make the wait worthwhile.
What do you make of this so far?
Very impressed, I've got to say. I love the character, love the kitchen, love the fact that it all comes with a garden as well.
Well, Nikki certainly looks pretty excited.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less, to be honest, from a place like this.
And she's not the only excited one.
Dressing table there, and you could have bookshelves either side of the fireplace.
I love it.
And you could sleep with your window open.
And that leads to the garden.
And that leads out to the garden. Yeah.
where a certain Mr. Spencer's like a cat who got the cream.
Dare I say it? Could be in the can.
When you were almost standing in the street looking at this flat, you looked like this was it. And then you walked into this room and you were just like, bing!
Because I've not seen anything like this. We've not seen anything like this. Ground floor was ruled out after about 3 bad ground floor flats. Yeah, I have butterflies.
Right, okie doke. Well, it sounds like a done deal to me. What a day!
Let's go and check with Rob.
So it seems they'd be happy to wait for this flat, and all their worries about ground floor have disappeared.
Yes, I've got a feeling the future's bright. Well, it's certainly orange.
Are you still talking to that cat?
Oh, crikey, it's you. I thought it was a lollipop lady or something. Come to frighten me. This is going well, isn't it?
What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
Don't count our chickens yet.
No.
It's a little bit early, but cracking flats.
Cracking flats.
Phil and Kirsty.
Cracking couples.
Strike again.
I know.
I'm going to pull you in.
Whoa. Nice.
Not much to not like, huh?
Sign me up.
I think your faces tell quite a lot of the story of what you make of this flat.
That's this one. She seems pretty excited. No, so am I, to be honest.
Got butterflies in my stomach, definitely trying not to jump up and down, get too excited and try and be sensible and go through this process, but I have absolutely fallen in love.
Yeah, I really like it, and absolutely agree with what you said. Good character, good location, good size.
Think about it overnight.
Yeah.
Be rational. Get the spreadsheet out, try and fault it, and we'll meet up tomorrow morning and decide what you want to do. Come on then.
OK.
We may have had to go off-market to beat the London property race, but I think it's paid off here in Streatham Hill.
If Rob and Nikki take a leaf out of Georgie and Louis' book and move fast, we could be looking at 2 sets of happy first-time homeowners.
South London, and if the property market here is fast, our 2 couples this week are proving faster.
My couple, Georgie and Louis, struck like lightning by putting in an offer on the first flat I showed them.
And after passing on 2 flats, Nikki and Rob have asked me to meet them back at the 3rd, the period 2-bed in Streatham Hill that had them all starry-eyed and love-struck.
Well, I don't know about you, even I'm excited this morning to be back in this flat.
Same here.
It really was love at first sight when we brought them to view this flat.
But as second viewings are about practicalities, I want to know how this property rates in the cold light of day after a night of number crunching.
Did you get the spreadsheets out?
I knew that would come up. We did, actually. We did a little comparison and get one big score at the end for which house you should live in based on just the facts, obviously, ignoring the emotional side. And this one did come out on top.
Emotions make sense.
Good.
Crazy.
The compromise from our perspective was the delay of completion time, 8 months.
I don't think we really see it as a problem.
It's like we were working towards getting our deposit and we did well and we started looking and now we can work towards a move-in date.
Now they're confident the sums add up. All they need is to figure out if this place feels like home and if they want that little extra that comes for free.
Look, mow the lawn.
Oh, sorry, cat! Not the best foot to get off on with your potential future housemate.
Wow. They really have tackled this whole process in such a logical, sensible fashion, the way they saved up for their deposit, the way they've valued and rated all of the flats. They haven't got carried away. That's how to buy a house.
One small problem. They've not yet said they're going to offer.
Say yes, say yes, we're going to buy it. Say yes, we're going to buy it.
Well.
But before they get too dizzy with excitement, I need to remind them this property isn't yet on the market. I've got one heck of a deal to do if they're to keep that spring in their step.
Embarrassing.
On my side of the city, celebrations are looming. Not only have Georgie and Louis had their offer accepted, but it's Louis' birthday.
So here we are, back in Forest Hill.
But it's not quite party time yet. As their £220,000 offer is the absolute top of their budget, and they agree with me that the kitchen should be knocked through to make an open space, will they be able to afford it? Local builder Mark has arrived to give us his advice.
This is just a non-load bearing stud wall, so there's
Yeah.
nothing to stop you taking the whole of this out and having a nice big kitchen, dining area.
If
which
you
can
wanted
access.
to.
Yeah, make a nice space though.
We can
Even
do
if
something
you took the
with it,
whole
yeah.
wall out.
It's going to cost you around sort of £1,400 to move it all.
You haven't seen any horrors, Mark, coming along?
No,
right?
none whatsoever. No, it looks like it's been recently refurbished to me anyway, so yeah.
Well, bear that in mind. Should we go and have a look at the garden? See if the sun is still in the sky?
So, with potential improvements covered, nothing left on this side but to celebrate. Over to you, Mr. Spencer.
Rob and Nikki are ready to offer on the Streatham Hill flat. And as the owners haven't yet put it on the market, they're in a brilliant buying position. But one wrong move could blow their chances.
Slightly tricky one, because they haven't tested the market, and there's no doubt the market is busy and it's a seller's market. How are they going to react to us trying to do a deal off market?
Right.
I'm also mindful if we make a lower offer and we try and negotiate and be clever, they'll just go, you know what, we'll just wait and put it on as we intended to originally.
I think that's my fear, definitely.
But at the same time, I don't want to be paying, you know, a premium just to get in there early.
My suggestion is I actually ring the agent for kind of off-the-record conversation and try and put it back to them to say, look, will they do a deal? What I don't want to happen is you to show the colour of your money, put a bid on the table, and then take it to the market anyway.
OK.
This is a delicate phone call. I've got serious buyers, but have we got serious vendors?
Pamela, can you talk? This is Phil Spencer. They do like it very much. It is. It's a lovely flat. If you and I put a properly sensible offer on the table now from properly sensible buyers, would they take it?
Good manoeuvring, Phil, but don't forget the added extra.
We did talk about the cat yesterday. I better check.
I'll do it.
OK, cheers. Bye-bye. Well, the agent feels that her clients are very much on side. They realise the situation. If somebody was to pay the asking price now, that flat would never hit the market. No one would see it.
We've got to take a cat.
And would,
We'll
and
take
would
the
you
cat.
take the cat?
We'll take the cat.
But with or without the cat, securing this flat will still take almost all of their £500,000 maximum budget.
I think that's what we were prepared for, to be honest. We did
Yeah, that's...
think that would be the case, and we were just chatting before and we said, would we pay the full amount if it came down to it? And I think we both would.
It's a perfectly fair price, and I promise you I would tell you if I thought it was ambitious. It's not.
Let's do it.
Pamela, it's Phil, and I'm pleased to say that I have got a good offer for you. They will pay the full asking price. They'll pay $499,950 on the understanding that nobody else would see the flat. Thank you, Pamela. I'll wait to hear. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Nikki and Rob have just put 10 years of savings on the table. I just hope it's enough.
Back in Forest Hill, the deal is done, and in time for Louis' birthday.
I'm really looking forward to getting in there.
Yeah, buying some furniture, getting moved in.
Louis, a little bird. Oh, they've gone out! Oh, it was creeping up behind you.
Oh,
Happy
thank you.
birthday! Is it what you would have wanted for your birthday, Louis?
Definitely, and more. It's
Really?
amazing. And
Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. Don't believe in that kind of extravagance. It's the best flat in Forest Hill. Cheers.
I knew the bubbly wouldn't be far away.
I'm toasting a very brave couple who got exactly what they deserve.
Talking of which, I'm still on tenterhooks with Rob and Nikki as we wait for a reply to their offer.
Oh my God.
Hi, Pamela. Thanks, Pamela. He's delighted with that, and he's very, very happy to accept it.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Lovely, lovely flat. I'm really pleased for you.
I'm chuffed to bits. Rob and Nikki have got the home of their dreams and have till December to prepare for it.
Unfortunately for Georgie and Louis, after their super speedy offer on the Forest Hill flat, progress ground to a halt.
We had a bit of a disaster. The valuer valued the property at £15,000 less than what we had offered, which caused a few problems with getting the mortgage.
But this determined couple weren't giving up their dream home without a fight and went back to the vendor to try and renegotiate a deal.
Luckily for us, the vendor was brilliant.
We both wanted the sale to go through quickly and she accepted a slightly lower offer.
So with the new deal done, things are back on track.
The uphill struggle we've had has made us realise how much this flat means to both of us and how much it's going to change the way we live.
Yeah. We stuck there, we got there, we got a good result in the end, so I'm really happy about it.
This week, it's all about your first time.
Don't be disappointed, OK? It can be a daunting experience. Ta-da! And a little bit scary.
I think I'm in trouble.
Often full of surprises.
You know, this is a hired stripper, and well, that came out wrong. And can reduce you to tears.
You're gonna make me cry, though.
I'm not gonna make you cry.
But with a dollop of assistance,
So far, so good.
it doesn't have to be painful.
Meat has to be tenderised first.
You'll be quite good at that.
It can be a moment you'll never forget.
Wow.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
This is something else.
This week, we're house hunting in Liverpool.
I'm with a high-flying pair looking to follow in the steps of their Irish forefathers.
And I'm with a pair of liverbirds looking for a love nest.
The busy and bustling city of Liverpool has beautiful buildings galore, with the largest collection of Grade 2 listed properties outside of London.
Not only the birthplace of the Beatles, it's also the pop music capital of the world, producing more #1 singles than any other city.
And when it comes to house hunting, it's top of the props too, as on average, homes in the northwest cost around 107,000, almost 55 grand less than the England and Wales average.
And with prices falling by over 3% in Merseyside in the past year, it's the perfect place for first-time buyers.
Which is good news for expectant parents Merade and James Adams, who are looking for their first and forever family home.
After spending the past 4 years soaking up the sun in Spain, airline pilot James, mum-to-be Merade and Suze the dog are ready to make Liverpool their final destination.
So about 2 years ago, I got the chance to upgrade to captain. And after that, I got the opportunity to move to Liverpool, which I jumped at because we're ready to move back to the UK at this stage.
I've heard great things about Liverpool and the people up here are super friendly, so I think we'll have no problems.
But I fear I may be in for a bumpy ride, as this pair have a pretty long checklist when it comes to what they're after.
30-minute drive to the airport,
Real fireplaces.
garden,
I like the conveniences, shops and amenities.
space outside, space inside.
Our own little private place where all we can hear is the birds in our back garden.
Brace, brace, Phil. That's a lot of wants.
It is indeed, and location could cause a spot of turbulence too, as being no further than 30 minutes drive from the airport means a rather large search area and may prove tricky in finding no road noise semi-rural locations. But as always, I love a challenge.
How many places have you actually been in and looked at?
We think it's 20 plus, between 20 and 30. Okay. It's all become a bit of a blur.
Yeah, I have to say, it slightly worries me that you've seen as many as 30 in what is quite a short space of time, and nothing's really come close.
Yeah.
I think you have been more vocal about what you want from the area. How will you feel, Merade, if there is a compromise that has to be made on the style or size of the house in order to be within 30 minutes of the airport?
I think...
There won't be a compromise. The look told it all. And that's all I needed to know. Fine, I know where we are. You and I are in a whole pile of trouble.
Well, you did say you loved a challenge. With a maximum budget of £600,000, Merade and James are after a house with a minimum of 4 large bedrooms.
It needs to feel spacious, bright and airy.
Looks-wise, they're after modern, but with character included.
And they want to be in a semi-rural location, but with easy access to cafes, shops and restaurants.
Our second set of house hunters are high school sweethearts, Laura Purcell and Andy Stoddart.
After just over 10 years of dating, restaurant manager Andy finally popped the big question. Wedding plans are well underway, with trainee midwife Laura taking control.
I've said you can do cars and the band.
They're the 2 lies that I've been told that I'm allowed to be in charge of, that I'm not going to be in charge of.
But yeah, I'm planning.
I'm a guest.
A forthright woman. Now that's something I've never come across.
In his dreams, Laura and Andy were renting a luxury city centre pad, but 5 months ago they made a big life change.
Like living the dream, living in my parents' back bedroom, trying to save for a deposit, save for a wedding. We couldn't afford to do all of that and keep our rented flat in town. So now we're back with the parents.
Saving every penny we've got.
Laura and Andy are looking for a home they can start a family in after the wedding. But as well as being first-time buyers, they're also first-time viewers.
Oh, haven't viewed any houses. We just haven't had the time to even
I think part of the problem was kind of reining you back, because I didn't want to start going and looking at houses while we didn't have a deposit. And then for Laura to see something and fall in love with it and then not be able to get it and be disappointed and always thinking about her mind, that's the house we should have got.
Andy and Laura are hoping to find their first home in South Liverpool, so we're going to show them potential pads in 2 places they know and like, Moseley Hill and Gateacre.
And I also want to take them to Roby, an area popular with families and one they haven't considered so far. But I reckon it could be a winner.
So, you need a house for how long?
This is where we differ on this.
All right, OK.
I see it as more... I see the house we want to end up in. That's like our dream house. And I don't see us having that for maybe 2, and then that's the final house.
I would love to stay in our first house 10, 15 years and then just have one final move into the kind of the house that we have our children grown up in. And...
You can get that house, but you'd have to do work to it.
Yeah.
And that's, you don't want to do structural work. You're not keen on taking down walls.
If we loved everything else about the house, it was well within budget, and we had the kind of spare cash to do it, I wouldn't be petrified, because the position where we can stay in Andy's mum's still.
Well, I think more than ever before, what we have to do is we have to get out there and look at things, because that's what hasn't happened thus far.
With a budget of 215 grand, they want a house with 3 bedrooms and plenty of character features.
Laura's really keen on a large open-plan kitchen dining area so that they can entertain.
And Andy's after a property they can add value to should they want to move up the property ladder in a few years' time.
So you met your couple?
Yeah, they're lovely. They haven't seen a single property, and there's no way on God's earth I'm going to be able to sort them out in the time they've got.
You've got a few days.
No, but it's not that. If you've never viewed a single property... No,
started.
they've looked online, but they've never walked into a single property.
Do they know what they want?
Well, they think they know what they want, but obviously they're going to be unrealistic.
Well, my couple have seen over 30.
Yeah.
But they have a wish list that's vast. Mind you, they have a very big budget, but I think the problem is they want semi-rural, and yet it needs to be within half an hour of the airport.
Do you think the Navy would take us?
At this point, we've got jump ship, I think.
Merade and pilot James only landed in Liverpool a few months ago, so are a little lost when it comes to location. One area they did say is on their radar is Stockton Heath, so where better to touch down for our first property? This thriving village is 30 minutes east of the airport near Warrington and has good schools, great restaurants and plenty of community spirit.
It offers everything Merade and James are after. Fantastic local amenities, coupled with beautiful walks and canals nearby.
That's the one we're coming to see.
I like it.
Yeah, that's got a bit of the wow factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This definitely, it's got something special about it. I'm excited.
With a reaction like that to the outside, he is hoping they feel the same about the inside. This is a 3-storey house with a large sitting room, brand new kitchen and formal dining room downstairs.
On the upper floors, there's a master bedroom suite complete with a huge dressing room, plus 4 further double bedrooms and a family bathroom.
It's on the market for £475,000, a whopping 125 grand under budget, so plenty of cash left over to make any change they wanted.
It's a late Georgian house,
Yeah.
but it's been modernised and it still retains quite a lot of the character.
I like it a lot, definitely. I love this. Yeah, really nice.
As I'd hoped, the inside's proving a winner too.
And coming through here, it's kind of open without being open plan. You've got the beautiful parquet flooring.
Yeah,
that is lovely.
That's really nice. Look at the fireplace, yeah.
The space continues, doesn't it? Bedrooms are spread over 2 floors and there's 5 of them.
Wow, OK.
Yeah,
including
brilliant.
this, the master bedroom.
Yeah.
And probably the biggest dressing room
Wow.
you could ever imagine.
That's incredible.
Dressing room.
As we go around, how are you feeling about the kind of style and the look of the house?
Absolutely loving it. I love the character, yet modern, which is exactly what I'm after. Yeah.
I'm happy, yeah.
James may say he's happy, but I don't think he's as taken with the house as Merade.
I'm a bit worried about James. He's kind of going through the motions. He's being polite, but I'm not sensing that he really likes it. His wife, on the other hand, seems absolutely bowled over. It's going to be interesting.
Look at this, it says nursery on the door, eh?
Oh, it's already pre-made.
Yeah, it's ready. We can still get a good-sized bed in and there's lots of storage again.
I like it. Sweet.
They seem keen, but slightly quiet.
Ah, but they haven't seen the garden yet. They wanted good outdoor space, so maybe this'll help warm things up.
It is a good size, but I just don't think it's the one that we're looking for.
Yeah.
What, the garden or the house?
Both. I think it's both.
Yeah. It had a nice flow initially when we came in, but I think then as we went through the house, it didn't seem to.
Yeah, it's got
flow
the size,
same, yeah.
but in the wrong places, if that makes any sense at all.
OK, so he's after plenty of space in all the right places. Well, let's hope my next property measures up.
This week we're in Liverpool, where I'm on a mission to fast-track a pair of first-time buyers who have never even viewed a property.
Whereas my couple have seen over 30 houses, but nothing's caught their eye. Merade and James weren't blown away by the first property I showed them.
It's got the size,
Same, yeah.
but in the wrong places.
But I'm hoping my next house will win them over.
Well, I'm starting my mission with childhood sweethearts Laura and Andy. They have a healthy first-time buyer budget of £215,000 and can't wait to find the perfect pad after spending the past 5 months living with Andy's parents in order to save for a deposit. The first property I'm taking them to is in this pretty conservation village of Gaytaker, which is just a 15-minute walk to one of their top 5 locations to live, Woolton Village.
As well as being one of the most desirable places to live in South Liverpool, Woolton Village is also the birthplace of John Lennon, home to strawberry fields and the place where John and Paul first met.
It's got plenty of bars, restaurants and shops, so I'm hoping they'll fall for this house, which will be the first property they've ever stepped inside to view.
Being the end house, you see, it's a semi.
I like it. I'm worried it looks kind of smaller from the outside, but I'll keep an open mind.
Now, I'm going to do something quite strange. I'm going to say you can go before me,
OK.
because I'm very interested in seeing your reaction.
OK.
This is we don't often get people who've never seen a single house.
This house has a lounge which opens onto a second reception area and a kitchen leading to a light, bright conservatory, perfect for entertaining.
Upstairs there are 2 bedrooms, a family bathroom and a loft space. And this house is under budget at just shy of 190 grand, so would leave money to do up any areas in need of TLC.
This is a big room.
Yeah.
That would be kind of the main living space, wouldn't it? This kind of, you wouldn't really sit here.
No.
The first house you've been in, you've looked at a lot of stuff online. What's your feeling on what this is being marketed at?
If I had to guess, I'd say maybe 175.
I would say 200, 205.
It's on at 190.
Okay.
But it does worry me a little that Laura thought it was 175.
Yeah.
Because I just think, ooh.
Viewing online is very different to doing it in person, so I'm not surprised Andy and Laura are a little shell-shocked.
And you've got the kitchen here, and then this rather lovely conservatory diner at the back. Yeah. But again, it's quaint and cottagey.
It is.
It's really bright, isn't it?
I really like this space, but the kitchen's just too small.
Too small.
Yeah.
Size is going to be an issue. Not having seen anything, I think what you get, the square foot you get for your £1, is going to trouble Laura, definitely.
So I presume this is like the main.
It's a nice big room.
Main bedroom, yeah. It's really light. I like
So
the bed.
It's a really nice size, but there's not much
There's not
in
much
the way
like
of wardrobe,
storage
wardrobe
spaces in it.
stuff.
You just have to have them along that wall, and it'd box it in too much then, wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
No, I just don't
It's
think.
just not, yeah.
No, it's not us.
No.
Clearly, this house isn't big enough for Laura and Andy. But in reality, it is a good example of what their money will buy them in this area.
I'm a bit worried that you thought it was small.
Yeah, I'm worried as well, especially for how much it's on the market
Yeah.
for. I really didn't think that amount of money that's where it get you.
So we're on the right track, but there might be some bumps in the road.
So far, it hasn't been a smooth journey for Merade and James either, with the layout of Property 1 proving to be a sticking point. So I'm hoping the next house will be the one to wow them.
Set in the beautiful village of Thelwall, it's got the semi-rural location thereafter, but is within easy reach of the amenities in Stockton Heath.
It is a little further away from the airport for pilot James, but I think what you get for the extra 5 minutes on the journey time is well worth it.
Something a bit different for you here. You wanted something that's characterful and has a sense of history.
Yeah.
It's an old school.
Okay.
Wow.
It was built as a school for the children of the workers who worked on the canal.
Dating back to 1872, this property is packed with original features, and there's a recently refitted kitchen and breakfast room, which will make Merade happy.
The house has 4 bedrooms, but being a converted schoolhouse means layout's a little unusual, with 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs.
It's got the great outdoor space thereafter, and it's on the market at £585,000, so towards the top end of their budget. But for that, you get a beautiful house filled with character in the perfect rural location.
Wow.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
This is something else. Absolutely. The doors, the fireplace, everything,
Yeah.
the windows, it's so bright. I think it just works
Yeah.
as a house, totally.
It seems to,
It's-
yeah.
Yeah, well, so far anyway. Yeah.
I'm very excited. I think that's the best thing I can say about this one. Yeah.
So am I.
Yeah.
Let's keep exploring. This is
Okay, great.
fantastic.
Flying high so far, Phil.
I knew Merade would fall for this house, but I'm really pleased that James seems just as impressed.
I'm kind of conscious that you've got a lot going on in your life at the moment, but I sense you are more of the kind of practical, it needs to do this.
Yeah, definitely.
And Merade is more of a, I want emotions and feelings in the heart.
Raid will come into a place and see the best thing about it, and she'll start with that, and I'll come in and I'll say, no, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. And, you know, we kind of work from different levels. But so far, with this one, I haven't managed to find too much wrong.
You've come in here and you've lit up the whole place.
Yeah, it's the first time I think I've walked into a house since we've been looking and actually been excited. You know, smiling, going, I can see this working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of all the things you've seen?
Out of everything, yeah. Yeah.
This is good news.
So it's a good start.
It is a good start. We better continue while they're going. It's good.
So it looks like James is on board, and all the lovely features this house offers are certainly keeping Merade happy.
Wow.
This is a good size, isn't it?
That's amazing again, eh?
Love the bath.
I'm always a little bit on the back foot when showing properties like this that are so different and so unique. I never can tell how buyers are going to react, but James has reacted incredibly positively. He hasn't seen the whole thing yet, but so far it's going extremely well.
Don't get too excited yet, Phil. James's issue with the last house was with the layout. so the upstairs will need to impress him in order to keep him smiling.
So this is the compromise, eh?
Yeah, it's a bit dark in here, isn't it?
We've got dark rooms.
Compared to downstairs,
Yeah, the excitement of downstairs. And
Yeah.
then you come up and it's like, ah.
Totally, yeah.
Oh, Phil, looks like the bubble has burst.
Hang on, it's not a write-off just yet. Outside space was key to their search too, and this one comes with a little surprise at the end of the garden.
Ooh, another room.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so you got enough space, a little living room area, good big bed.
Yeah.
You found the annex in there?
Yeah.
And there's the kind of garage down there. There's another storage room here. So there's quite a lot that you
There's
can
lots you can do, yeah.
The same with the house, quite a bit of flexibility.
Yeah, it was, we found the compromise. It's upstairs.
Yeah.
Well, it's very interesting. That's going to give us a lot to think on.
Yeah.
Fine. Well, you only need one.
So.
And it sounds, you know, it's getting the juices flowing a bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'd hoped that location and character might have won them over, but I think I may need to take this search in a slightly different direction.
Meanwhile, I'm taking Laura and Andy to the sought-after area of Moseley Hill, which is in their top 5 locations to live. Home to the famous Penny Lane, it's a buzzing part of Liverpool that's great for shopping and socialising.
After being shocked at property won by what their budget will buy them size-wise, I'm coming along to offer a helping hand.
Hey, you guys picked out Moseley Hill, didn't you?
Yeah,
We did, yeah.
I think it's got the type of houses that we like.
We're going to go in here.
Okay.
First impressions?
I like it. I like the look of the house. I like the big bay windows. Yeah.
You used the word big. Very apt in this house,
Is
which
it?
I understand perhaps wasn't in the first house.
No. It wasn't that small, Phil. Mind your own business. Come on.
I've just come along to make sure Kirstie's showing you the right kind of stuff, OK?
I'll give him stuff. If Laura and Andy want more space, then this house certainly has it. With 4 bedrooms, a sitting room, kitchen, dining room, and it's rammed full of character.
The house offers great flexibility for Andy and Laura. First, they can enjoy it as a married couple with the local bars and restaurants, and then really grow into it as a family with good schools nearby.
It's a bit more than they were hoping to spend at just under 220 grand, but I know the vendors are open to offers, so I'm sure I could bring it in on budget.
It's nice and big, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like the high ceilings.
Lovely,
yeah.
Is this more along the right lines than the previous house?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
You could move some furniture into this room and be,
Oh, God,
and be happy.
yeah. I mean, you know, this is a hired stripper, and well, that came out wrong.
It comes with what?
Wallpaper stripper. This is a hired wallpaper stripper, and
Yeah.
a Saturday and Sunday.
OK.
Yeah.
And after that clangor, it might be best to move on. One area that may put Laura off is the lack of open-plan kitchen, but this could easily be rectified with a large sledgehammer and a dash of imagination.
Don't be disappointed, okay? Don't be disappointed. Just stand here, sidle along. Okay, go.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think?
Without that, it'd be perfect.
You think
Yeah.
knocking down that wall is hard? It is not.
It's not. Okay.
And it would be the most sensational room. It would be the entire width of the house.
Yeah.
It would be directly onto the whole of the garden. It would be light. I mean, look how light that room
next
is.
door room it is.
And I know you said you didn't like the idea of knocking down walls, but I really think it's worth it.
Yeah. And as you say, it would be an amazing space. It'd be exactly what we were after. So far, so good.
I'm pleased Laura can see the potential here, but is Andy as impressed?
Is it ticking enough of the boxes to justify going to the top end of your budget?
So far, yeah, it's in one of the areas that we're really interested in. It's got all the features that we'd want.
This is almost a forever home. This is have several children, expand the whole thing. I mean, you could possibly even see out your days here. And I don't know where you are financially, whether that's actually what you want to do, or whether you spend a little less, have less debt, and move again in 10 years' time.
I think the first house that we have would probably be maybe 5 or 6 years. I think to have a family here, I would want a bit more space outside. I wouldn't want to be overlooked for now, for where we are in our life. I think this area is perfect.
Andy may want their first home to be a springboard to the next, but Laura's still got her heart set on finding a family home for the long haul.
Unfortunately, never the twain shall meet, so something, or should I say someone, is going to have to give.
Do you think we need somewhere this big with all these rooms to spend that money?
Possibly not. I mean, I suppose you're paying the extra, aren't you, to have
the big space.
I do. I just get a nice feel from it.
Yeah.
How are we doing with this one?
I think it's ticking a lot of boxes.
Yeah, I think it's a great house.
I think that as they haven't seen any houses, they're expecting us to not just get a rabbit out of a hat, but a fully trimmed and dressed rabbit.
It'll be tough. But you've done it before.
No, I haven't. I have never worked.
I'm trying to make you feel better.
I've never worked with someone who's never seen a single house until they came to me. What would possess someone to do that? Meat has to be tenderised first.
You'll be quite good at that.
I can pound, pummel and flatten to my heart's content. I'm still not sure I can find this pair of newbies a place in the time we have.
Oh, big smiles.
Yes.
So what are you thinking?
I love downstairs. Yeah. And I like upstairs, I think.
Right. Andy?
I think all the rooms are a really good size. I'd love to have come in and just gone, yeah, I'd take it. But I think, I don't know.
I'm not sure we do that with any house, though.
No.
I think the potential's there. I love the kind of feel it's got to it. I love the features.
It's livable as it is.
Absolutely,
It wouldn't need to change that much.
Lot to think about.
But more to see.
But more to see. Lot to think about, more to see. Oh, Phil does polish things off nicely, doesn't he?
But I've only got one more roll of the dice with my first-timers, and it's a bit of a gamble.
This week, we're in Liverpool, and I'm with a young couple who can't decide whether they want a rocking nightlife or a rocking chair.
While I'm searching for James and Merade, who want a semi-rural retreat that's not too far from a runway.
So far, the search has been a real eye-opener for my rookie house hunters Laura and Andy, as they're beginning to realise exactly what their buck will buy them.
I'd love to have come in and just gone, yeah, I'd take it. But I think, I don't know.
And for fellow first-time buyers Merade and James, it's becoming clear that space and presentation is more important than position. Having just moved to the area, they don't have any real preference on location, other than being close to the airport. So I'm free to push the search in a new direction. We're heading north to Lydiard.
It's still within James's all-important 30-minute commute to the airport. And while it's not exactly semi-rural, we think the property's got the wow factor thereafter.
I honestly didn't expect to see this.
Wow, again.
When we first met and I asked you to tell me whether the house was more important than the location, you didn't really give me a straight answer.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's very true.
So
this is something.
This is the house. I'm testing the house, whether the house beats the location.
Yeah.
Formerly 2 cottages, this house has been converted into the dream family home, with 2 reception rooms, a study and a beautiful kitchen that I think Merade will adore.
There are 4 good-sized bedrooms, so plenty of room for new additions to the family and visitors too. At £585,000, it's close to the top of their budget, but this house is truly in walk-in condition.
It's a big entrance hallway.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's very good, isn't it?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Very good and brilliant. If that's how they feel about the hall, the sitting room is going to blow them away.
Oh, wow.
Lovely. Oh,
It's amazing.
James. The window seats that I've always wanted. Brilliant. Oh, it's magical.
I think I'm in trouble.
I think you might be, James. Something tells me. It's one of the most beautiful family homes I've been in quite some time.
I feel overwhelmed just at the minute.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just feel
I think
overwhelmed.
it's your dream house.
Pregnancy does wonderful things.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to blame the pregnancy, I have to.
I think it's lovely.
Well, I knew she'd like it, but I wasn't expecting tears. And this house just keeps getting better.
Oh.
They have done it so beautifully.
And from Merade, you've got your Belfast sink.
Think and look. Oh,
And another,
gorgeous.
yeah.
I love this.
This has got your name written all over it.
Amazing,
It does, yeah.
absolutely.
You want to know
Just-
house or location? I think it's house.
Yeah.
So it looks like semi-rural is out of the window and it's all about the perfect property.
Which this house really is. And there's plenty upstairs to keep Merade smiling.
The master bedroom with its walk-in wardrobe. There's a lot of wows
I might be able to squeeze something in there, you know.
What is your feeling about the location, the road?
That's something we're going to have to look into, because obviously we don't know the area. I feel because it's that bit back from the road and you've got the back garden. So I think we could be quite happy here.
Good.
It looks like Merade's already picturing herself living here.
It's got a great size, eh?
Yeah, it's perfect. Keen.
Well, I haven't done such a positive viewing round a house for a very long time. To have tears in the first room was really quite something. It has gone extraordinarily well. I'm just kind of almost waiting for a but. Hope I don't get one.
Oh.
Come on out. So, I haven't heard a word of concern, doubt.
No, I'm working on it.
He's trying.
No, I mean, house-wise, it's nearly perfect.
I know you're unfamiliar with the area, but you're unfamiliar with all the areas that we're looking at. So that is something that we're going to have to deal with anyway. So we've got another house to see.
I know, yeah.
So we're going to try and beat this.
That's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough, huh?
Back with Laura and Andy, I've got one more house up my sleeve. The previous properties gave them what they wanted in terms of location, but the first was too small, and while the second was much bigger, they felt it was a step too far for their first home. So I'm hoping I've cracked it with my third and final property, as I've found a house I think they'll love.
But the location is a bit of a risk, as it's in the family-friendly suburb of Roby, an area they haven't considered when house hunting online, as it's a little further from the bars and restaurants that suit their current social lives.
So what are you feeling standing here?
Wouldn't have been anything we'd looked at,
No, I feel like we're in suburbia.
Yeah.
It's about the inside, not the outside. That's true of people and houses.
Thanks.
This house may be a bit of a disappointment on the outside, but I think the inside will make them smile.
And what it lacks in character features, it makes up for in modern design, with the big selling point being a great open-plan kitchen diner, which Laura should love.
And upstairs, there's the 3 bedrooms thereafter and a family bathroom.
On the market at just shy of £190,000, it's 25 grand under budget, so they could simply move in and begin married life.
Have a look at this.
Wow. That's exactly what we were after, wasn't it? In a
That is
kitchen.
exactly what you're after.
Yeah.
Completely.
So you've got this fantastic terrace. You really would utilise this, and if you had kids, they'd be out there the whole time.
Yeah.
They would. And the fact that it's not overlooked is... You don't really get that, do you?
No. I really like it so far.
I do. Yeah. I do. I'm really blown away by the inside.
Go and have a look at the bedrooms.
This is a great family home, but is that what they're really after at the moment?
I'm pretty sure that it is for Laura, but Andy may not be quite ready to swap a pint in the pub for pipe and slippers.
It's not got the bed in the best spot, but there's space for 2. You get a bigger wardrobe in there and a bigger wardrobe. No, I like it. It is such a family home, isn't it, which is what we've got to be thinking about over the next year or 2, so you get so much more house.
You get more.
It's more of everything we wanted in a house.
Sensible. They've come here, they've seen this house. It's not in a super cool location. It's in a nice, respectable, suburban location. And Laura and Andy are looking at it and thinking, we want to buy it and bring up our kids here. You've got to love them. What now?
I think we need to weigh up all the pros of the house if they outweigh the kind of cons of being in this area.
Yeah.
The house is obviously making Laura and Andy question where their priorities really lie. So I think they need a bit of time to think about where they want to go from here.
Back with Merade and James, I have one final property to show them. While they both loved the last house, they weren't sure about the location. So my next option has more of the rural feel they're after.
The popular village of Kingsley is surrounded by open countryside, with a selection of local facilities. It has that thriving community Merade is after and 2 great schools for their growing family. I'm keen to see what they're going to make of it, so I'm tagging along.
I think it's very nice to look at, but it's not everyone's cup of tea. What's your feeling looking at it?
I really like it. It's kind of got that quaint kind of feel about it, so I like it a lot.
James? Yeah, I'm happy with it. It looks nice.
Not getting a good vibe from James, but hopefully the inside will impress more with its 2 large living rooms, open-plan kitchen diner and 4 bedrooms. But he will need to be able to see past the owner's distinct decor.
Outside, there's a separate detached studio and a huge garden, but its steep slopes won't be to everyone's taste.
Coming in 50 grand under budget at £550,000, there's plenty of money left over to make any changes they wanted.
The owner is an artist.
Okay.
And the whole place is covered with art, so...
Yeah.
And kind of full of things.
I really like the feeling here and the beams and everything. It's really, really cosy.
I think you need to have quite a lot of imagination. This decor is the decor that I love, but I think a lot of people might walk in here and go, ooh, wow.
There's a lot.
and I think to a certain extent that's what's put people off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that may be the case for James.
Now, Phil said that you really, really like the last house. Are you feeling anything like that here?
No.
OK, I thought so. I felt it from Monsieur, I have to say.
To be honest, it's cluttered. There's no real space. There's no feeling of space. I know there is space. I can see it.
Yeah.
But I'm just feeling cramped.
I've got a really nice feel about it, but I just know he doesn't like it at all. I can sense that.
Yeah.
I think it was always going to be difficult coming from a house where you both had such a reaction with tears.
Yeah.
Tears?
Tears.
What did he do to you? No,
He
God.
keeps a secret pin.
Underhand tactics, I like it, but I don't think they'd be any use here. You couldn't sway James's feelings for this house.
It is quite an expansive garden once you get up here. There's veg patches, there's football goals, and it's very private.
Yeah.
And very peaceful.
But the inside of the house just doesn't have it.
Oh, this is lovely.
It is quite nice, isn't
Oh,
it?
I think it's lovely. But I'm just not getting the same feeling as before.
Did James feel the same about the last house as you did?
Yeah.
Did he cry?
Oh, no, he didn't cry. No, you're going too far, Kirsty, yeah.
I don't think Phil has ever reduced a man to tears. Well, not in those circumstances, anyway.
Yeah.
What will reduce James to tears is if we keep him here for much longer. His heart's clearly back at the last house.
I love this house. James doesn't like this house.
I like
Ray
it.
does like this house.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Phil likes this house. You know,
you can just tell.
I thought I hit it very well.
Shall I arrange for us to go back to that house again tomorrow and we can explore the area and just spend a bit more time there?
Yeah, I think so, huh?
Yeah.
Sound like a plan?
Definitely. Sounds
Definitely.
good.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
OK, I'll shut the door and we'll be on.
you're in good hands.
I hope so.
Let's hope
Don't you laugh.
I'm hoping things are going to go a bit smoother back with Laura and Andy, as they've decided they want to take another look at the house in Roby. Andy really isn't sure if he's ready for family-friendly suburbia just yet, but the house is 25 grand under budget and had Laura at hello.
So, how does it feel to be back in?
As soon as you see the front door, I just love it again.
Yeah. Once you're inside, it's a whole different feel to the house.
Well, go and explore. That's what a second viewing is all about.
Yeah.
Finding fault, deciding what you like and what you don't like.
Okay. It's just such an amazing space, isn't it?
It is what we wanted.
You wouldn't have to do a thing to this part, would you?
The upstairs isn't selling it. The upstairs is a 3-bed semi, 2 nice rooms, a small bathroom and a small box room.
Yeah.
This is why we would be moving to this house.
This is why you move. Because I think this is a perfect family home.
It's not, because it's not where we want to live.
I just think we'll always compare the kitchen, dining room, garden to this, and it'll never, ever match up.
I think if it's now the house more than the location, I want to look at other locations and see what's around.
It's not a yes, it's not a no.
Yeah. But you would?
I think I would.
The location is proving a bugbear for Andy.
But Laura has really fallen for this house.
I think we may be in for a battle here.
I love it just as much. It's just the ultimate house location dilemma. And I just think
All the good points about the house I like
Yeah.
even more, and all the bad points about the house I hate even more.
Right. Well, in which case, let's go and talk about it.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Laura is head over heels for this house, but can she convince Andy that this is the perfect place to start their married life? I've shown first-time buyers and viewing newbies Laura and Andy 3 properties, one of which has caught Laura's eye, but Andy's not too sure whether he's ready to settle for suburbia just yet.
I think this is a perfect family home.
It's not, because it's not where we want to live.
As for Merade and James, they want to take another look at the house in Lydiard. On first viewing, it felt like their dream home. But as they're new to Liverpool, they've been doing a bit of research before making their minds up.
Now, you guys have had a bit of a explore around the area this morning, haven't you?
Yeah.
We have indeed, yeah.
How did you find it?
It's answered a lot of our questions. We've spoken to some of the locals up in a nice little cafe up the road here, and we found out about the hospitals.
Yeah, and we've been to the nursery, getting to know the people already.
Very, very sensible to spend time on your feet and go and talk to people. Take time, wander through.
Well, this is, I've always wanted one of these.
Hey, you can sit here and just look and watch out to the garden, have your coffee.
You can't hear any traffic.
No, nothing.
Is this another room?
Okay, well, it's a great space.
Oh, good, yeah.
Well, it's still all smiles and happiness, and so it's going to be a very interesting afternoon. See how this pans out. Happy you've seen enough?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Should we go and have a drink and a think?
Sounds good to me.
See what you're going to do.
Yeah, sounds great.
It looks like the house is still a winner. And even though it's on the market 15 grand under their budget at 585,000, do they love it enough to take a risk on the area and make an offer?
It's the perfect house, and we don't know if it's in the right location.
Our hearts are firmly inside the house at the moment. It's just we need to get our minds to follow.
It boils down to how much they want to sell it and how much it's worth to you.
Yeah.
They're asking 585. I mean, my advice would be to start pretty low.
Yeah.
525, somewhere there, and just put an offer on the table and
Yeah.
see how it goes down. You've got some question marks about the area. We've got some question marks about the value. This is what it's worth to us, and
be confident
about it.
And you know, not quite leave it at that, but put the ball back in their court. What would you like me to do?
Let's try it.
We're going to go for it.
Yeah. 525.
Let's try it. Yeah.
Let's try it and see.
Yeah, let's go. Go for it.
Tracy, hi there, it's Phil Spencer. They absolutely love the house. I do have a figure for you to discuss with your clients. This is a figure that they would be happy to pay for it, and they would be comfortable with that figure in that area. The figure is 525,000. Yeah. Thanks, Tracy. Cheers. Bye. Well, hopefully I made a reasonable pitch. The ball's in their court.
While Merade and James are left to play the waiting game, Laura and Andy are having a serious think about the house in Roby. It has the dream kitchen and garden that Laura's after, but it is a little too suburban for Andy.
You are always going to come across the problem that in the busier areas where there's more of a high street, therefore more bars, restaurants, you get terraced houses, which have smaller gardens. I mean, you know Liverpool. You know that there are a lot of houses with yards. And if you want houses with gardens, you have to go further out.
Yeah.
I think how much we love that kitchen and garden, I think that's going to completely rejig us because it's going to make us... We definitely want that now, I think. We need a house that will suit our life in a few years, which is children,
If I was you,
sensible.
next weekend, get a feel for what is available, a physical feel. No more online searching. You're not going to take it from me after 3 houses because, as I said to Phil yesterday, you haven't been tenderised.
This process has tenderised us a fair bit, I think.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever imagined considering a house in that area, but you know, we are.
Yeah. I think it's confirmed what is more important to us.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you for that.
Definitely.
It's a pleasure. And I'm always at the end of the telephone. Never shy to give my opinion.
Yeah, that we've learned.
This is a sensible option for Andy and Laura. Buying your first house should never be taken lightly, so it's important to get a real feel for the market in all the different areas before taking the plunge.
As for Merade and James, they're nervously waiting to hear back about the offer they put in for the house in Lydiate.
Going 60 grand under the asking price was a bold move, but will it pay off?
Hi, Tracy. Yes, what news? It was always going to be a tricky one. Thanks, Tracy. Bye-bye. She's spoken with both Mr. and Mrs.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. has stonewalled the whole thing. At this point, we are too far beneath the 585 for him even to come up with the counter-offer.
Right.
Oh,
He's
not
just,
even a counter.
I'm afraid he's
No,
just
right.
said
Okay.
no. I mean, how do you feel about that?
It's sort of as expected. We expect them to refuse it, but I did think they would come up with some sort of a counter, not just no.
I'll put a call in next week to them. Come on, let's get a counter offer.
Yeah.
Let's give me something to work with.
Yeah.
And then I'll ring you.
Yeah.
All right.
Watch the space. We'll stay in touch.
Yeah.
A few days later, the vendors did come back with a counter-offer of £547,500.
Although a good price, Merade and James decided that much as they loved the house, they just weren't convinced enough of the location to continue negotiations.
Instead, they opted to refocus their search in the area we first showed them, Stockton Heath.
Phil did find us the perfect house, but by spending one night in Lydiate and one night in Stockton Heath, we decided that this is the perfect location, mainly due to all the bumps and prams around the place.
And hey presto, they managed to strike a deal on a semi-detached 5-bedroomed Edwardian house just a few minutes' walk from the village centre.
The house is more or less perfect. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of things always. Phil taught us that you have to compromise on something, no matter what.
And in this case, it's being close to a busy road. But it's always good to hear someone's taken my advice on board, just in the nick of time.
Well, we expect to move in a month and a half from now, hopefully, if all goes well, and that's just perfect time for the baby. A new home for a new baby.
Yeah.
This week, it's a game of two halves as we try to match novice house hunters with their ideal homes.
I'm gonna lead the way.
We need to work as a team.
I'm really glad I came to your house and lent a hand.
While competing to win.
Can't wait to tell Phil that he's provided a good package.
And not falling foul of the rules.
Are you thinking, oh, we're in Knutsford, or are you thinking, oh, there's a road?
Oh, there's a road.
And when the final whistle blows, we'll be hoping to score the perfect property.
Nerves as to whether it's the right house now.
This week's destination, the Northwest, where we're searching for family homes in some of the area's most sought-after towns and villages.
But with a buoyant market to navigate and expectations to manage, you can forget Lord and Lady of the Manor.
Phil and I could end up in the servants' quarters.
With our house hunters, we'll be perusing properties in the suburbs of Cheshire and nearby South Manchester.
I'm scouring the streets of Cheshire with Chris and Amy, a pair of newlyweds who are ready to buy their first property together.
And I'm in South Manchester with accountant Craig Hinchcliffe and his wife Becky, who works as a town planner. With their son Eden already 18 months old and another recent addition, they're desperate to upsize.
We've just 3 weeks ago had another little boy, Finlay, which is very exciting, but we've now outgrown our house and we're looking for our next family home.
They've agreed a price of just over £195,000 on their current property.
We accepted an offer
3 weeks after we put the house on the market to first-time buyers, and those first-time buyers have been waiting ever since for us to find a house and move on.
But that was 8 months ago, and since then they viewed over 30 properties. The only one they really liked was let down by a survey.
There were some serious issues and we had to pull out of that property, unfortunately.
Pressure's really on. There's less than a month until their buyer's mortgage offer expires, and then all bets are off. But Craig's still after a good deal.
So in my own mind, I'd like to have something that we can create that's our own and then actually add value to it. See you later. Whereas Becky would happily pay a premium for something that's already done.
We've now seen so many properties that we are slightly struggling to see the wood for the trees.
Come on, Phil, time to battle through the branches and get this couple a new home. Pronto.
We better get talking about what we're looking for.
OK.
Quite sharpish.
Pressure's on, Phil.
What are we after?
Downstairs space is really key. With 2 boys, growing family. So we're after a really nice kitchen dining space at the back. We'd ideally like a large garden.
I think it is achievable, but there will be compromise somewhere.
In order to create the home of your dreams, it's just a question of whether you're both prepared to do what it would take.
I'm happy to buy a property that needs work on it.
I have, throughout the course of this search, perhaps lacked a bit of vision for projects, really. I struggle sometimes to see through current decor.
You really have got your work cut out on this.
I can tell, thanks. The key thing for me is timing. We mustn't lose your buy, so we must drink up our tea and get cracking.
Not even time for a biscuit, Phil. Craig and Becky are looking for a 4-bedroomed property.
A good-sized kitchen, diner and garden are important for their expanding family.
They'll consider somewhere that needs work, but the total budget all in is $400,000. No mean feat considering their wish list.
And they're not making it any simpler with their search areas. High on the list are Bramall, Timperley and Didsbury, where 4-bed houses in the latter can sell for over £650,000. Ouch.
Phil's certainly got a challenge on his hands in South Manchester, and I don't suppose my Cheshire search will be any easier. I'll be nurturing newlyweds Chris and Amy Buckley. Both physios, they met when studying for their second degrees at university 5 years ago.
They're currently renting in Birmingham and want to return to their roots to be closer to friends and family, although it's a wonder they've got any time for house hunting.
We do quite a lot of sports and outdoor activities.
We've both got mountain bikes and road bikes. We really love camping, so we're really active.
And it looks like it's more than just Chris and Amy that I'll need to satisfy.
Our camper van's called Bert. Our last one was called Wesley, wasn't it? But they do become part of the family.
They are, yeah. He's definitely an important part of our move.
Yeah. We want to be able to put the camper van off-road.
The road,
preferably in a garage or what have you.
Bert can camp it up wherever he wants, as long as he understands compromise.
We're happy now that we've found the right time that we want to buy and settle, and we've just had enough of renting.
Easier said than done. I think this pair needs steering in the right direction, and I know just the woman for the job.
I guess that's my cue, Phil.
What is the thing, if I said, hand on heart, I want top things you really care about, other than location?
Not on a main road or overlooking motorways, railways.
But not being
great.
remote, that there's no one walking past the front of your house. Has to have parking and garage or room for a garage to be built.
Right. What about the sort of more romantic sides of things? Do you have a sort of vision in your head of your first home?
A few visions, I think.
The kitchen and the dining. That's something that in a couple of houses we've lived in, it's been a focal point. Next couple of years, we may have children, which, if we're able to, that's great.
Yeah.
Touch wood.
We've moved around so many times and we've rented it, and it's just because of the way life has panned out. We're so ready now to find somewhere that we can just actually stop moving and stop packing up and unpacking and just really feel at home.
It's clear that Chris and Amy need a helping hand from you, Kirsty.
With a top budget of £230,000, my couple are looking for a 3-bed property, but would consider 2 bedrooms with the potential to expand.
A safe place for Bert the camper van and storage for all their sports gear is a must. And they'd love a property with plenty of character.
They're also after a peaceful location, which also has good motorway access. A tricky combination.
They're searching within the boundaries of the very pricey areas of Lymm, Knutsford and Frodsham, which will provide good motorway access for work and leisure pursuits.
Both couples are after their dream family home, but with 2 very different situations.
Yeah, Becky and Craig have got themselves in a bit of a pickle. The place that they were buying fell through. Their buyer's been patient and is hanging on, but...
They haven't found somewhere to replace the place that fell through.
So they've now come to us and said, look, we've only got 3 weeks before we lose our buyer and the whole thing comes crashing down.
So, Amy and Chris, lovely couple, 2 physios, both from this neck of the woods, moving back here from Birmingham.
Yeah.
Lovely, 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 fussy. They're the type, you can tell.
You haven't even shown them anything yet.
I can tell.
Well, if anyone can whip them into shape, it's you, Kirsty. I'm starting my search in Davenport, just over 1.5 miles north of one of Craig and Becky's hotspots, Bramall. It's an area popular with young families where they'll get more for their money. This is a cracking property in a well-maintained conservation area.
Well, here we are. This is the first one. What do you feel about this street?
We've seen a previous property on this road that you fell in love with, but it just wasn't the right size.
I think this is a fantastic house. It does need some work. And I know you struggled with vision. You told me that, Becky, so I'm absolutely here to kind of explain how it could look.
This 1930s detached property could fit the bill space-wise with 3 generous reception rooms and 4 good-sized bedrooms.
It's been on the market for 9 months and has already been reduced from £450,000 to £350,000. At 50 grand under budget, that leaves plenty left to modernise the property. It's also a probate sale, so there's no chain. Ideal for Craig and Becky. They need a quick move before they lose their buyers.
Through into the front reception room.
No, it's a good size, this.
Really good size.
Yeah, try not to look at the carpet. You are going to want to change things, but it's not complicated. This could be done in a day.
Yeah.
Becky's not put off yet, but now for the real test.
Now, this is where we move from cosmetic work to slightly more structural work. This is the 3rd reception as things stand. In there is the kitchen. Modern-day family life means that chimney breast deserves to come out. The cost of doing that is about £5,000. The kitchen right across the back here, some nice glass doors out onto the lovely garden would transform this house.
I'm excited by it. The idea of designing our own kitchen.
Is it too much, Becky?
Potentially. On a day-to-day basis with 2 very small children, that is what I'm currently wondering.
The property could also do with rewiring, and we've had an estimate of around £3,000, including replastering. But of course that means more disruption. And remember, interfering with a structural wall will require building regulation sign-off.
I'm beginning to really see where Becky stands in terms of work, but I hope upstairs gets her back on side.
We're kind of back into cosmetic land here.
It's got a really nice feel about it. Those windows just bring in so much light.
Help yourself to the other bedrooms. See what you think.
It's a big room, isn't it?
It is. This is bigger than the one at the front, but
yeah.
I think I prefer the one at the front.
I chose this one to show them first, very deliberately, because I did want to just kind of see where the boundaries are. And I think I may have crossed the boundary for Becky, crossed the boundary into a project that was just a little bit too big and too scary for her. And I completely understand that.
I can see it's got potential, but it's
just whether or not it's too much work.
I know this house isn't a ready-made dream, but it really could be the perfect family home on budget and offers real potential to add value. In tip-top condition, this house could easily fetch upwards of 400 grand.
Don't give up yet, Phil. Remember, a good-sized garden was also high on their wish list, so perhaps the outside space will sway them.
It's only when you get at the back here that you realise quite how big the plot is.
Yeah, it's a really good sized
It is.
garden for sure.
There was one other piece of information that I should tell you, and that last night there was an offer made on this house.
Okay.
But meanwhile, let's keep going and just bear this in mind.
Sounds good.
A couple divided and another buyer already interested in the property. No one said this was going to be easy, Phil.
This week, there's no time to waste in the northwest. I'm with a young family who need more space fast.
I'm with a pair of newlyweds who say they're sick of renting and want to put down roots.
I'm in South Manchester with Craig and Becky. And although the first house I showed them had lots of potential and came in 50 grand under budget, Becky had reservations over taking on a project.
Is it too much, Becky?
Potentially.
It's not a definite no, but I'm really going to have to up the ante for my next property.
And I'm searching in Cheshire with Chris and Amy, within a pricey triangle of Lymm to the north, Frodsham to the west and Knutsford to the east. They want somewhere semi-rural, yet their search areas are cut across by 2 large motorways. Although this would allow them to get away easily for their numerous sporting pursuits and family visits, they're seeking the friendly community feel that Cheshire has to offer.
It's brilliant schools. There's lots of top grammar schools, lots of prep schools.
People are nice. It's just lovely. There's a local pubs that are doing the local beers. There's local festivals every now and again. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
A thumbs up from the locals. Today, I'm taking Chris and Amy to Knutsford, a picturesque town fusing a mix of old world charm and modern living. Easy to see why it's one of their preferred locations. But the area comes with a hefty price tag, with the average property price at £320,000, well over the national average. If they genuinely want Knutsford, then this property is the best I can do without blowing a huge hole in their budget. Although they still have to sacrifice character and make one other compromise, one that I'm not sure they can get past.
Or should that be here past?
What's your feeling now as we stand outside the house? Are you thinking, oh, we're in Knutsford, or are you thinking, oh, there's a road?
Oh, there's a road.
You're thinking, oh, there's a road.
100%.
This is a really, really cracking start. Let's get in and look at the house.
This 1960s semi-detached property has a good-sized sitting room and open kitchen diner. Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms and a family bathroom, plus converted attic space.
Bert the camper van will feel right at home with a driveway at the back. And there's a garage which could be used to store all their sporting equipment.
It's on the market just shy of £200,000, 30 grand under budget, and after years of renting, could be the perfect ready-made starter home.
Coming in. Front room.
It's a decent house.
Definitely.
It's a very positive house, this.
Can they look past a bit of road noise for a good house in a great location?
Ooh, kitchen diner.
And already done.
This is a move-in house.
Yeah. Look where you wash up and... Yeah.
Yes.
What do we...
You wash up looking to a brick wall.
Definitely solidified that the outside is more important than the inside. You can make things look nice inside cosmetically, but we can't change the brick walls and the things that surround us.
No, exactly.
I had hoped a ready-to-go property like this could help them compromise on other requirements. But perhaps I was wrong. It can happen, occasionally, not that often.
Look at the view out of the window. You can see the road. You can hear the road.
Oh dear, it's the elephant in the room. I'm sure you know what you're doing though, Kirsty.
Why are we here, I hear you ask? Were we not listening? The answer is, this is a perfect first home for them. It's got the space, it's in a good location, it's got the garage, and it's nicely done. If they want semi-rural and super quiet, it is not going to look like this. And they just need to know that.
I wonder if Chris and Amy have come to the same realisation.
I understand that this is what we would get for our money in this location, so that's fine. It ticks boxes on a sheet of paper, but it doesn't tick boxes in our life.
No, but, you know, we've learnt something. We'll just move on.
Move on.
Yeah. Move on. Move on. Move on.
Yeah.
Right.
Within a positive frame of mind.
Definitely.
I need a career change and earn a lot more money.
Yes, Chris, without a major budget boost, Knutsford will be a no-no.
It's not all plain sailing with my pair either. Craig seemed taken with my first property, but it may have been too much of a project for Becky. However, I hope my next house will put a smile on her face. It's in their #1 search spot, Bramall, a Manchester suburb that's popular with families and, according to a research study by Sheffield University, the friendliest place to live in Britain.
First thoughts are it's bigger than I was expecting for our budget to get detached this size. It's got double fronted plus a garage, so I think it's going to be big and spacious inside.
Come on in.
This detached property is on at the top end of their budget, at just a scrap under £400,000, which may raise a few eyebrows with accountant Craig.
But this house meets a lot of their criteria. There's a large lounge running the length of the downstairs at just under 30 foot long, which extends out into a conservatory.
Upstairs, there are 5 bedrooms and a family bathroom. Could this be the move-into property that Becky has in mind?
Let's head through the kitchen to start with. It's probably seen better days, but it is... Look at Becky's face. Ooh.
You're almost as fazed by oak cupboards as you are knocking down chimney stacks.
Come on, let's have a look at the next room.
Becky doesn't seem able to get past the dated decor to imagine how she could make the space her own. Definitely a diagnosis of tunnel vision.
Thanks, Dr. Allsopp.
It's quite
Narrow.
Yeah. But it does open right up into the conservatory. Given this house also has a dining room, you have got a lot of living space.
I can see how practically this would work. I'm wondering whether I'm getting that vibe from it, and I don't know why.
I can find properties that meet a list of requirements, but there's no magic formula for the vibe. I need to find out from Craig how this has affected their search so far.
The last thing I want to do is put any extra pressure on Becky. Is her looking for the feeling? Has that proved to be the obstacle?
I've looked around so many houses and thought, it's fantastic, it meets all the criteria. She just doesn't get that spark. And I think that's the hurdle we've been trying to clear.
Unless we can move things forward, you will lose your buyer because their mortgage will expire. And then, how would she feel then?
And she'd be upset to think that it was her that put a halt to that process.
Running this close to the wire with their house sale, this is one problem that needs resolving fast.
It's nice with the dual windows.
Yes, that is true.
What an age-old dilemma this is. House versus location. This house is in their #1 location. But if they can't go for the house, then my conclusion is that the house wins out over location. So I've got to get my thinking cap on. I don't know where I put it, but I've got to find it and put it on a bit quick.
I think it might take more than just dressing up Phil to find Becky and Craig the right property.
Could you picture yourselves here?
I'm struggling to, if I'm being honest.
I know you're trying to achieve the feeling, and everybody does.
It's very elusive, isn't it?
It's
this
tough.
feeling.
Yeah.
This feeling that I'm looking for.
Even in what is their prime location, they're just not sold on the house.
And I'm no better off with my house hunters, Chris and Amy. They loved the area of Knutsford where we started off, but finding somewhere with character was proving tricky on a budget. So I've brought them 9 miles north to the picturesque village of Lymm.
Bustling with restaurants and wine bars, it's an expanding village, yet small enough to have a real sense of community. And it's got the motorway access they were after.
As it happens, they've already seen my property online and liked its style, so that's a good start. They say many hands make light work, so I've drafted in Phil for the afternoon.
So, Phil, Amy, Chris.
Hello. How are you doing?
Just to fill you in, Phil, the last house was vetoed because of the road noise.
Okay. Well, it's a quiet spot here, I'll tell you.
But Amy and Chris quite like the look of this one, so they suggested that we come and have a look at it.
This late 19th century cottage is packed full of the character we think they're after.
Downstairs, the sitting room follows straight through to a kitchen diner. as well as 3 bedrooms and a family bathroom. There's plenty of driveway space for Bert, the camper van. Having already seen it online and yet still being willing to take a look inside despite the road noise is promising.
They're definitely paying a premium for character and area, as the asking price is £5,000 over the $230,000 they have to spend. But having been on and off the market for a year, I'm confident there's room for negotiation.
Usually in these houses, they have these tiny kitchens, you see? But this is not a tiny kitchen.
And it's a kitchen diner.
It's a kitchen diner, and there's a 90-foot garden.
With access at the back.
Garden looks nice.
You're
Smells.
smelling smoke.
Ah, the smell. Is the smell a problem?
I said to Chris that I would never want to buy a house that smelt of smoke.
I myself bought a flat that smelt of smoke. I had to strip the plaster down to the walls. As you're struggling with the smell in this house, would you like to accompany me into the garden?
Love to.
This is not good news. At Property One, Amy said that the outside was more important than the inside. And yet, despite the fact work could be done to remove the smell of smoke, she seems to have pretty much instantly ruled it out.
So kind of kids' bedroom in there, guest bedroom here.
It's quite small, isn't it?
But just whether there's enough room for the future.
I'd be worried about that. Yeah.
I think we're moving on.
I guess Chris isn't taken by this property either then.
Well, all going well here then. You know, I'm really glad I came to your house and lent a hand. Great. Can I come again?
No, it's fine. It's just I want them to understand that there are probably quite a few sacrifices that have to be made. This morning they learned that they'd had to sacrifice Knutsford to road noise, and this afternoon they've learned they'll have to sacrifice character to road noise.
Quite low with the ceilings, isn't it? You'd bang your head on there.
Yeah.
The thing is, Amy and I are very similar. I think separated at birth.
I don't quite know what to say. One of you is quite enough. So, is anything improved for you, Amy?
I'm going to be honest and say no. The smell, I can't get over the smell. I can't get past that.
And I'd have to agree with Ames. I don't think this is right for us.
It's fine. Tomorrow we're going to go into the countryside. We're gonna chuck away this semi-rural pretense. We're going to head for silence. I'm going to lead the way.
After you.
In South Manchester, Becky wasn't getting the feeling from Property 2, even though it was in their #1 location of Bramall.
Next stop, 10 minutes west to Heald Green. It's an area they're not too familiar with, but as the last property showed, house is perhaps more important than location.
I'm showing them this imposing property at the end of a cul-de-sac, on the market at £360,000, so well within budget.
That's the kind of house that gives you the wow factor when you look at it.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
We're on fire today.
Yeah.
Sounds positive. I hope Becky gets the feeling here.
With modern decor, there are 2 reception rooms and a large kitchen diner, providing lots of space for a growing family. Upstairs, there are 4 good-sized bedrooms and a spacious bathroom. It's certainly a far cry from the project property in Davenport, so I wonder what they'll make of it.
As you can see, there's a lot of space.
And it's got glass doors.
The glass doors onto the garden that we wanted, the light airy feel.
Yeah, it's really nice, yeah.
There's a smile, Becky. And now I'm going to make Craig smile, because this is on the market for £360,000.
Very good.
Come on, follow me.
Phil, I think you may have just struck gold.
And then through into the most magnificent playroom.
Wow.
Wow, this is cool.
This is just absolutely perfect. I'm just excited to see the rest now.
I know.
Come on, let's do some more.
Not wishing to tempt fate, but I think I might have hit the jackpot here. I hope the smiles continue as they keep exploring.
Wow. That's a good size
That's really
room,
good
isn't
and
it?
nice, isn't it?
It's got that feeling.
And it's got the feeling.
Really nice.
Well, this is what I was hoping for out of today. Smiles on both faces. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere.
I think you've scored, Phil.
I guess we were hoping for maybe a little bit more space. in the master.
Yeah, maybe.
When we put our furniture in, it might feel quite small because we've currently got a big bedroom.
I hope they're not getting put off. This really is the property that delivers.
Still smiling, you two?
Definitely.
Yeah. I am as well.
It was a good one you've picked this time. Plot's really nice, and you get the feel from this house as well.
Oh, definitely. The elusive feel.
I'm delighted. I'm delighted that you're delighted. I'm also rather relieved.
But will Craig and Becky still like it once they've slept on it? This week, I'm with Amy and Chris, a pair of outdoorsy newlyweds who are in active pursuit of their first marital home.
And I'm with Becky and Craig, who, after the arrival of baby number 2, are bursting at the seams and desperate for more space.
My couple, Chris and Amy, have rejected both properties so far.
You'd bang your head on there.
A smoky interior at one.
I can't get over the smell.
And road noise at both were enough to drive them away.
Whereas my pair seemed impressed by the feel of property 3 in Heald Green, although it wasn't an area they knew well. And despite reservations from Becky, property 1 in Davenport isn't completely off the table. But never one to rest on my laurels, I've got another up my sleeve. It's a fantastic house in Timperley, an area I know they like, so this could be a double whammy. The property's only been on the market a week, but there's already lots of interest. It is a great house, but I know Becky can take some convincing, on top of which we're really up against it time-wise to make sure they don't lose the buyers on their house. So I brought Kirstie along to work her magic.
So we've had a great viewing, all very positive. I wanted to try and top it with this house.
It's super peaceful. This is probably how I imagine my next house, so I'm excited to go inside.
I can see why Becky's excited. An attractive exterior, and it just gets better inside, with a large master bedroom, 3 additional bedrooms, and a good-sized bathroom.
Downstairs, there's plenty of living space for a growing family, but the garden is certainly smaller than the other properties in the running, and it's on right at the top end of their budget, at £395,000.
So, final further dice, proper Victorian house with all the trimmings.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really, really nice.
You've almost got a smile on as well.
Come on, let's go and see some more.
Now, I think this room is fantastic, but I'll say straight out, I think it needs a bit of colour.
It's quite orange.
Yeah.
That would be my first thought. Really good size.
Really good size, fantastic onto the garden.
Yeah.
Very similar in size to our current kitchen diner, which we love.
Craig, should we go this way?
Yeah.
Right,
Let's have a look at the garden.
bedrooms it is.
I know that Becky struggles with vision, but this place is already done, so I hope she's getting the right vibe.
So,
gosh.
It's very light,
Amazing.
isn't it?
Yeah. I'm feeling confident with this one. It's seeming good. It feels like it's got the package, actually, of everything that we've been looking for. And I don't think I'll have much hard time.
Wait to tell Phil that he's provided a good package.
Now, Kirstie.
Oh, this is nice, isn't it? What do you think about it?
Upstairs is fantastic in this house. Garden is small, potentially.
Let's take a look at the garden.
Yeah.
Craig's been so positive about all the houses. He just wants to get this sorted. He wants Becky to be happy.
She's
and
happy.
The whole thing to be sorted and behind them.
Yeah.
But
All you have to do is just now get the process going. Just get your offer in. She said you'd presented a gorgeous package and I didn't comment. So get your offer in.
Thank you.
This is the right house.
But it's not a done deal yet. Becky's got the feeling, but I'm not sure Craig's won over.
I guess this is probably the only compromise, really, isn't it? The garden. Just a bit smaller than all the other properties.
It is quite small, isn't it? Well, not small, but...
But it's long and thin.
Yeah.
It's just not the garden we thought we'd have.
Still beaming, you two.
Yeah. When we walked into this house, it had the feel and the wow factor that you wanted. But as we've gone through the house, there's a couple of compromises, and that's really the outside space.
We do really like it, so there's plenty to think about.
That's a good night's sleep you won't be having.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsty.
Hang on, their baby's only a month old. They won't be having it anyway.
This house seems to have blown property 3 out of the water and still leaves 2 properties in the running for Craig and Becky. But they'll need to agree quickly on which one to go for, or they'll lose their buyers, and then they won't be going anywhere.
At least your couple have options, Phil. If only I had the same luck in Cheshire.
Don't fret, Kirstles. You know what they say, 3rd time's a charm.
I do hope so. This really is my last chance to impress. It's clear I need somewhere peaceful. So I brought Chris and Amy to High Wycombe, a village well within their preferred location triangle, yet still only a couple of miles to the nearby motorway.
What can we hear?
Wind, trees.
Wind, birds.
No main road.
No, Bez is a bit... I mean, this is Cheshire. There is always road noise somewhere, but no main road. No meow, 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 meow. You know, it's very, very peaceful. What you've got is huge amounts of space. So there's no actual garage as such, but there's masses of space and you can do what you want.
I like.
I like.
As well as the generous outside space at the front, there's storage at the back and inside. A well-proportioned living room, second reception room, which is currently being used as a bedroom, and kitchen.
Upstairs there are 4 bedrooms, but the only bathroom in the house is downstairs.
It could do with some modernisation, and that's reflected in the price, with offers invited in the region of £200,000.
So, coming in, currently that's a downstairs bathroom. I think you'd make that into a TV room. And then you've got to imagine that wall is gone, and this is one huge room.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, positive noises.
I like.
And then you've got a large paved area and a hedge. Come and have a look at the kitchen.
Yes.
What there is of it. You just need to open that bit so
Yeah.
it feels a bit more in this room.
spacious, yeah.
But don't lose this bit.
No, you
as
need
being
like a
separate.
section off,
Yes.
don't you?
Yeah. There's lots that you can do.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be put off by the task of bringing it up to date. You may be onto a good one here, Kirsty.
Should we go in here first?
Okay.
There's loft access.
I'd suggest moving the bathroom upstairs, or at least creating a second one, which would reduce the number of bedrooms from 4 to 3. But with a large loft space, an extra bedroom could be reinstated, and I think Chris has had the same idea.
Ah, so you could have bathroom, toilet, bedroom.
If I had taken Chris and Amy to see this house first, they wouldn't be looking at it in such a positive light. It's only now, having seen the houses on the busy roads, the houses that are small, that they can see this house for what it is. That's how it works. If you take someone to see just one perfect house, they don't see how perfect it is.
Lots of trees.
It's a lovely setting, isn't it?
Really nice.
Do you like the potential that it has?
Yeah, it's got loads.
Despite needing the most work out of all the properties I've shown them, I wonder if Chris and Amy have been swayed by the peace and tranquility of High Wycombe.
There's so much space outside and inside.
Yeah.
I think we need to go and have a bite to eat and think a bit.
I think that's
But we're back on track.
Definitely.
Yes,
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Overnight, Craig and Becky have done some thinking, and I'm keen to see where their heads are at.
How are you both feeling today?
I think we're maybe, as you might have predicted, in slightly different camps at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm in favour of the last one that we saw.
In Timperley.
Although, obviously, there is the compromise over the garden, but it ticks every other box apart from that. And Craig's still fighting for his project.
I take it you're talking about house number 1.
Yeah. I just think it's the house that offers best future potential.
There was an offer that we knew about that had been made. When I rang the agent this morning, he was unclear whether that offer had been accepted or whether was at an acceptable level. You've seen it, and therefore you are invited to return to make an offer. They'll listen to you, they'll discuss it.
I think we've got to make a decision as to what which house we prefer.
You are up against it in terms of your buyer. You will lose your buyer. I think if we let too many hours pass by, you will be out of the game at Timperley. Given that there are more viewings happening this afternoon, I would prefer to see you keep in the game on that and go and see it and make your decision. But it's entirely up to you.
Yeah. Timperley, yeah. OK.
OK.
I think that's a wise move, Phil. As much as Craig wants his project, I can't see Becky being swayed by Davenport, whereas Timperley seems to satisfy most of their criteria.
Well, well, well. It's a very nice house, isn't it?
It is.
You're smiling again. I caught you.
I know, it's nice to be back.
Yeah. The one issue with this house, or the one compromise, is the garden. So if we're going to overcome that hurdle, then this gets the green light.
Go and have a look. I was going to say take your time, but don't, because there are more people coming to see it. Crikey. This is going to get extremely tense. But body language and gut reaction to coming into something is so important, and Becky's first reaction of coming here was wonderful, and today she's come in, big smiles back, happy. Not sure that Craig's quite so happy, though.
I fear it may be last-minute jitters. Remember, Craig was hoping for a good deal, and this really is sailing dangerously close to the top of their budget at £395,000, although it only seems to have one drawback.
I think on reflection, I feel a bit more positive about the garden. I think whilst it's not as big as we'd like, it offers everything that we probably need.
Could a resolution be on the cards?
How'd you get on?
Good. I think Becky got the feeling, and she's trying to persuade me.
I think I might have succeeded.
Yeah. So.
What would you like to do?
I could like to put in an offer, please.
You think you'd like
We
to?
would do, wouldn't we?
And is that the royal we, or is that Becky?
Becky got the feeling. I put an offer in every house I see.
That's very true.
Becky's actually decided to join me on this one.
I'm chuffed to bits that you're together on this. It's a fantastic house.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's go and see what we can do about it.
Fantastic.
Because there's other viewings happening right now. 5 minutes, there's one. 10 minutes, there's another one.
Get a move on, Phil, or all your hard work with this couple will have been in vain. We're in the northwest of England, where newlyweds Chris and Amy have been struggling to find the perfect family home, but did take a shine to a property in High Wycombe.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, positive noises.
And after months of searching, and at the risk of losing the buyer on their house if they delay any longer, Craig and Becky have been won over by a 4-bed Victorian house in Timperley, South Manchester. And it's up to me to seal the deal. But with so many other viewings lined up, realistically, I think we're going to have to make an asking price offer to be in with a chance. I know Craig wanted a good deal, so this could be a bitter pill to swallow.
How about we pose the question, if you were to submit a full asking price offer, would they take it off the market?
Yeah.
If.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. Let's try that. If he says no, then we know where we stand, don't we?
Yeah.
Hi, Peter. I've got a question for you. If they were to make an asking price offer, would your client be minded to take it off the market, shut the door, and discuss it with nobody else? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Cheers. Bye. Bye. If that happened, he would recommend that his client took the asking price offer and took it off the market. If your offer was less than the asking price, he probably wouldn't bother.
What's the matter?
There is no option, is there really? It's the 395.
It's whether you want to pay that money for that house or you walk away and you don't buy it. That's the choice, isn't it?
It's just hard making a decision so quickly, I think, after seeing it.
I think let's do it. I think we should.
Yeah?
I think we should do, yeah.
Let's do it.
We can put the offer forward, can't we?
Yeah.
Hi, Peter. With the knowledge that you would recommend an asking price offer, Craig and Becky will pay the 395. OK, thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Peter. Bye-bye. He will put the offer forward.
My nerves now have changed from nerves as to whether it's the right house now to we better get that house.
While Phil and his pair wait anxiously for an answer, I've still got some way to go before we can even talk of offers. I'm back in High Wycombe with Chris and Amy. They've decided to revisit property 3, the only one that was really in the running for them, along with camper van Bert, to see if it could be their first family home.
Fits in very nicely,
Very
doesn't
nicely.
it? Perfect. Oh, you're happy with that?
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, all happy with that. Right, OK, in we go. You're matching the door. Right, the joy of second viewings is you've seen it before. You go where you want.
Wow, fantastic.
I love this room.
Yeah.
What do you feel as you come back?
I think it feels, particularly coming into this room, quite homely. It just needs loving again, doesn't it?
It does need loving again. Have a look upstairs, see if it still feels the same.
Okay.
I think it does.
I know this property would be a fair undertaking, and if they're seriously considering moving or creating an additional bathroom upstairs, they'll need around £5,000 to pull this off. But at 30 grand under their budget, it should be workable.
So yeah, you could probably have a decent sized shower in here as well.
Yeah.
Separate bath, toilet, basin, done deal.
Sounds promising, Kirsty, but is it enough to convince Chris and Amy to take the next step?
How are you feeling at this point?
Positive.
I'm feeling...
Very, very positive. I think we need to just go away and have a really good...
We just need to sit down
Good
and
think
look at the
about it.
sums on
Look at-
the
yeah.
bathroom.
Yeah, that's what we'd really like to look into.
So, off you go, do your thinking.
Thank you
And
very much.
I know you're a Yorkshireman, Chris,
Yes.
but if you want me to negotiate this purchase of this house for you, ring me.
I think I might need to.
Because I know Yorkshiremen think they can do these things themselves, but that's not always true.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure, treasure.
See you.
Seems pretty positive. I guess I'll just have to sit patiently by the phone. A lot like Phil's couple are doing, waiting to hear back about their asking price offer on the Timperley property.
There it is. Peter, that was quick work. What happened? OK. Well, that's terrific. Thank you, Peter. I shall pass on the news. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye. All good news.
Oh, the bank balance.
Don't worry about that now. All good news. The vendor is happy to take it off the market as of now.
Excellent. Good stuff.
We've got a new house.
Yay. We can have a glass of wine now. Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. I know that was very difficult.
Yeah, thank you.
We just needed that pushing into a corner
Probably did.
to commit.
You feel better now?
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Should we get something stronger?
Yes, I think so.
Exciting news for Craig and Becky. But it's a different story for Chris and Amy, who went away to consider the High Wycombe house. Unfortunately, they considered it for a little too long, and a few days after their second viewing, an offer was accepted on the property. They continued their search and have just had an offer accepted on a 3-bed new-built semi in Lymm, and I hope they'll be very happy in their home.
After almost 8 months of pressure trying to find a new home before losing their buyer, Craig and Becky have bought and moved into the beautiful family home in Timperley in less than 4 weeks.
So that was quite stressful, but a huge relief once we actually got the keys.
And we've never stopped working since, have we? Yeah, just a really exciting time, really.
Their only compromise was garden size,
Boom.
which isn't proving a problem for 18-month-old Eden.
And now we're in. We've really enjoyed the space. We're constantly having barbecues. It's like a sun trap out there.
Accountant Craig struggled with offering the full asking price, but strong competition from other buyers meant anything less could have cost them their perfect home.
Sometimes you just have to see through the price. And I just think this house is going to grow with the family, so I think that's a price worth paying, really.
This house has provided all that we could have hoped for, plus a bit more, so we're really, really, really pleased.
This week we're catching up with two couples who were both longing for a first home in London, albeit at very different stages of life.
Buying your first home in London is a scary business.
I truly have the fear now.
Me too.
And you never know who or what is round the corner.
Ooh, it's your Spencer.
But if you can keep calm amidst the chaos...
You're coming around to my way of thinking.
I think I had a dress in that material once.
Then, God willing, it can be the experience of a lifetime. Back in 2009 and 10, London was in the eye of the credit crunch storm. Dipping house prices offered new opportunities for first-time buyers, but mortgages were thin on the ground. Among the many couples we helped navigate those choppy waters were two whose stories played out in ways none of us expected. Soon-to-be retired vicar Ian Harco and his wife Peter Boucher were leaving the vicarage to find their first property in London's multicultural East End. And the other side of the Thames, art director Ben Drummond and screenwriter Lucy Moores were scouring up-and-coming South London for a suitably arty starter home.
Out of hours, Ben lives for his bikes, all three of them, and Lucy entertains small children with her puppetry prowess.
Well, I would describe Ben as a sort of a chic geek.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, and I suppose I could return the favour by describing you as a female equivalent of me.
For the last 2 years, they've been renting this spacious one-bed garden flat in upmarket Wandsworth. With house prices so high in London, buying had previously been just a pipe dream.
As the market started going down and down and down and down a bit, we thought, yeah, maybe this pipe dream can actually become a reality.
Quite keen to sort of get somewhere where we can make it feel like home.
Our own little nest. Is that a cliche? Yes.
Yeah.
A nest.
Their 295 grand won't go very far in Wandsworth, so they've decided to centre their search around funky East Dulwich, a popular suburb in the more affordable southeast of the city.
I hate to tell them, even in this market, that isn't a dead cert. But as always, I like a challenge. Anyone home? Hello. I'm Phil.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Phil. Hi. You've got one decent bedroom there and a lovely living room.
Yeah, it's a good size.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason we took the flat was because it had that spacious feel, wasn't it? We walked in and we were like, oh, it's got space.
I mean, something of this size with the garden's going to be good news.
Yeah, it's somewhere we're going to be for sort of 5 years, I think. So, you know, we do want to sort of have family in a year or two.
I know you spend a fair bit of time working from home. So
That's the thing for me. I mean, I'm at home all the time, so the area is also quite important because if I want to go out for a walk, I mean, around here there's the common and stuff like that. It's like space is more important for you, and area
space is my big kind of dream.
That's
To
'cause
have
you have
space
so
to kind
much
of flounce around in.
Got a lot going on here.
Yeah, we want the moon on a stick, as it were.
Yeah.
There is a window of opportunity. It's not going to last for long before what you want is actually completely unaffordable as the market recovers.
Yes, true.
So we need to get cracking.
Okay.
Let's crash through that window.
Let's get into it.
With a budget of £295,000, Ben and Lucy are after a 2-bed garden flat. Space is important for all of Ben's cycling clutter, and location is top of the list for Lucy. An arty, boho area would be perfect. In East London, our second couple, Ian and Peter, are living proof that the first-time House Hunter Club is a broad church indeed.
After years of commitment to the Anglican Church in Leytonstone, Ian is finally hanging up his robes. He and wife Peter are facing the fact that when he retires, they'll also be losing their spacious 4-bedroom vicarage.
I think it's really daunting. I'm looking forward to it in one way, and I'm really scared in another way.
Downsizing can be a big challenge for all clergy. And in fact, there are special courses you can go on, you know, to face your retirement.
Ian might be leaving the parish, but their work in the community goes well beyond the church walls.
Peter's still committed to her job as a youth programme director, and they both want to continue giving back to the place they now call home.
We've always lived in urban areas, and I like the kind of the notion that it's theatre all day long. There's always something happening in the street or around the corner.
And you learn so much from different people. They've got so much to give, and there's also a real kind of camaraderie here, and that's really precious.
As much as they love the street corner confessionals, they also enjoy being a stone's throw away from an East End gem of calm, the beautiful Wanstead Flats.
We have 2 dogs, and so every morning I get up, walk them up to Wanstead Flats. I just love it. You know, it's my time. It really is my precious time.
And with plenty to keep them busy outside of church, this pair are looking forward to finding more time to do some of the other things they love.
I don't intend to retire in terms of not doing anything, but I mean, I've got lots and lots which is on the back burner.
When we were first together, he wasn't doing this job, so it will be great to have Ian back, really.
They've got £240,000 to buy their first home together. For that, they want a house with character, 3 bedrooms, right in the thick of a buzzing community. And if they don't find it soon, their camper van will be the only remaining roof over their heads. Very nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to see you.
Good
Hi.
morning.
Morning.
I'd be very happy if we spent the rest of the day here.
That's fine by me.
Beautiful view, lovely shady spot. You've been together for 20 odd years.
Yes.
And you've never bought a house together.
No.
You've been living in vicarages.
Yes.
And you're now retiring
Yeah.
from the church inn,
Yeah.
so you need to find a home.
I do.
Right.
Part of the problem about having a vicarage
Yeah.
for all vicars is it's much larger than they normally live in.
Yes.
Yeah, because you have to have enough bedrooms to accommodate visitors,
Yeah.
to have parishioners in. We tend to have lots and lots of books.
I think what Ian has been saying really is that, you know, that's what he would like, is to have that separate space. So,
I'm glad you're explaining what I was saying.
we promised that we wouldn't have any conflict.
No conflict. When it comes to house buying, I'll be impressed if even a vicar and his wife can pull that one off.
Okay. Oh, I'm in the back. Chauffeur driven.
Yeah.
And you're not the only one who's driven in their quest to find that perfect property, Kirsty. My search for Ben and Lucy's starter home has also hit the road. We're kicking off in the southeast of the city. I've rustled up a flat to show Ben and Lucy in one of their top locations, fashionable Peckham Rye. There's a lot of creative people moving into Peckham Rye, so I think you guys would enjoy living here very much.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
What do you think of the house itself?
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah. I mean, I quite like the unusual front door they've got and the very low letterbox. You know,
Oh, yes.
How unusual.
With this flat, I'm setting them a little test. The area might be great, but the property is definitely small. It has got 2 bedrooms and a garden and is 15,000 under budget at 279,950. But I'm expecting them to be in a quandary about where they're going to put all their stuff.
It doesn't feel too small.
No, it doesn't. This room's
nice.
great. It's got a nice kind of quirky
Yeah,
factor, which I
definitely.
think is something that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks. So this is a very cute kitchen, isn't it?
They've done it really nicely, though.
You live in a very large flat. It's only got
Yes.
1 bedroom, but there's a lot of
Yes,
space.
there is a lot of space.
And there will be an element of...
Yeah, you just need to throw some things away. Some bike things.
No, never.
Yeah.
This flat is definitely in the bijou category. They don't seem to mind, so maybe we've got it right first time.
Yeah, this would definitely be a nice place to work. I mean, it's nice just having a window.
I got a feeling we're liking things too early. I think we need to be harder. No, I don't like it at all. Show us the
I
next
mean,
place.
the downside of this place is the small kitchen, isn't it?
This is a good flat. It's the first one I've showed them, so I have a feeling I'm just getting the pleasantries. They're kind of, perhaps they're just going through the motions. It's a strong place, but having seen inside theirs, they've got a lot of stuff. So I suspect that storage space is going to be the issue.
Look at the size of the bath.
It is a bit...
You'd have to saw me in half to get me in there.
The ultimate compromise. I like his thinking.
What do you feel of the inside?
I really like it. It's got a sort of slightly kooky feel. We're slightly worried about storage.
Yes, I think
and the
that's
small kitchen.
You do need somewhere where you can grow into.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
see you buy something that would suit now
Yeah.
and then not suit in 3 or 4 years' time.
Yeah.
It's all about the long-term strategy. The wrong first home would be a very expensive mistake. Especially when you're buying your first home in your 70s, like Vicar Ian.
When Ian retires, he and his wife Peter will have to downsize from their 4-bedroom vicarage, and they have £240,000 to do it with. So I'm kicking off with a place that I hope will soften the blow. The property is in Manor Park, just 4 miles away from the heart of the parish they know and love in Leytonstone.
And it's huge, marketed just shy of 230,000. It has the 3 bedrooms and 2 reception rooms they wanted, as well as direct access to that much sought-after green space for the dogs. Peter seems impressed.
Well, this I like very much, and I don't know, I'll reserve judgment till I go in.
Well, it's definitely one of those houses where its assets are quite upfront.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Because of the park and the really peaceful street and its size. It would be down to you to inject the soul.
And surely that won't be a problem for a man of Ian's standing.
Right, so front room on your right.
Yeah.
Second reception room, which is a sort of reception diner going through to a kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
So it is a good size. You see what I mean about it being slightly soulless, but it has got the size.
Yes.
They can't fail to be satisfied with the space. It really doesn't get much better than this within their budget.
It's light, it's airy, the price is right, the garden can be coped with, the park is nice, but there's something in the back of your mind, Peter.
In my mind, it's too far from where I need to be or want to be.
Right.
It would mean that I wouldn't be able to cycle to work.
Right.
Which would be really difficult. And in fact, I wouldn't even know how to get to work from here.
But I would like to see the rest.
By all means, go and have a look upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
This house is just 4 miles from where they live now, but it seems it's a world away from where they want to be.
Oh, gosh, I think I had a dress in that material once.
It's tough, this one. Ian and Peter have spent their whole lives working for the benefit of other people. Frankly, I think they should be able to ask for anything they want and get it. But life isn't like that. And guess who is going to have to be the big, bad, ugly wolf in all of this?
Watch you don't huff and puff too much, Kirsty. You'll blow the house down. But there's no doubt the pressure's on for us both to deliver homes that match up to our 2 couples' dreams. This week we're revisiting old friends in London. 2 sets of first-time buyers who were testing the turbulent housing waters in the wake of the credit crunch. For Vicar Ian and Peter, the 3-bed in Manor Park was just too far removed from the parish in Leytonstone that had been their home for so long. For Ben and Lucy, the 2-bed in trendy Peckham Rye was right place but wrong size. But I had something else up my sleeve.
This time we're taking these first-timers to fashionable East Dulwich. It's top of their London list because of its arty cafes and cool bars. But this sort of stuff don't come cheap.
This is the one here. Check it out.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It looks really nice.
It's got its own tree as well. How about that?
This flat really is top-notch, with 2 double bedrooms and a lovely sitting room. Inside, it's not huge, but the garden is a good size. As part of their 5-year plan, they could easily extend here. It's being marketed at just under 300 grand. so we're pushing them £5,000 over their budget by bringing them here, but I'm confident this property is worth it.
Oh, well, we were really surprised when we
stopped here.
Yeah, we stopped here. It's like, hang on a minute, this is good.
Yeah. And the flat's amazing. I mean, it really is. I love it.
It's a better layout than the Peckham Rye property because you've got the kitchen at the back.
And it feels a good size, the kitchen, rather than feeling like...
Well, because you've got these doors here that open right out, or at least one of them does, it feels like a bigger space, doesn't it? Mm. Which is really good. And, you know, you could be doing the washing up while I'm watching TV.
Steady.
I like to see a couple settling in and planning future rows.
Now, you've really just got to pick your point to park your bike. What's the bike called? Major
Nichols.
Major Nichols.
Yeah. She's going to love it. I can even cycle in circles on the lawn.
I think you're going round in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's a great garden.
If you were to run out of space, as it currently stands, you could think about doing something like this.
Now, see, that's a great idea. That is a great idea.
And then, you know, then you've got somewhere... You
could
have 2 kids.
Or more bikes.
There you go. You're coming around to my way of thinking.
But it is great to have somewhere that has potential. It's a long term, because it is top of budget already.
Yeah, we'd have to.
But I think it's a very nice to have. Help yourself. Go back in, check out the bedrooms, work out where you put your desk and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm keen.
Okay, let's go.
I was getting a bit worried, but I think that's sold to the couple.
Such an attractive trait, overconfidence.
That's good.
I'm loving it. Are you loving it?
Yes.
A direct hit, but it's over budget, with people champing at the bit to view this place. Pressure's on. In East London, the going's been less good so far for Ian and Peter, but it's a new day and a new approach.
They really need to start thinking about where they want to begin the next phase of their lives. I'm hoping bringing them to their dream location near the Wanstead flats will make them consider a sanctuary for Ian's looming retirement.
They were clearly disappointed with how far away Manor Park was from familiar Leytonstone, so hopefully this one will be closer to the mark.
But now I'm taking a risk because this house is smaller and over budget. On at just short of £249,000, it only has 2 bedrooms. But there's a beautiful garden and enough space for their changing needs.
So, sitting room.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got some original stuff there.
They've got lots of original stuff.
Good.
Do you walk in here and think, I can see this?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, actually.
Oh, yeah, very much.
Yes, I can.
Very much, yeah. And it's our style as well.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
This house has such a different feel to anything else they've seen, and I think they could be falling for it.
And then this is the big selling point.
Oh, yes. This is a little oasis.
Yeah.
It's just lovely.
I was kind of... did a lot of thinking after yesterday. So... kind of put things into perspective and know what I would miss. And interestingly, the biggest thing I miss would not being able to see the birds on the trees.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Feeding the
thing.
birds.
Yeah. Well, no shortage of birds around here.
No, I can hear them. But
on cue.
On cue.
Even the birds are helping you sell this place.
Oh, wow. Oh, yes.
Oh, gosh, this is so big.
I like the house. I like the feel of the house. I like the size of the house. And I acknowledging that it's small, but it doesn't feel oppressively small.
Well, suddenly this room is unexpectedly large, isn't it? Roomy.
It's roomy.
Unexpectedly.
It's roomy.
It looks like your gamble could be paying off, and they're realising this search isn't about size, it's about finding a home they love.
Are you coming down or are you going to stay there? Peter's very happily sitting on the stairs. You look like you were enjoying that little spot.
I did. I liked that spot. It was very peaceful, very nice.
It's a very peaceful house.
Yes, it is.
Strange question. Do you feel it's a good house to grow old in?
When I was sitting on the stairs, I was thinking, is this a house that I would feel comfortable being old in, or on my own in, or... And naturally, I probably feel that it's okay.
Peter and Ian need to connect with the house they want to grow old in, and I think they've just done it.
Inspirational, Kirsty.
And I've still got another gem up my sleeve.
Great stuff, and you're not the only one on a roll. If Ben and Lucy thought the last place in East Dulwich was good, I think they're going to love this next one. It's in the bustling up-and-coming suburb of Forest Hill. First-time buyer heaven. The cream on the cake is that the East London train line extension should arrive here in 2010. Good news for property prices.
It happens to be an area that I rate highly for its potential.
Compared to the last place, I think we're on a sort of an East Dulwich come down. so it's going to be a little bit of an anticlimax in terms of the location, but, you know.
Quite a pretty place, I thought.
Yeah.
Come on. Bit of a surprise here.
Oh, going here. Oh.
You missed the surprise! What? There's stairs!
Oh!
House.
It's a house.
That is a surprise.
This house has 3 big bedrooms, 2 reception rooms, a huge kitchen diner and a decent garden. It is on at a budget-busting $335,000, but I've got some inside information that could put it within reach.
Aren't you the clever one?
Whoa. Your face. That's good. Oh,
You're kidding me.
Whoa.
Oh, no. That's put a cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it?
It certainly has.
I was thinking, no chance. Absolutely no chance.
It's a proper family house. There is a story behind this.
Okay.
The advertised price is £335,000. Now, we are only showing you this house because of connections with the agents. We know that the vendor has found something, and we also know that he would let it go for $290,000. And you have
a massive
kitchen. You have your own proper eat-in kitchen.
Oh, God. How could you do this now?
It's the best kitchen we've seen in terms of size.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Come on then. We'll enjoy the stairs going upwards.
Can we come down with a sleeping bag later?
Right, well, where do you want to go?
Everywhere.
I'm just going to have a little gander in here.
Okay. Master bedroom in here.
Whoa, it's big.
It's big.
Yeah.
Just playing devil's advocate, we've come from East Dulwich. Really loved the flat. It was big enough. It worked on every level. What are your thoughts now on Forest Hill?
Well, we have got friends who live here, and they do like it. I mean, I do love East Dulwich, and that fact that flat was just off Lordship Lane does make it very attractive. But this is so much bigger. I don't know what to say.
For what it's worth, I think, from an investment point of view, this is unbeatable.
This one really could go either way. Time for a man-to-man chat.
I have to say, I'm leaning towards this place now.
You're not going to run out of space.
I feel like a proper adult, actually. Do you know what I mean? I behave like a bit of an idiot most of the time, but I'll actually feel like a bit grown up. I should do.
Well, you should do. You're taking on a mortgage and buying a property together.
Yeah.
It's the first time you've done that.
It's the classic kind of scary yet exciting. I think it would be wonderful for us to have our own home.
You better find Lucy.
Okay.
See how she's doing.
Lucy, where are you hiding?
This is good. We've got a flat that they absolutely love, but they're likely to have to compete for, possibly even pay a premium, versus a house that they could get at a discount that's twice the size. I know which one I'd be going for.
3-bedroom house. I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know the area that well, so...
No, I don't either.
It's like, yeah, I need to check out kind of the nearest green spaces.
Because
that's the thing for me. I'm here all day. I want to be able to get out to somewhere nice.
So, what's the verdict?
Oh, it's nice.
And the little garden.
Yeah. It's smaller than the other one, but it's not too wee.
You've had a bit of time together.
Yeah.
Probably need a lot more, don't you, to work this one out. But where are you
Some
at?
thinking time. We think we'd be mad not to go for this place.
If we kind of have a little nose around the neighbourhood and get comfortable with that as well, then, you know, it's a sealed deal.
Loving the sound of that. So while Ben and Lucy decide whether unfamiliar Forest Hill is the place for them, have Ian and Peter found their perfect home right where they want to be, next to the Wanstead flats. We're saying hello to two sets of old friends who we helped hunt for their first homes in London during the tough times of the credit crunch. We'd shown young media professionals Ben and Lucy a 3-bed house in Forest Hill, which they loved, but they weren't sure about the area. And in East London, retiring vicar Ian and wife Peter were dealing with downsizing as they looked to leave their Leytonstone vicarage and make their first property purchase together.
They loved the 2-bedroom property near the Wanstead flats. So with the battle over downsizing done, I thought I'd show them another 2-bedroom that won't push them as far from their beloved community.
This end of terrace has recently come to the market for £245,000. It's got 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and has a really contemporary feel.
Well, I thought I'd better come along this morning and make sure everyone was being calm and objective. Yeah. Kirstie's told me lots of excitement and...
Well, don't put any dampeners down.
No, let's put dampeners.
Yeah, you tell him. Well, yeah.
There seems to be strong women wherever I turn this week.
Come on, then.
Oh.
Probably a similar arrangement to the second property that you saw, I suppose.
Yeah, this is nice.
I know you don't like to give away too much until you've seen all of the house.
No, quite true.
But,
Oh, it feels good. It feels very much our kind of style.
it's different. It's younger than yesterday's house.
Yes.
It really doesn't need anything doing to it at all.
Great start, and this house just gets better and better.
It's got a stunning view, actually.
It's got a stunning view.
Yeah.
And then when you're not looking out the window, there's that.
Oh, wow. Goodness me. That's impressive. It's posh, it's got a double head. We've lived in vicarages too long, where nothing's posh.
Well, I think it's about time these two had a bit of posh.
How's Ian finding this process?
I think he's finding this really, really exciting because I think this is about him. This is his opportunity to mould something that reflects who we are as opposed to being placed in something that reflects his job. So I think he's really excited about the whole process.
Let's see what they're up to.
Well, I'm wary for you because they're two quite vocal ladies.
They are, yeah. They're keeping check on what we're doing, aren't they?
And they've got a lot to say for themselves.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. But, I mean, most of it is, you know...
It just goes in one out the other.
Absolutely.
I deal with it all the time.
Yeah.
Do you feel... I mean, you've been quite positive about this, and I know you've been positive about others. Do you think we're getting there?
I think we are, but the decision between which property, I think, is going to be difficult.
Yes.
I mean, it's a good place to be. I don't think we'll go away saying, thank you, but, you know, no thank you.
You can't get much better than that.
There's no emotional complications with these two. I'm not having to be a marriage counsellor or a life coach. They know who they are, what they want, what they're doing, and they just want me to help them find a property.
I can see you're quite emotional about it, though, because you really, really want to help them and you know that you're showing them good houses.
It's very nice how unified they are. Yep.
Shame we couldn't be a bit more unified from time to time.
Speak for yourself. I think we're very often on the same wavelength. My wavelength.
I just hope these two are united in the decision they make.
Have you guys had a chance to have a chat about things together?
Yeah, we have.
Are you aligned in your thinking?
This is a really nice house, and we like the area.
This is great news. Now Peter and Ian just need some space to collect their thoughts and decide whether it's this 2-bed in Forest Gate or the 2-bed next to Wanstead Flats that's the home for them. For Ben and Lucy, it's crunch time, as they've asked me to meet them back at the house in Forest Hill that so caught their fancy.
Right, come on then. Now is the moment.
Oh, the lovely kitchen.
It's just all too perfect. I don't want to break the spell by, like...
I don't want to break the spell either, but I do need to tell you something. The time is now 3:30. Talking to the agent over lunch, there is a viewing at
Don't tell us that!
There's a viewing at 5:15 and there's another one at 5:30.
OK.
Quick!
My advice to you is check that you're happy with it. Don't need to make a rash decision. But if you feel comfortable, then we should get on the phone and we should try and tie
We felt
this up.
comfortable about it this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we're
like,
so comfortable with it.
Yeah.
What do you want to offer?
290.
Fine. I think we should just make the offer here and now.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Raj, how are you doing? It's Phil Spencer. Yeah, very good indeed. I've got an offer for you. I've got 290 for you. It's on the table. Okay. No, that would be absolutely fine, but I would appreciate if you could perhaps pass that offer on, because I know the clock is ticking on this. They are set to go, and if we could get a positive response, they could be in here within the month. Thank you very much. Bye, Raj.
I truly have the fear now.
Me too. I think we all have the fear.
Not quite everyone, Kirsty. I think what Ian and Peter are feeling about the house in Forest Gate is something more like love.
Ticks all the boxes, doesn't it, I think?
I think it does.
And what was surprising to me was when you looked at the house from the outside, it was another small terrace house. Yeah. And when you walked in, it was a bit like an illusion. You know, you walk in a little door and suddenly there's always space. Yeah. It's quite remarkable.
Do you want me to try and secure that property for you, or do you want to give it some more thought?
Who makes the call?
This house is £5,000 over their budget at £245,000. But Peter and Ian are happy to move at the pace of the vendors who have yet to find a new home. This could be just the ace card I need to bring it in on budget. Our offer was that we would pay £240,000 for the house. I don't want to fall into some terrible cliche, but I'm going to. It's not often you get a vicar making an offer on your house. Bye. They're going to sleep on it. I asked him, as you heard, what he thought the chances were. He said, being an estate agent, I'm going to tell you 50-50, but I reckon they're pretty good. I hate to leave you without total confirmation, but I think it looks really positive. It's never good leaving it, and I'm sure Ian and Peter won't get a good night's sleep. But fingers crossed.
Back in Forest Hill, we get a response from the agent.
Hello, Raj. Hi, yeah, all right, thank you. How are you? Did he talk figures? Yeah. Things have changed. Well, how about you and I speak Monday morning anyway? Cheers, Raj. Bye. The vendor was buying something. He's lost that.
Oh, no.
Which means that the pressure to sell this
is off.
So he would have sold it at 290 if he'd been able to secure what he was trying to secure.
Would it be worth offering our max budget and saying, look, we know that you're not under pressure to move, but this is our best offer. We love the place.
I think on Monday, in a couple of days' time, yes, it would be. But whilst there are two other viewings, you know, and it's now nearly 4 o'clock.
Let's trash the place.
There is no point showing your best card right now in case that card, the offer is revealed to somebody else.
Over in East London, we were making a night of it. Having been told we wouldn't hear any news until the next day, I got a very unexpected telephone call.
Wow, I'm thrilled. That's really good news. Yeah, thanks so much. I'm chuffed to bits. Yeah, that's great news. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, bye. They were going to sleep on it.
Yes.
And then they rang it back and they said, you know what, we're not going to sleep on it. This is a good deal. We're going to take it.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Oh, can we finish off that bottle then?
Yes.
Okay, shall I be mother?
Yeah.
That is...
How's that for a case of divine intervention? It's incredible news for an incredible couple.
I'll leave these two just to be silly. My mind is on higher things.
So with the offer accepted, things are looking up for Ian and Peter.
But sadly, things didn't quite turn out as we hoped. The credit crunch bit, and when funding dried up, Peter lost her job as a charity worker. Financial uncertainty meant that Ian and Peter were forced to withdraw their offer and cut short their house hunt. But there is a happy end to this story. Peter and Ian have finally realised their dream of that first home together, although not where you might have expected. Today, they're the proud owners of a semi-detached 2-up, 2-down in the village of Sturry, just outside Canterbury in Kent.
Because we knew that Ian was going to be retiring, we started to think about where we wanted to end up, and we decided that London was just going to be too expensive.
Part of the factor was the finances just didn't work out. And also at the same time, Peter was made redundant from her work. So we were suddenly faced with having to look elsewhere.
I come from this area, so we started looking and ended up thinking that we would come to somewhere like Sturry, which was very, very near to Canterbury, and it's good commuting to London.
And key to their move was the addition of a third member to the household, Peter's brother Chris.
My brother teaches in Canterbury, so he wanted to live nearish to his school, and so we agreed that we might think about all living together, which seemed to be quite a nice way of being old together and looking after each other.
The trinity of Ian, Peter and Chris secured the house for £244,000. And no matter their stage in life, you can just feel that buzz of first-time buyer excitement.
This is the dining room. What we intend to do is to remove some of this wall, and then that will extend the length of the room and bring the light in from...
into the kitchen.
This is the hall. What we intend to do is take all this down and remove the toilet, which we're going to put into the cupboard, which is under the stairs. And then that means that we have a bigger hall, and we're going to have a proper front door there.
And now that it's finally here, how is retirement for this young-at-heart couple?
One of the good things about being back in Kent is that we used to be in Kent, and we have a lot of friends in Kent to do with folk festivals and folk music. So I've been able to go back to music sessions where we play music along, and it's good to be reunited with old friends. And then there's Peter's Morris side.
I continued to dance even when I was living in London. I'm commonly known as a Morris Tart because I dance with more than one side.
So life is sweet in the Garden of England for Ian and Peter. And back in London, things have moved on for Ben and Lucy too.
It's been 4 years since I was with Ben and Lucy, and for them it was the old classic, house versus location, not forgetting a bit of space for Ben's beloved bikes. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how it all turned out.
We left them with an offer hanging on the 3-bed in Forest Hill, but with an undecided vendor who had more viewings booked in. We first caught up with them 4 months later.
Over the next couple of days, Phil carried on negotiating for us and actually managed to secure it with a slightly higher offer. So we were really excited.
Great news.
Not so fast, Kirsty.
And then...
About a month later...
Yes, we got a bit hit by the credit crunch, which meant that we couldn't really get our mortgage, which then meant that we couldn't get the house. So it kind of, you know, we were there and then we were there and then it sort of went back down again. So unfortunately it didn't turn out.
But the house buying dream hasn't disappeared. Once the credit crunch storm passes, Ben and Lucy will be on the hunt again, and they know exactly where they'll be looking.
When Phil took us to that last location in Forest Hill, we were thinking, really, you know, do we want to live here? But in actual fact, we could get a whole house, which we never realised before. So, or whenever we kind of go for it, we know where we want to go for. Well done, them. It would be nice to get a home. So I hope that's what's in store for us in the future. Please.
And I'm delighted to say that they did finally find the home they were looking for. And it's here in Penge, just a mile or so down the road from the Forest Hill house they lost out on. I
think this is the right one.
And I'm told that they've got someone else living with them too.
John.
Who's at the door?
Hello, you two.
Nice to see you.
Very, very nice. I was saying hello, you two, but it's hello, you
Yes,
three.
indeed.
Hey,
how you doing?
This
This is Arnie.
Who are you?
Hello, Arnie. I'm Phil.
Ooh, it's your Spencer.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Their new house is a spacious detached 3-bed with a beautiful garden.
It's very nice to see you both. I can't quite believe it's been 4 years.
I know.
It's amazing, isn't it? And you haven't changed a bit.
You have.
Yes.
You've got some facial hair.
Yes, that's true.
But, I mean, let's just cast our minds back to those days, because at one hand, you kind of got it all going on. We'd found the house, we'd agreed the price, and then the world changed. You lost your
Yeah, I lost my
job.
job, but I went freelance the next day. But because it's difficult these days to get a mortgage, if that happens to you, it was kind of really galling, because, you know, we could afford the house, but we just couldn't get the mortgage, so that was rather disappointing.
So we decided to put the house hunting aside for a while, didn't we? And go on an adventure.
Yeah, so we went off to the grand old US of A, went to the West Coast and jumped in a little camper van and did a road trip.
We did the mountains, the deserts,
We got snowed in, didn't we, in the Sierra Nevadas?
And they didn't just get snowed in what proved a fateful turn of events. They got on the wrong end of the 2010 Icelandic ash cloud and were grounded in Los Angeles.
We were there for an extra 8 days, which was amazing. Yeah, and something else happened in that week.
Yeah.
9 months later, the honey popped out.
You fell pregnant that week?
Yeah, that's right.
How did we arrive here?
We were browsing on the internet one day and this place just popped up. What particularly grabbed my attention was it was detached and kind of in our price range. So I thought, why not take a trip to Penge and, and see what it's like?
Yeah, so we were driving down the road and I was like, oh, I wish it was that house at the end we were looking at. And Ben was like, it is.
So, having started out set on a flat in East Dulwich, an area they knew and loved, how has it been moving to an unfamiliar neighbourhood?
We love it here in Housey, as we refer to the house, in Penge, because, you know, there's lots to do for Arnie as well.
Yeah, there's lots of playgrounds, and for me, the transport links are amazing.
Believe it or not, you can get to Oxford Circus in 30 minutes.
Can you really?
Yes, you can.
Really?
So it looks like this has been quite a find for Ben and Lucy. The garden's a playground for Arnie, Major Nichols the bike gets a shed of her own, and with this gorgeous conservatory, there's more than enough room to swing a cat.
And you've got big space. I mean, the whole ground floor's massive.
Yeah.
And really open.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that attracted us to the place as well, isn't it? We really like big open spaces.
Surely it was worth the trade-off of location for space.
I think because we've got the space to kind of run around and let our hair down a bit, then it's brilliant, you know, we're really happy.
Can I see upstairs?
Yeah.
Sure.
Please do.
Let's go.
Off to you. I'm used to leading people around houses.
In a house that just keeps on giving, upstairs Ben and Lucy have 3 sizable bedrooms and a bathroom with a very personal touch.
This is our lovely bathroom, which we put into the house.
Wow.
I've always had this thing about having a blingy bathroom.
Oh, you put it in?
Yeah.
Gold.
Oh, no. We were like, let's go crazy.
You
So
did
we
go crazy. I can tell. I didn't even know they made these in gold.
Yes. It's choice, isn't it?
All eBay sourced, wasn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. King of eBay here.
Good job we didn't pay full whack.
Yeah.
It seems like the perfect home for a family that's going to keep on growing.
Well, there's a room for a few more of him, isn't there?
Yeah. We've already got 2 children, i.e. Zippy, the cat, and Arnie, and the bike, so...
Plenty to be going on.
Yes, exactly.
Looking back at what you went through, was it all worth it?
Definitely. I mean...
Without a doubt.
Yeah, if we hadn't lost the house, we wouldn't have gone to America. And if we hadn't gone to America, we wouldn't have got stuck. If we hadn't got stuck, something else wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have ended up here.
Yeah.
Well done. It all worked out with roses, didn't it? Well, Ben, Lucy and little Arnie have certainly got themselves a beautiful home here. And I can't help but feel that when you're out in the thick of house hunting and things aren't going quite according to plan, that actually it all happens for a very good reason. I wish them all the very best of happiness.
This week, we're back in seductive Scotland.
I love you two.
Fabulous.
Oh, I haven't had one of those in a while.
But even a good relationship can go off kilter.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Practical doesn't have to be dull.
To make it through the rocky patch, we needed to get radical.
This house is not for sale. Oh, you're mean.
It was the only way to keep them keen.
Keep her on edge for a little bit longer, please. This week, we're catching up with 2 couples who'd come to Aberdeen with work and were searching in and around the famous Granite City to find their perfect family home.
In the last 40 years, Aberdeen has become the oil capital of Europe.
And because of all that oil and the jobs it brings, property prices have remained strong, despite all the world economy has thrown at the market.
Engineer Scott Lang and his wife Kirsten are just one of the many families relocating here for precious job opportunities.
Also making Aberdeen home are Brian Clarence and Helen Barr. 7 months ago, this engaged couple were living in Essex, expecting a baby, when Brian was offered an oil industry job too good to refuse. So they relocated the length of the country, just in time for 2 to become 3.
Well, we came up in a rush, mind, so...
We did. We actually moved into a house 3 days before Frankie arrived with us, which was a bit of a rush, but it was all right for me.
Yes, hence why we're renting, and we haven't actually found a house in Aberdeen yet,
Yeah.
but we're still all a bit new.
We've now got number 2 on the way as well, so in amongst that, there's not really been a huge amount of time to
Do anything.
do other things.
First-time parents, another on the way, a new job and a brand new city. That's a lot of stress in one move.
But that's nothing to these 2. Their last job was decommissioning nuclear power plants. Surely finding a house for this nuclear family should be simple.
We've had Frankie, we've been looking for a house. We are planning a wedding, we're getting married in a couple of months' time.
In the last 2 years, I think we've done all those big, stressful life events that people say that you go through.
You know, if we can get the right house in the right place and settle for a few years, it would give us a chance to catch the breath.
And do all the things that we haven't been able to do yet
Yes.
as a family.
Good luck, Phil. Careful not to cause a meltdown.
Fear not, Kirsty. Working with you, I deal with meltdowns all the time. You guys don't do things by halves, do you? It's kind of all of the things that people struggle to do one at a time. You're trying to do them all simultaneously. How much are you prepared to spend?
We've got around 350,000. We can stretch a little bit more.
If I was a magician, which I'm not, and I could conjure up your perfect house, what would it be like?
Well, our perfect house has got some curb appeal. It's got some character that makes it feel
Something
like
quirky.
Yeah, that you want to actually
not just
live in there.
square box.
It's got to be a bargain. It's got to be value for money.
It is the number one criteria.
It is my number one criteria. I'll probably put it above a garage if I'm honest, and that's saying a lot.
And I would be able to talk him round to most things, but not this.
I can find opportunities and I can show you how you might be able to add value and I can negotiate prices, but I can't beat the market.
No, we're realistic on what you can get, but by the same token, we're not going to pay top dollar for anything.
Would you do any work to a house?
Our views are slightly different. We'll do decoration and
I think
things
it's less
like
that. I think it's more that you would want to do all the work yourself, and I want your time. Or Frankie and I want your time.
I'm not very good at paying workmen to come and do jobs that I can do.
It's a slight point of difference, but there's arguments on both sides, isn't there? We need to get on with it, don't we?
That's a good idea.
Let's make a start.
Excellent. To do work or not to do work? That is the question. Let's hope Phil has the answer.
Their ideal budget is 350,000, but they could stretch to 400 grand for the right house.
They'd like 4 bedrooms for guests and future additions, and somewhere with a bit of character, and a garage.
For Helen and Brian, spending quality family time together is key, so I'll be looking within easy commuting distance of his office in the West End of the city.
While I'm with Kirsten and Scott, who might not be moving as far as Phil's pair, but whose search is just as complicated. Scott, Kirsten and their 2 children, Natalie and Max, currently live in the coastal town of Kirkcaldy.
But when engineer Scott discovered he was being made redundant, family life as they knew it was about to change.
It's very out of the blue, totally unexpected announcement.
So we had one night of feeling a bit sorry for ourselves.
Yeah, have to turn it all around and get the positives out of it. Don't throw yourself in a pit of despair and feel sorry for yourself.
So my resilient couple picked themselves up, and just 3 weeks later, Scott thankfully secured another job.
But with his new position 100 miles north in Aberdeen, it means the family are currently separated during the week.
The big thing that's hit me the hardest is probably leaving Kirsten and the kids to drive up to Aberdeen. I managed to hold it together, unfortunately Kirsten and the kids did as well, so it didn't end up this sobbing family in the street.
That's really the impetus to get us together.
So, to keep the family as one, Kirsten and the children are following Scott to Aberdeen and leaving behind their beloved home in Kirkcaldy.
We bought the property 2 years ago, which was my grandparents' old house. They lived here for over 30 years. I remember them moving in, and we have spent the last 2 years,
Lots of time and money on it.
Renovating it and making the perfect family home. And I've got so many family memories of being here.
Kirsten and Scott loved the idea of their kids growing up in this house, adding their names to the height chart where Kirsten herself was measured as a girl.
But this canny couple have a plan. For now, they're going to rent out the house in Kirkcaldy so they can keep the place they love in the hope that one day they can move back.
And the home at the end of the day is where the 4 of us are going to be.
So it's up to me to find the all-important stopgap in the Granite City so that this foursome can be back together again. No pressure. Obviously, redundancy is a very scary word. But you two have got a really positive attitude. You picked yourself up and you said, right, okie doke, off to Aberdeen we go.
We want to keep the family up in Scotland, and the only opportunity was for me to come up to Aberdeen.
I think at issue is the fact that you have your forever family home. Yeah. That already exists. Mm-hmm. So in Kirkcaldy is this house, which is where your heart lies.
Yes.
So you're not looking for that.
No.
But at the same time, this house is where you're going to bring up your children.
Yeah.
And it's going to be important. And your budget is around the 200,000 mark.
Yes.
200.
200.
Maximum.
Maximum. Okay.
Max.
I won't play with that. Don't worry. It's fine. 200,000 max. You're aware that for £200,000, you're not going to get anything palatial in Aberdeen.
Acutely. I think, you know, the old, tired house that's, you know, not really had much done to it for a long time, the expectation is that's the level we'll be pitching in at.
Right.
Because we would rather go in at that and have space than have a walk-in that doesn't have the other attractive things like space. Yeah.
So you're not afraid of doing stuff?
No.
No.
We've even taken walls down.
Scott, I'm beginning to feel a bit inadequate.
Well, that's got to be a first.
Thank you, Phil. Kirsten and Scott have a £200,000 budget and they want a rather large house. They're looking for a semi-rural property with 4 bedrooms, but they are happy to take on a project. If I were looking within the city itself, I'd be really concerned. But Scott's new office is near the airport in Dice, so they're searching further afield in Aberdeenshire where their money should go further.
I got a lovely couple. They're realistic. They know they can't get anything as good as what they had.
Yeah.
And they're just incredibly grateful for the help.
My couple are sensible about it. They kind of know-ish what they want. But Brian made it very clear straight away that he wants a bargain. Otherwise, he ain't buying.
Right.
In a city where I just don't think there are any bargains.
No. Aberdeen is not known as the Granite City, home of the bargain. I don't think so.
No.
This time we're both playing the relocation game, where the perils and pitfalls of buying a house are magnified.
With an average house price of £185,000, Aberdeen is second only to Edinburgh as the most expensive city to buy property in Scotland. Prices here are more linked to the need for oil than anything else. And because the jobs market is so buoyant, the demand for family homes is huge.
There's new houses going up everywhere, and there's all the... You still got all the old granites, which is...
Beautiful property.
Yes.
What's it like?
Great. Good for business, good for families, good for schools.
House prices don't seem to be affected here. I mean, we've really been quite cushioned by the oil industry. So I would say prices are still very, very good.
Good for sellers, perhaps, not so good for buyers.
For my first property, I'm taking Brian and Helen to one of Aberdeen's new family-centred developments in West Hill. I know the houses here lack the character they asked for, but with a young baby and another on the way, this house is all about having an easy lifestyle.
Now, almost everybody that we spoke to recommended coming and having a look in West Hill.
OK.
It's got playgrounds and space. It was designed with young families in mind. But I just thought it was a sensible place for us to start.
OK.
It's a start.
It might be a finish as well. I sense that. Come on, we'll go in.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound like a glowing endorsement from Brian. Good luck, Phil.
This modern detached property has 4 bedrooms with loads of space. It's on the market at offers over $340,000, and I'm confident I can bring it in on target.
It doesn't need any work, and the kitchen-conservatory combo is perfect for a young family.
That's a big kitchen, like.
Key reason why I want to show you this house is the layout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is built with almost you guys in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice, actually, isn't it?
It is, that's nice, and it goes round the back of a conservatory.
Very nice.
I knew Helen would love it.
And you may even be winning Brian over.
I just wanted to show you something to see if you could be seduced by the ease of this. It is absolutely turnkey.
It is, isn't it?
It is, you'd come in and that will be you, and...
That's nice for the doors as well.
And that's nice, and it ticks all of the boxes. But it's your biggest purchase, and if it doesn't tick putting a smile on your face...
I know it's putting a smile on my face for now, isn't it?
It is huge.
This house is all about stress-free living, and after their hectic last year, I thought an easy life would appeal, but it looks like Brian's going to need some convincing.
When you got together and you thought up about the type of house that you were going to buy together...
It wasn't this.
You didn't have children.
I accept that you do have to be more practical. Practical doesn't have to be dull. It doesn't. Practical doesn't have to be dull, and I'll be honest, it's nice and fit for purpose. And it is just nice and fit for purpose. spending this much money, it's not going to be on this house. Even before we see upstairs and see the rest of it, it's not going to be on this house.
OK. As long as we know where we are, that's fine.
I think we all know where you are, Phil. Standing in the wrong house.
Yes, thank you, Kirsty. This week we're back in and around Aberdeen, the oil capital of Europe, with two families who were both hoping to bag a bargain. But bargains and Aberdeen go together about as well as oil and water. The first property I showed Brian and Helen was also an uneasy mix. The space made Helen smile, but Brian thought it was, well, in a word, dull.
Fingers crossed I have better luck with my couple. I'm searching for a property that will reunite Scott, Kirsten and the kids.
Their modest 200 grand budget won't go far in the city of Aberdeen. But luckily for you, Kirsty, they want semi-rural.
So I'm searching here, across the beautiful countryside to the north of the city, where properties on average go for £80,000 less than in more popular parts of Aberdeen. And we're starting in Hatton, a small village just outside the bustling town of Ellon.
16 miles north of Aberdeen, Ellon is an area popular with young families. It has good primary schools and a strong community feel, which is perfect for Scott, Kirsten and the kids.
And I think my first property and its picturesque setting will get me off to a great start.
So, first house of the day. It's more about that than that.
I am loving
this.
Yes.
This modern detached bungalow with its stunning views has a generous open-plan kitchen, a separate dining room and a child-friendly back garden.
And it's on the market at a fixed price of £195,000.
Let's get in and see the house.
Apart from a bit of redecoration, it doesn't need any major work, so Scott won't be reaching for his power tools just yet. But I don't think that's such a bad thing.
Doesn't need anything doing to it, really.
No.
But you could do stuff together at the weekends.
Yeah, we could have a life.
Initial impressions so far?
Very positive.
Yeah.
OK, good.
Great start, Kirsty.
Yes, but this place is a gamble. They want a fourth bedroom for guests, but at their budget in this setting, they only get 3. Time to see if these two are as open-minded as they seem.
There are 2 options. The first is to have a bunk bed in one of the children's rooms, or to curtain the window between the dining room and the sitting room, put a sofa bed in there, and then have your dining table in your sitting room. The word sofa bed makes people's hearts sink, but there are so many fantastic ones on the market now. Which
That's what we use, because we use our playroom and our spare room with a sofa bed.
I know you wanted 4 bedrooms, but we felt that this house had so many other ticks in the boxes.
We do need the extra space for people to come and stay.
Yes.
But it's as and when. I'm kind of pretty good with it.
Be my guest, go and look at the bedrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirsten and Scott said they'd compromise, and they might just mean it.
OK. Nice light room again. And it is actually a good size. And lovely view as well. Really, really nice view.
It's all my Christmases come at once. A couple for whom being together as a family is what matters. The view's great, the location's great, it's got lots of space. We're going to enjoy being here as a family. That's what matters.
Well, that was all remarkably positive. Is that a skip in your step, Kirsty?
You can hardly blame me, Phil.
Well, there's no skipping back here in Aberdeen, but I've learnt my lesson about new build estates. So I'm bringing Helen and Brian closer to the city, to the more established suburb of Manorfield, where I've got a fantastic family home to show them.
West end of Aberdeen, much closer to work.
Yep.
Still a very good family area, good amenities, these type of 60s houses.
Yeah. It's better than the last house, by a stretch.
Thank goodness for that.
This 1960s semi-detached house has 4 bedrooms, a good-sized living room and a huge open-plan kitchen at the back.
It is more expensive than the last house, but still within their ideal budget of 350 grand. And there's no denying this property would give them the practical family space and the curb appeal they've asked for.
Now, the owners of this house lived here for 10 years, and they've had 3 babies in the house.
Oh.
So it is absolutely road tested for small children.
Oh, this is lovely.
This is a nice room, isn't it?
This is the extension. Everything that we're stood in here,
Right.
they've put on.
This is
what
lovely.
you
This
want.
is perfect.
I like the layout. It's a kind of a slightly smaller version of where we've just come from, but it offers the same in terms of family living,
Yeah.
with access to the garden.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? No, fabulous.
Fabulous. Cool. I haven't had one of those in a while.
It's really good. It's really nice. Good layout.
So it's exactly what you want in a kitchen diner
Yeah.
area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like you're bang on the money with this one, Phil. Helen has not stopped smiling.
And Brian seems pretty taken with it too.
Oh, perfect.
It's another good size.
It's a Frankie room.
It is. It's already a Frankie room with people.
And this is where the little person lives, obviously. I mean, how does the house sit with you?
I like the layout downstairs, obviously, with my fabulous.
Yeah.
So it's working for me.
And Brian?
It was definitely a big step up from the first house. I would know if he hated it.
Yeah.
He definitely likes it. Whether he loves it or not, I don't know.
We better find out what Brian thinks, don't we? Well, if you had to mark it out of 10, what would you give it?
I would give it 8, I think.
6.5 to 7.
Okay.
Which isn't a bad score for me.
He'll never give anything 10.
Nothing ever gets 10. Ever.
They're asking for offers over 348 grand, and it's been valued at 350.
I'm not surprised at all. It could probably do with a bit more work for us. There's no adding any value to it.
What sort of work?
Well,
Decoration or real work?
a bit of both wouldn't do any harm, would it?
If we've got a reasonable tick in this box, let's go and explore something where there's more work and more opportunity.
Okay.
I think so, just to see how that compares.
Yep.
We've got more to see tomorrow. Come on. We'll keep on.
Helen really fell for this property and its practical family layout.
But it seems Brian won't be happy without a project.
These two want quite different things. I just hope I can find a middle ground.
Over in my camp, I have a family to reunite and a fabulous first house to improve upon.
Scott and Kirsten are after a semi-rural family home on the outskirts of Aberdeen. And Old Meldrum is a charming little village that would suit them perfectly.
I found a house that gives them the charm they love. And if they like the last property for its views, then they'll go mad for this place. I think it's about time you met my dream buyers, Phil.
Is this semi-rural enough for you, do you think? Yeah, it's a fantastic
Yes.
location.
Yeah, it's
Beautiful
lovely.
scenery.
And very quaint as well.
As I promised you, there will always be compromises.
Yeah.
And this compromise is not on the look, not on the location, and not on the scenery.
Mm.
You know, those 3 things are absolutely 10 out of 10.
Tick box,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's space, probably.
Oh, well.
Let's get in.
Great.
She's got this one sussed, Kirsty.
This 1950s cottage is on the market at offers over £199,000. It's top of their budget, but I'm confident we could do a deal.
It's smaller than the first house, and they've said space is their priority.
But there is room for improvement, and I hope my star pupils can see the potential.
Come and see what you think.
Wow.
Little kitchen diner.
Yeah. Lovely view again. From the outside, you know, it's really beautiful and quaint, and I was a bit worried that when we came in, it would be quite oppressive.
claustrophobically
But
small.
no,
Yeah.
I have to say, it's actually better than I thought it was going to be.
It's on the market at 199, being valued at 200. There is opportunities longer term, but obviously there's a budget implication, and this is top end of budget now.
We fully anticipated coming into something that would need work done, but we knew we weren't going to be able to do it straight away.
Yeah.
So it had to be livable with, which this is
Which
totally
is, yeah.
livable with. And it's a longer term thing if we're going to do work.
Good stuff.
You were right. These two are such a pleasure.
What did I tell you? Like the first property, this has just 3 bedrooms. But there is a huge loft ripe for development, which will give Scott the renovation project he craves.
And it'll comfortably provide the 4th bedroom they asked for.
Space is definitely, obviously, we're compromising on, but location is kind of winning out on me. You
just said
now.
It was all about space,
I know,
this search. And
I know.
Luckily, I didn't take your word for it. Luckily, I didn't believe you.
I know. And I bet if he's gone up in that loft with Phil, he's already planning out the space and what he's going to do.
Do a lot with this.
Well, you were the one that wanted to put your stamp on something.
Yeah.
I reckon up here you get 2 bedrooms and still have a loft.
Easily, yeah.
It's huge.
It is, definitely.
And something for the future.
Yeah. It wouldn't be too difficult to do because the roof structure's the right shape.
Yeah.
The 2 properties are so much better than I ever anticipated that you would show us.
Can you come and be with us every week?
I'm so pleased.
We'll just clone
Everybody
you
has worked so hard.
and dress you up differently every
Do
week.
it every time. Oh, this is a nice big room as well.
Yeah.
This is totally livable with.
Again, isn't it?
Didn't I tell you you'd be pea green with envy?
Yes, I am. I mean, to be fair, you've got them good houses.
You've
got this so taped. They're making it look easy.
I know, and they're so sweet, and they're so positive, and their attitude
They just want to get the family together and sorted and move on.
I know.
How are you getting on?
Good.
Yeah.
Actually,
We
yeah.
love the place. Very enthusiastic about it.
I can tell.
I think we may want to buy it.
Did we say that at the last?
Oh, dear me.
You should keep her on edge for a little bit longer, please.
I love you two. I really do. Okie dokie.
I'm so taking that as 2 out of 2. But can I make it a hat-trick?
I think you should quit while you're ahead.
Where's the fun in that, Phil? Where's the fun in that?
This week we're back to see 2 families in Aberdeen. I was finding a home for new parents, Brian and Helen, who'd moved to the city for work. While Kirsty was with Scott and Kirsten, looking for a home to bring their family back together after Scott's new job in Aberdeen had separated them. They'd loved the first 2 properties they'd seen, but I wasn't having as much luck with Helen and Brian. The 2 properties I'd shown them gave Helen the practical family space she wanted, but Brian was after more character and project potential. I was hoping my next property with major curb appeal would get me back in the game.
Well, we couldn't come house searching in the Granite City, could we, without having a look at a very traditional granite house.
That's lovely.
That's much nicer.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Built in the 1860s, stuff full of character and interest, but it is going to throw up lots of different choices.
Much better?
Much better.
Let's go inside.
Excellent.
Was that an excellent from Brian? Good start, Phil. In an ideal world, when relocating, rent first in order to familiarise yourself with different areas. It's paying off for these 2. This house is close to where they've been renting for the past year, so they already know how well the area caters for family life.
On the market at offers over $375,000, this detached granite cottage is 25 grand more than they'd ideally want to spend. But it's the biggest property I'm showing them, with 4 bedrooms, a formal dining room and loads of living space.
And then the family living room in here, which is also bigger than any living room we saw yesterday.
This is what I look for in a house. This is great. It's lovely.
I think you may have caught his attention with this one, Phil.
In terms of the price, the owners are looking for offers over $375,000.
Well, it's slightly over, but it's not too far over that.
Yeah.
Would worry about it.
For the perfect home, Brian and Helen said they could add $50,000 to their 350 grand budget. And so far, bargain mad Brian isn't put off by the price.
The issue with the property at the moment, it doesn't have parking. The owner here has agreed in principle to buy access out onto the road, meaning you could build a garage here.
Build a garage here.
Perfect.
So it's going to cost you a little bit more, but it's going to add some value to it as well.
You get to build what you want.
You do.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Building a garage would give Brian the project he wants without taking up too much of his time, which will be music to Helen's ears.
Oh my God! This is amazing! The fireplace in your bathroom. In your ensuite bathroom.
Your ensuite. That's an ensuite, isn't it?
Look at the radiator.
This beautiful cottage gives them the curb appeal they want, but it isn't quite the open-plan family space they were after.
It's not what we discussed or were really looking for, but it's got something about it. It's got that indefinable character. It's lovely.
How about Helen? She was quite taken with the layout of some of the houses yesterday.
It's a compromise that we need to have a chat about and see if she's willing to make. But it's a lovely, lovely house. It's over budget. It's not what we asked for.
It's funny the way things
doesn't really matter.
Are you admiring the bath? How have you been getting on?
It's quite impressive. Just trying to imagine how we would actually live in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if the dining room will be wasted space. And the kitchen's a decent size. Can't get the big fridge freezer in, and it's not the open plan.
No.
But the house is gorgeous.
You've said it all. It delivers 10 out of 10 in a couple of aspects.
Yeah,
and it
completely.
slightly makes you forget about some of the other aspects, but they are important aspects.
If the one that we needed 10 out of 10 was the open plan living and the practicalities, then yesterday's houses would win. And right now, this is by far the one that grabs you.
There's no denying this isn't what they asked for, but they've both fallen for its style and charm.
Well done, Phil. Looks like you're back on track. Kirsten and Scott fell for the cottage just outside Old Meldrum. But I've got one more house to show them that's right in the heart of the village itself. And I've got a feeling it might give them some tough decisions.
This is Old Meldrum?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you lived here opposite the playing fields, children would walk to school, and you'd be in the centre of a lovely community. It would be a very different kind of life and not involve the car very much.
The conversation I have just had with Scott.
So here we are.
Okay. Good. Oh, you're mean.
I'm not mean.
So cruel.
I'm not mean.
This 1940s 4-bed detached villa is on the market and offers over 210 grand.
But I have it on good authority that their budget of £200,000 would be considered. Scott and Kirsten want somewhere they can do work to, and they'd have a field day modernising this place.
Okay.
Is this better than what you thought you'd be buying?
Yes, from a location point of view.
It's not doing it for me as much as the other two properties did, but again, it's a very different animal, isn't it?
Right.
Oh dear, that's not the most positive response from Scott, but Kirsten definitely loves the location.
Really struggling to get my head around this whole thing.
What's pulling me here is the fact, I don't know if you're going to end up working away as well.
Right.
If you're going to end up being away overnights and stuff, how, I would feel maybe being out there on my own with the kids. All right.
I'm not totally put off.
No, I know. I think we just need to think about it.
Yeah.
Consider it.
Kirsten loves being at the centre of the village, but with Scott pining after the rural cottage, it's not what he wanted to hear.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's good. I'm glad we got out of the way.
It's just totally not working for me at all, this house.
This house is not the build that you would really like, is it?
No, it's the shape and
It's
the way it flows. It doesn't really...
No, it doesn't.
It's not in here.
But it will never be where your heart lies.
No, that's right. If Kirsten wants to buy this house, we'll buy it. And I will deal with that and move on from where I am at the moment.
But Kirsten loves you and wants you to have a house that you love, particularly when you're working so hard to provide for your family. It's nice. Listen, I like it when people don't buy houses because they love each other too much.
Well, that must be why we've never bought a house together, eh, Kirstles?
Oh, I know, I'm sorry. Scott hates me. He's come out and said that. He doesn't know whether he hates me or the house more. Yeah. What do you want to do?
We have to go back.
Go back and look at the other one.
We have to definitely
What,
do
the
that.
second house yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. See if that makes anything any clearer.
I had thought I had this all wrapped up, but after this property, my perfect house hunters are torn, and I'm just not sure which way they'll go.
The next day in Aberdeenshire, Kirsten and Scott have a big decision to make. Scott loves the rural cottage 3 miles outside Old Meldrum, but Kirsten preferred the villa in the centre with the amenities of the town on her doorstep.
But they've decided to come back to the cottage Scott loves to see if the same house can feel like home for both of them.
It's this fire I'm heading for, not interested in anything else. Blow the house, it's the fire.
Yes.
We dashed in because it's very cold and windy, which even more makes me think what happens in the winter. Have you got a 4x4?
We've got a Volvo.
OK, right. We won't talk about what happens up here in the winter because Scott doesn't want me to talk about that. And I'm not to be negative about this house in any way. I'm just backing off at this point. Call me back off, Kirsty. Go and have a look around.
OK.
Scott and Kirsten want a home where the family can be together again. But on this second viewing, it's important that they think with their heads and not their hearts.
How are you feeling about here, then?
I think this has definitely got the best of everything, because we can move straight into it. There's a lot of potential for what we can do with it. You know, you look at this space, what we can do with this up here.
My head did think, oh, Meldrum, being in town, being able to walk to school, having the park across the road was all perfect, but...
I just didn't like the house.
I know, and I'm OK with that.
It's a great space.
There's a lot, fantastic. OK, great.
Okay.
They have this incredible sense that as long as they're together, that's all that matters.
This is really pretty.
We can get chickens.
And I have to say, I think Scott and Kirsten are pretty inspiring.
Some people are just meant to be together, Kirsty.
And some people are just stuck with each other.
OK, you're both grinning like Cheshire cats. So the house is what you want?
Yes. Definitely.
Yes.
100%.
I can see myself and the kids being here.
We should find somewhere warm, dry, and with a licence.
Yes, please, I feel the need.
After you.
Thank you.
So they want it, but it's priced at offers over £199,000. This property is dangerously close to their maximum budget of 200 grand. They want to start the ball rolling at 195.
I think 195 is strong.
OK.
I wouldn't be ashamed of an offer of 195.
No.
At this point, I would usually call the agent, but under the Scottish system, buyers often make their offers via their solicitors.
We'd like to put in an offer on the house, please. We're going to go in at 195.
And that leaves it up to Scott.
Yeah, because we are in a very strong position, I think, so... OK, right, thanks, Crawford. Bye-bye.
So it feels a bit weird. I'm kind of on the other side.
With their offer on the table, Scott and Kirsten can do nothing now but wait.
And the next day, they have some news for Kirsty.
Hello, Kirsty.
Scott, is that you?
It is. No, I was just phoning to let you know that we have the house.
No.
And we got it for 197.
Many, many congratulations. I can't tell you how pleased I am.
Their successful purchase meant Kirsten, Max and Natalie could finally join Scott up country. But it also meant leaving behind their lovingly restored family home in Fife. So what was it like to move 100 miles north into a somewhat less perfect pad?
We actually kind of felt like we were on holiday for about the first 2 months. It was like being in a holiday cottage. We had to kind of get back into the no, this is actually real life.
And 12 months on, how is real life?
Everything works for me.
The rural location was always a strong pull for Scott. It's a 20-minute round trip to the nearest shop.
The mileage you clock up's quite impressive, just running around every day.
I do spend a lot of my life in the car, way more than I think I ever have done. And I did think it'd be an issue to start off with, but it's amazing how quickly you learn to adapt to it. I think we've just settled in much, much quicker than we anticipated. I think because we spent the last 2 years doing a house, everything was focused on that. And we've come up here and made a lot of friends and just seem to have had a life for the last year, which has been really nice.
The peace and quiet, coupled with the close-knit community of the area, are not just a hit with Mum and Dad. Natalie and Max have taken to their new home too.
They love being out here. You know, they love going up to the farm.
He's got curly hair, hasn't he?
He's big.
Yeah.
The decision to hang on to the Fife house means they don't have oodles of spare cash, so development plans for this house are on the back burner for now.
If the option was there, I probably would have had walls
You would have had walls
and
down.
I would have just got dived into it and started it again. You know, so it's not a bad thing that we didn't actually have the finances to do it.
Yeah.
But even without any improvements, this home seems to be working its charms on the family.
When we knew whatever we were going to come to was never going to be as great as the house we'd left. But really, here has surpassed all our expectations.
Where we are, you know, it's a fantastic location. We've definitely landed lucky with this place. Now, whether we would have ever found this house or not when we'd been looking ourselves, I have my doubts.
I think, you know, for as long as we're in Aberdeenshire, we would really like to be in this house.
Living in a rural location adds an element of control to what your children do as they grow older, because you dictate where they go, and when they come back.
Sounds like Scott's got long-term plans. But it's Kirsten's heart that's always been in Kirkcaldy.
The plan always was, right, we'll come up to Aberdeenshire, we'll do the work, but the plan, you know, will always be to go back to Fife. And I'm amazed, probably, the pull was probably more for myself to go back there because of my family connections. But I don't know that we would actually go back down to live there.
Give yourself a pat on the back, Kirsty. That's quite some result. For Helen and Brian, though, the path to a happy home was not as smooth. Some devastating news made them rethink settling in Aberdeen.
Helen had a miscarriage, unfortunately, while we were looking for a house up in Aberdeen. It was very difficult. It was even more difficult because there was nobody there.
Understandably, they decided to live closer to family in Largs. But since then, there's been another move. So where's home sweet home now? Brian and Helen had fallen in love with a character house in Aberdeen and been ready to settle there permanently, when sadly a miscarriage stopped them in their tracks. Understandably, they put their relocation on hold and moved down to Largs to be closer to family.
Well, that was a year ago, and now they're back, not living in a delightful character cottage, but in this modern estate, full of the type of box houses that Brian swore he hated. I think someone's got some questions to answer.
Their new home is in the Bridge of Don on the north side of Aberdeen. It has 4 bedrooms and 2 reception rooms, including a large conservatory. It's ideal for a growing family, and this family has grown. Since we last saw them, Helen and Brian got married, and 4 months ago, baby Roxy joined the clan.
Brian.
Phil, how are you?
Good to see you.
And yourself, come in.
Thank you.
Things have really moved on for this resilient couple.
The last time we were together, of course, was at the characterful old cottage, which was looking good, and then things went all a bit haywire there.
Yeah, it was looking good, wasn't it?
It was a nice
I think
place.
that was maybe the one.
Yeah, I mean, we would have seriously considered that as a property, but obviously that just that didn't happen for the reasons that happened at the time.
Discovering they were pregnant again influenced their decision to return to Aberdeen. Largs was great, but Brian's commute to Glasgow wasn't.
It was a 4:30 kick-off in the morning, leaving the house at about 5 to 5 to meet the guys on the car share, to drive across to get into work for 6 o'clock. And that was the only way I could get away for 4 o'clock of a night time, to beat the traffic coming home on a night time and then get in to see Frankie.
And it was like, do we really want Brian to be getting up at 4:30 and being this tired with a new baby? That's when we discussed what our best options were, and as a family I think our best options were to come back where your work was, where we could have him at home again.
All the signs pointed north as being their best option. Brian was able to transfer with his job, so then it was only a matter of finding a house. They didn't have a lot of time, so they decided to opt for practical.
Brian came, viewed it, thought it was great, put in an offer accepted.
And where were you at this point?
At work, in Largs, having not seen the house. Seen it online, obviously, but not seen the house. seen photographs. We realised that actually this very much was the practical option at this given time.
And you've got a lovely garden as well.
They were keen to get the deal done so they could move in quickly, so they paid the full asking price of $340,000, still well within their original top budget of $400,000. I was wondering how Brian was feeling now about this kind of house.
I might have said sort of something like practical doesn't have to be dull.
You did, I remember
last time.
saying that in a house not too dissimilar to this one.
It wasn't too dissimilar, and it just made sense for us, to be honest. Roxy had a nice house to come home to, and it means I'm home for 5 o'clock every night, and it means that I'm sort of happy and cheery, or as happy as cheery as I get.
Helen does happy and cheery for you,
She does that for me, I don't need to anymore. So no, it does, it just works for us.
Yeah.
Brian's office is a mere 3-mile cycle ride away, so the location's perfect. But most important is how the house works for them as a family.
I have to say it's worked out brilliantly the way it is now, because life is hard with 2 small
Very
ones.
small,
Yeah,
yes.
it is.
And how about the whole buying without seeing?
Well,
that was very trusting of you.
I mean, I do completely trust him. So I knew if he'd seen it and he said it was fine, then we would be good.
But on the day of actually moving in, there must have been a few nerves, a few butterflies as you came through the door.
The kids come first, so it was all about making sure Frankie was all right and making sure we got her room set up so that things weren't too... So the kind of excitement and the nerves about the new house took a little bit of a back seat for that, I think. I think we'd had 3 weeks before Roxy arrived, which had given Frankie enough time to sort of get used to the fact that this was home. It'd given us enough time to just get the furniture in and settled and get things set up. And we were ready for you, weren't we, darling? Yes, little one. Yay.
It's great to see the family so happy and settled here, even though this might not be their perfect property.
We've still got them dreams. We actually went to look at a house a couple of weeks ago. We went for a viewing a couple of weeks ago.
Why?
It's a gorgeous house.
To be fair, we did go and view it and then come away and decide, no, be serious, let's settle down for a year, a couple of years and just sort of chill out for a little bit, which is still the plan.
Brian and Helen were initially after the perfect forever family home, but are very happy in their for now one. While Kirsten and Scott wanted a for now place, and by the sounds of it, could be there forever.
Well, 2 very different house hunting stories, but both centred around children and bringing families together, which, after all, is exactly how it should be. So I'm just delighted to have been able to come back today and check that all's well that ends well.